welcome back to Beyond the Veil Tarot and Astrology. My name is Candice Marie. Thanks for joining me. I'll be your astrologer this month. This is going to be the December 2023 horoscopes for all of the 12 signs. I hope you guys are doing well and excited for the holiday season. It's like so hard to believe that this is the end of the year. It's like crazy. But I'm really excited, and if you haven't met me before, it's nice to meet you. I'm a Western astrologer. I practice both with tarot as well as astrology to kind of make sense with what's going on in the cosmos. If this is your first time tuning in, thanks for joining me. I'm going to take you through basically the transits that are going to be impacting the 12 signs for the next month, touching on, I think, some of the most important energies in the month of December. Now, before we get started, I want to talk to you guys a little bit really quickly about some offerings for the month. Obviously, the holidays are here, so if you're looking for a gift or if you want to tell Santa that you would like to have the gift of a reading, I offer gift cards on my website. Don't miss my Black Friday and my Cyber Monday sales. So those of you guys who are watching your horoscopes in the month of November, everything's on sale. We're doing basically discounts on all products as well as courses, my calendars, the candles, and also, let's see what else. I'm trying to think. There's so many things that we're doing now, and we're doing bundled packages also for readings. So if you're somebody who comes to see me several times a year for a reading, I'm offering big discounts if you buy and book early. We're doing bundles basically of 3, 5, or 10 readings. And basically the more you buy, the bigger the discount that you get. And you guys get to get in on those prices before I raise my prices in 2024. Also, if you guys want, please do join me for my New Year's Day special. I'm going to be having a live presentation here on YouTube. I'll be ringing in the new year by discussing all of the biggest trends of the astrology of 2024. We are going to be recording it live. You guys can hang out in the chat. We are going to be selling tickets for this event because it is several hours long. And that basically just goes towards like production. So if you want to help basically make it possible for me to put this on New Year's Day, I really appreciate it. Tickets are on sale. They're only $5, so you guys can actually sign up early, be a part of the live filming, and interact with me during the presentation. We have 2024 calendar prints, so if you're looking to get calendars for next year, we have so many cool options. I'm sure we will roll some B-roll here, but we have we have lunar calendar prints that I designed actually this summer. So we have like a light version and a dark version, Celine and Lilith. They're really cool. And we also have a full 12-month astrological calendar. Awesome. We do a little bit on each individual of the 12 signs, and I make recommendations for working with crystals and herbs and rituals revolving around each month. So definitely check that out. We have a printed version as well as a digital. So I know some of you guys are out of the States. No worries. If you can't get international shipping, you can totally pick that up and you can print that. All right, so if you guys like my work, please give me a thumbs up. Don't forget to like, comment, share, and subscribe. Also, please consider joining my YouTube memberships. I have several different levels that you guys can get in on that you can support. And you can also scan this QR code somewhere over here and give me a tip or a little Christmas gift. I really appreciate that. And you can catch me here also on Fridays. So on Fridays, generally, as long as it's not a holiday, we do live readings. We alternate every other Friday between tarot and astrology. We're here 5 o'clock p.m. Pacific, 8 p.m. Eastern. And you guys can usually get in on the queue early. So make sure you're subscribed. You can see on Wednesdays or Thursdays, we usually post the link so you guys can sign up in advance because those do get rather busy. But if you want to book a personal reading with me, I am now booking in February of 2024. So check out my website. You can go and connect with me there. My schedule is live, so you guys can see what I have available. I do my sessions one-on-one on Zoom. I offer full and half-hour sessions, natal chart readings, election date readings for special events, synastry, and much, much more. You can find all of my info at beyondtheveiltarot.com. All right, so let's get on into the transits that catch my eye. Before I even get into this, you guys are going to notice that I'm doing a little bit of a different format. Obviously, Mercury is going to be in retrograde, so I'm trying to kind of do some stuff differently, and your girl is drowning in work this month. So it is very, very busy for me. I've got a lot of stuff going on in preparation for the new year, and I feel like I have deja vu because it's like the same December situation that I had last year where I was like, it's the busiest part of the year, and then I'm moving. So apologies in advance. For whatever reason, if there is any interruption in my regular scheduling or my videos that I have throughout the month, you can always circle back to this, and I promise you I will cover all of the most important topics. If you're new to watching this, basically this is the list of transits that I'm going to be touching on. Obviously, these are all in order. These horoscopes are going to be more personalized, so it's just more how the astrology is affecting you in your life. But if you want a more in-depth kind of going over all of the transits for the month of December, find me here the last Sunday of the month. We will go through all of them in my weekly astro weather. Now, so many things to cover this month. You guys know it's so hard for me to like pick just a handful of things because I think everything is equally important. I will say what I like about December is that the energies are so much more calm than what we have seen in recent months. Aside from, yes, we're going to have a Mercury retrograde, but it's not the end of the world. This Mercury retrograde is kind of cool. It's going to make several aspects to Jupiter, so it can be really positive. A few mutable squares. Really, this month isn't all that bad. So yeah, I do think it's going to be a little bit smoother this holiday season. I will take you through these really quickly. You might want to take a screenshot of this video screen so that way you can reference and come back to this. Where my format's going to be different is I'm going to try to break it down and make it a little bit easier and a little bit easier on me timing wise. So you'll see me talk this month about your chart ruler. We're going to talk about what planets are going direct. We're going to touch a little bit on the retrograde and the cazimi, and then I'm going to give you the dates to pay attention that can be more challenging and the dates that have a little bit more of a positive influence. And then we'll wrap it up with the tarot card and talking about the new and the full moon for the month ahead. You guys can always catch me here on Tuesdays and Thursdays. I'm doing videos throughout the week, and I'll touch on sometimes the new moon, the full moon. I do some of my astro musing videos where we go a little bit deeper. So if you want to know about this more generally, make sure you watch those videos. Okay, so basically for this month, one of the first transits that really kind of piqued my interest was definitely going to be, let me pull up my list here. Okay. December 1st, we're going to see Mercury enter into the sign of Capricorn. We are already in Mercury retrograde shadow by the time December starts. It started when Mercury hit 22 degrees of Sagittarius. So we're already in the shadow and we're feeling the effects. When Mercury's in Capricorn, great time to take care of business. Check stuff off your to-do list. It's really great for business meetings and negotiations. It's also really wonderful because I feel like it's great for strategizing and planning and setting things up, especially in a much more professional sense. Now on the 3rd, we're going to see Venus in Libra come into a square with Pluto in Capricorn. This is some heavy energy, guys. This is definitely a much more challenging energy because now we just recently saw Venus hit the South Node. Venus rules the South Node, so we're already dealing with karmic past relationships. It's coming into a 3/4 square with Pluto, so we're going to see some challenges in regards to relationship dynamics, power struggles in relationships. Because this is a closing square and Venus is in its ruling sign, I think the positive thing is that this is now about overcoming long-standing issues maybe that we've been having in a professional sense or our relationships, our public status. It really depends on where this is going on in your chart. But watch, because this is a day where love and finances can feel a little intense. Now on the 4th, just after that, Venus moves into Scorpio. So it's going to be moving into a sign where technically it's not as comfortable. Remember, Scorpio deals with Pluto-Mars energy. So it's about sex and passion and intensity. So when Venus goes through here, it goes through a major transformation. The nice thing is it's going to be harmonizing with Saturn. So we are going to see that come into a trine with Saturn pretty much off the bat. So there is some stability going on in relationships. I think it's just coming off of the change that we saw with that Venus square Pluto before it ingressed into Scorpio. Now on the 6th of the month, we're going to see Neptune go direct in Pisces. I'm loving this for having more clarity, for having better understanding, and also for being able to see things, I think, a little bit more clearly. On the 7th, Mercury in Capricorn will form its first of 3 trines to Jupiter in Taurus. So Jupiter's retrograde, but still when Mercury, the messenger, harmonizes with Jupiter, especially Jupiter also in a earth sign, it's like we can have positive negotiations, possibly even good business reviews. Some of us might be pleased to find out that we might actually be getting some decent Christmas bonuses or some changes in our status. This can also be great for, planning or preparing travel. So I really like this day for great communications. Make a note of the 7th. And keep in mind that as Mercury retrogrades, it will make this aspect again. Then we're going to see on December 9th, Venus in Scorpio will oppose Jupiter in Taurus. So Venus, which is all about pleasure, relationships, money, and resources, makes a challenging angle to Jupiter in Taurus. Now, some people may say this is an aspect where there can just be a streak of good luck or some positive, outside situation that brings us abundance in some way. For some of us, it may manifest as that. For others, we're going to be feeling how this opposition between 2 fixed signs are kind of in a tug of war, and we're realizing that there's a big change going on with some kind of shift to our resources or our relationships. Venus is moving through a sign that does deal with taxes and interest and credit and loans. So I would caution you guys to be very careful and read the fine print if you're doing anything on payments or flex payments, or if you're going and getting that credit card just to go and make a purchase for the holidays, because the interest rate can be killer. Jupiter makes things bigger. So be mindful that when it comes to money and relationships, there is some sense of feeling intense, challenges or differences when it comes to other people. On the 12th of the month, we're going to see a new moon in Sagittarius. I like this new moon. I think it's super spicy. It's within close proximity to Mars, so similar to the new moon that we had in Scorpio this last month. There's a lot of motivation, a lot of action, and also a lot of optimism. So I feel like it can be really wonderful for focusing on goals and just setting our sights high for what we're hoping to achieve. Now the ruler will be retrograde, but that's okay, that's fine. Remember, Mercury is still doing its thing. It's trining that, so we're going to have several opportunities to get in touch with what it is we're hoping to grow or manifest. Now on the 13th of the month, this is when Mercury begins its retrograde. Like I said, you guys are feeling it come the beginning of the month. So what happens when Mercury retrogrades? Miscommunications, we misplace things, luggage gets lost, we see delays sometimes with agreements or travel. It's very common to see all of this stuff go down. Now this retrograde is going to start on the 13th in the sign of Capricorn, and it's going to retrograde back into Sagittarius. So in my mind, Mercury has the most strength, obviously, first of all, before it goes retrograde, but secondly, while it's in Capricorn, because when Mercury is in Sagittarius, it's in its fall and it has a tendency to overlook some of the bigger details. So my advice is try to make moves while Mercury is in Capricorn or while Mercury is in aspect to Jupiter. And I'll give you all those dates, so don't worry. Okay, so then we've got on the 18th of the month, Mercury in Capricorn forms its second trine to Jupiter in Taurus. So the 7th and also the 18th are the 2 best days for communication, planning, negotiation, or some positive communication or agreement. I'm not a fan of signing things during a retrograde personally. I know sometimes we have to and life goes on, but I feel like if you have to do something, try to work with those trines, because it may actually be that you're going over something and getting a better deal, or you're renegotiating something, or something positive, kind of comes your way that you weren't expecting. On the 22nd of the 21st of the month, we're going to see Venus in Scorpio oppose Uranus in Taurus. This is one of the days that are going to be a little bit rockier. There is a sense when Venus opposes Uranus, especially when Venus is in its fall or a sign that it's not comfortable in, there is a tendency for Venus to kind of act out and not feel pleased, right? So Uranus represents sudden fluctuations, sudden changes, shocks and surprises, and Venus is in a sign where it's not as comfortable. So there can definitely be some record scratch situations in relationships, but also in finances. We can find that our tastes may not kind of resonate with other people. So what we are hoping to decorate the house with, what we're making for dinner, what a partner wants to do on date night, that opposition to Uranus kind of suggests that something needs to change. Otherwise, we feel like a little caged in relationships. So it's time to welcome in change and kind of spice things up a little bit. Now on the 22nd of the month is when we're going to see the Mercury cazimi in Capricorn. This is when Mercury is in its retrograde, comes into conjunction with the sun, and we are in the halfway point through the Mercury retrograde. And likely there is like an epiphany, or whatever was missing kind of comes back up and we find it, or we have some insight or download, or maybe we realize what it is that we're supposed to be reworking. And it's interesting because this is going to be right at 0 degrees of Capricorn. So it's going to be on a world axis point. This is the same degree as the winter solstice here in the northern hemisphere. So it's almost like we're going to have that ingress where the sun's going to go into Capricorn. That'll be on the 21st. And then the very next day we have a Mercury cazimi. So there's like a sense of us really reflecting on, I think during the solstice, what are our goals? What do we have to get done? What are our timelines? What do we need to reorganize? How are we getting prepared for, this next year? So some of you guys might feel like you're reflecting and considering making job changes or status changes, or changes just to something in regards to your authority. Any of these things can be happening. Once again, you're going to have to look at Capricorn in your chart. But I found it interesting that it's going to be on that degree, because that retrograde cazimi is going to be baked into the solstice chart. So we're going to see for the first 3 months of the year that maybe there is a slowdown with government. Maybe there's a slowdown also with travel. There's going to be some things that are going to be mirrored within that conjunction out in the world. Okay. So then as Mercury retrogrades on the 23rd, it moves back into Sagittarius. So this is where it's having some challenges functioning more so in this sign. Right after that on the 26th, we have a full moon in Cancer. I like this full moon because the moon's at home in its own sign, and it's going to be in a trine to Saturn. So it's going to be stabilizing. And if it's in a trine to Saturn, that means the sun in Capricorn is also sextiling Saturn. So it's a welcomed full moon for me. I think it's going to be a nice one. Then on the 27th, we're going to have a bit of a doozy of a day. This is the day where I think we have the most kind of stuff going on all at one time. Make a note of the 27th of December. On this day, Mercury will come into a square with Neptune in Pisces. We already experienced this square. It's taking place actually at the end of November. And so what's weird is that during the Mercury retrograde, we'll see 3 trines to Jupiter, which is positive expansion and kind of lucky. But we'll also see 3 squares between Mercury and Sagittarius in its fall to Neptune, which is like delusional, like we lose things, stuff goes missing. There can be issues with dishonesty, manipulation. So on the 27th, this is the second time that you're going to see the Mercury square Neptune. So you really want to be careful of communication. The very same day, though, we also see the sun trine Jupiter in Taurus. So it's kind of like a lucky day. So maybe what we run back into, or maybe through listening to our intuition or, going through things, we're able to kind of take charge, and we're a little bit more optimistic about our goals and what we're working on and what we're growing with Jupiter in Taurus. And then also on this day, as if this wasn't enough, Mercury will retrograde in conjunction to Mars. So if Mercury is communication, writing, phone calls, text messaging, Mars is agitation, goals, forward thinking, quick moving, conflict. So on the 27th, we have to watch our words. We need to be mindful that other people are going to be argumentative. We need to be mindful that there is going to be passive aggressiveness. We need to be mindful that we're not going to have all the facts. And so I think with the sun trine Jupiter, it's going to be about finding solutions, right? Focusing on solutions, not on problems. Anyway, bit of a chaotic day that day. And then on the 28th, we're going to see Mars in Sagittarius then come in for the square with Neptune. So Mercury and Mars conjunct, they square Neptune. There's some kind of confusion revolving around our actions or our desires. Then the very next day, Mars squares Neptune, low energy day, feeling kind of sluggish, feeling kind of drained. On the positive, it can be about like releasing or cutting something off that is draining or that isn't really a part of our goals. But also like not my favorite aspect. The 27th and the 28th are the days that I'm going to be watching the most, because I think that's where people are going to have the most challenges. And squares can be about, you know, reconciling something. It can be with Mars trying to cut something out. It can also be really great for setting those New Year's intentions. Although personally, I got to tell you guys, like Capricorn season is really the beginning of winter. So it's not really the new year, okay? And this is why I think a lot of people have issues with their New Year's resolutions sticking. So if this were me, I would say you're going to be a lot better either working off of the intentions that you set from the new moon in Scorpio this last month to create change, right? It was in opposition to Uranus. Or I would say maybe do something around the new moon in Sag, because that new moon in Sag is going to be conjunct Mars. It's going to give you lots of motivation. It's going to trine the North Node. January 1st doesn't necessarily mean those intentions are going to stick, okay? This is just the astrology. If you want to really work with the new year, either do something around the new moon in Sagittarius, or you want to wait till Aries season. And I'm not saying you can't turn over a new leaf at any given time. Trust me, you can. But if you want to work with the astrology, work with a new moon, January 1st, Mercury's going direct. We're seeing a bunch of squares. You know, it's not the easiest energy to make change at the end of December. Okay, so then on the 29th of December, Venus enters Sagittarius, finally gets out of Scorpio. Definitely more daring, fun, exciting, and adventurous. Keep in mind that when planets are ingressing into Sagittarius, similar to Mercury, Mars, and the Sun that we've seen in this last month, it will square Saturn. So even though it's positive and we're going to see a definite energy change, it's still going to kind of get checked a little bit in the process. So retrogrades this month, December 13th, that's when the Mercury retrograde starts. The Mercury retrograde itself will go from 8 degrees of Capricorn through 22 degrees of Sag. So if you have anything, the first 10 degrees of Capricorn or the last 10 degrees of Sag, Sun, Moon, Rising, personal planet, Mercury will be retrograding over that. And it's basically about kind of turning inward, reflecting, thinking something through. What else? And then obviously the new and the full moon. So we're going to have that new moon in Sag. That'll be December 12th at 20 degrees, and it's conjunct Mars. And then we're going to have a full moon in Cancer on December 26th, and that's going to be at 4 degrees of Cancer, and that'll be trine Saturn. Really liking that full moon, especially the trine to Saturn. Feels very sensitive, very emotional, and it feels good when it comes to making commitments, especially emotionally or with home or with family related matters. So good stuff all around, you know. I think this is definitely going to be a little bit of like a better month than what we've seen in previous months. All right, so let me now take you guys to the next slide. So as a reminder, this is going to be the December 2023 12 rising sign horoscopes. I am a tropical Western astrologer. That is what I practice. For the sake of this presentation, I do these in whole signs. So you can listen to whole sign if that's what you like to listen to. Certainly there's something to be said about when a planet ingresses into a sign. We definitely feel it. Me personally, I like Placidus. That's what I use in my one-on-one sessions with clients. So if you like Placidus as well, you're just going to want to know when planets are entering into your house. So you need to know the degrees of certain planets and also your housing cusps. If you want to listen to your progress chart, you can do that too. It's kind of just choose your own adventure, whatever it is that you would like to do. But I do recommend listening to your ascendant, because that's going to show you where in your life these things are going to be taking place. Your sun sign, because that's going to pertain to maybe your creativity, your happiness, you know, your overall joy, maybe your career. And then listen to your moon sign, because, you know, your moon sign is going to tell you what you need on an emotional level. Okay? All right. So without further ado, let's get into this next month and take a look at what the transits say for the 12 signs, and we'll pull some tarot cards here as well. What's up, Aries and Aries rising? Welcome to your December 2023 horoscopes. I hope you're doing well. Let's go ahead and start off talking a little bit about your chart ruler this month and what's going on with Mars. So we've got Mars that's hanging out in Sagittarius, which is a good placement for Mars actually, because it's a fellow fire sign. So with Mars moving through Sag, one thing that you want to be mindful of is that you are going to experience several squares and conjunctions. So as Mars starts coming into a square with Neptune, you just want to watch for getting lost while traveling, losing objects, especially if you're visiting or traveling a place that you haven't been before. There can also be some questions revolving around your faith or your beliefs through this transit. Now, aside from that, you will see a conjunction between Mercury and Mars, so you want to listen for that as well. Likely that can bring some travel changes or perhaps even some changes to how you communicate or how you think with other people. There can also be some challenges that you're experiencing in relating it to others, and whether this is like coworkers or family members, that conjunction can definitely bring some question marks in terms of whether or not these people are seeing eye to eye with you. And it can have you questioning the direction of where you're going with something, okay? Mars will be changing signs this month. That will be happening next month. So we'll talk about that when Mars gets into Capricorn. Definitely going to be a very busy time for you work-wise when that happens, but it's already kind of happening this month with a stellium of planets that'll be in Capricorn. Now, in terms of planets that are going direct this month, we're going to see both Neptune and Jupiter go direct. So when planets go direct, it basically means that they have more clarity or they can move forward and express their energies in better ways. So Neptune will be going direct in your 12th house. So I think maybe when it comes to clarity, vision, inspiration, spiritual growth, travel, your belief systems, there may be more clarity within these topics. I have a feeling that the Mars square Neptune is going to play a role in that as well, and like helping you kind of make sense of stuff. Then on the 30th of the month, we're going to see Jupiter go direct, and that's going to be in Taurus in your second house of money, finances, and resources. Now, when Jupiter goes direct, we see more growth, more positivity, more optimism, and generally it can be like a luckier time, especially right around the time that we're seeing a planet going direct. So right around like the new year, there may be some like good news coming up for you financially. Jupiter does represent your philosophy, your beliefs, but also it can be about education or traveling. So there may be a sense of like spending more money on these things, or maybe there is a total shift in the way that you look at your belief system. Maybe there's some really positive changes in terms of your self-esteem here as well. But yeah, I definitely feel like Jupiter going direct for everybody is going to be very positive, because it's going to give us more capabilities, I think, of being able to feel more secure, especially in the sign of Taurus. So if you've been feeling the slowdown effect maybe of like finances and resources, I assume you're going to feel a lot kind of becoming more so available to you. Now, we will have a Mercury retrograde taking place this month. That's going to be really taking place all month long. We're already in the shadow when we start the month. So on December 1st, Mercury enters into Capricorn. So you've got Mercury going into your career zone, where it's really focusing on what's my responsibility, what's my schedule like, how am I interacting with bosses or with parents. It can also have you rethinking something about your professional status. Can there be a sense of taking a break from work with a retrograde? Yes, that can happen, especially if you're looking to travel. So those of you guys who are taking time off for the holidays, setting something up with forwarding your email might be a good idea, because sometimes there can be stuff that gets overlooked or missed, or people who are questioning, where are you during the retrograde? Like I said, it's already in shadow. It's been in shadow since November. But it won't be until the 13th that Mercury will retrograde, okay? So you want to think of the retrograde as reevaluating, reworking, looking back at something, returning to something. So it might mean that when the new year starts, you're taking time off work, you're thinking about changing jobs in the new year. There can be a sense of you also wanting to, reconnect with people maybe that you've worked with in the past, especially like coworkers. Can it mean that there is a slowing down of work or a change of position, changing jobs, quitting jobs, taking new ones? Yeah, that can happen. And throughout this particular, retrograde, we're going to see, like I said, 3 trines to Jupiter. So that'll be taking place several times this month, twice this month, which can bring positive opportunities to renegotiate salaries, raises, or maybe even just rethinking like, do I want to be doing this? Where could I be making more money? And having conversations with bosses or superiors because it's in your 10th house. Now, on the 23rd of the month, Mercury will retrograde back into Sagittarius. So I could see some of you guys, especially if you're like, okay, I'm taking time off work because I'm traveling. That's like 9th house, but could also mean that some of you guys are considering or contemplating returning back to school, getting new skills, checking in with a counselor or a guide or a mentor prior to making any changes in your career. So that is possible. So if you're thinking about going and continuing education or doing some kind of training or certification, because Mercury deals with education and also your schedule, it might mean that you're like, you know what, maybe I do want to make a career change. Okay, what do I have to do to be able to make that happen? If not, it's just more maybe your philosophy revolving around work shifting. Now, Mercury will go direct on January 1st, 2024, and that'll be at 22 degrees of Sagittarius. So something to keep in mind. This bleeds into January, obviously, but even when Mercury goes direct, it's still in its fall. So we want to wait until it comes out of Sagittarius. It leaves that square to Neptune, and it'll form another trine to Jupiter in January. And I think that there can be something that's reworked about maybe your faith when it comes to your occupation or just realizing your worth. That can be coming up here as well. So yeah, 3 trines to Jupiter in Capricorn, which is good, but 3 trines to Neptune, which is confusing. And I think a lot of it's about moving through issues with doubt in terms of your capability. Now, on the 22nd of the month, we're going to see a Sun-Mercury cazimi. And so I am so excited for this, you guys. I feel like this is like such big energy because, like I said, it's baked into the winter solstice. So it's really kind of saying that so much of the next 3 months or this particular season is going to be about reevaluating what is my goal, what is my status, what is my responsibility. And for you, I definitely feel like it's like there's going to be big job changes on the horizon for the next 3 months. Even if you're like, Candace, I'm not switching jobs, everything's cool. Come back to this video 3 months from now and you're going to see that there were bosses that quit, people that got moved to different departments, maybe that you went back to a job you never thought you would go to. Maybe it means that, there is a sense of finally returning back to the office full time. Something like that is going to be happening. And I just think that it's at 0 degrees. It's indicating that there is a complete restart or a fresh start that's kind of going on. So definitely pay attention on the 22nd. There can be some news that's coming out from work, or it might indicate that they're letting you know about changes that might be happening in 2024. Now, dates to watch for. Okay, so these are the dates that I want you to pay attention to that I think are going to be a little trickier to navigate. December 3rd, when Venus is in your house of relationships, where it's strong. Okay, Venus does well in Libra. It brings love in relationships. But Venus is going to come into a square with Pluto in Capricorn. And oh, how scary is that? That is the nightmare before Christmas. Pluto at 29 degrees on Christmas. Ugh. So what does it mean? It means that within relationships, we're being pushed to really find the balance and try to figure out whether or not something is for us. It can mean, do I still want to work for this company? It can mean, do I still want to be in this relationship? Venus-Pluto squares do bring challenges and issues with status and also with money. So there can be some uncomfortable conversations maybe that you're having with people professionally or even with a partnership. This is just a time that you don't want to hold on to love or finances too strong, and you want to watch out for the trauma drama, okay? On the 4th, Venus enters Scorpio. So in your 8th house, it's sexy, right? It's really opening the door to having more resources, getting more money from other people, great for loans, great for anything financially where you need something from another person. But the challenge here is that Venus does not do so well in Scorpio. One thing you will see is Venus will pick up a trine to Saturn, so it can be stabilizing, so it can indicate that the money that you're getting is in the form of like loans or possibly, you know, benefits, bonuses, you know, in inheritance, insurance things that are paying off. And let's see what else. Then on the 9th, Venus will come into an opposition with Jupiter. So Venus rules relationships in the house of other people's money, and it's challenging Jupiter. So it looks to me like there may be a little bit of like an unexpected expense involving travel or involving legal stuff. There can be like a difference of opinion on how to spend money or what you value with another person. In these houses, it really makes me feel like either you are being very generous with a partner or a partner is being very generous with you. And there can be like a really nice gift that can come through that you weren't really expecting. Because, you know, Venus in the 8th house is about having that access to other people's luxuries. This is a day that I would definitely watch for overdoing it, overspending, overindulging. But yeah, it can also just be like a very sexy transit for you, and there could be some opportunity to indulge a little bit with whatever brings you the most pleasure, and it looks like somebody's going to help make that physically possible. Then on the 21st, you're going to see Venus in Scorpio oppose Uranus in Taurus. So similar oppositions going on here. Jupiter makes things big, and then Uranus is like sudden and unexpected. So it can be unexpectedly making a dream come true. It can be also where there was some money that was, you know, spent, or maybe a purchase. You know, when planets go through the 8th house, we need to pay those things back. So there can be a sense of being like, oh, when you look at the credit card statement at the end of the month and like kind of questioning like, what, we spent how much on this, or your partner spent how much on this. And it can be a bit of a shock and surprise. On the 27th, you're going to see Mercury in Sagittarius square Neptune. So that'll be here. Miscommunications, lost in translation, misunderstandings, things going missing, losing things at airports, delays with travel, issues with weather. Very same day, Mercury will go retrograde in conjunction to Mars, which is really important on the 27th because you're Mars. So it almost is like, are you going to be at an airport and you're like, something's missing, I left it there, like I don't know where it went, I need to find it, like that could happen. There can also be a bit of back and forth about either a legal situation or an educational situation as well. Watch your words, be mindful, and be very careful because you know, Mercury conjunct Mars means that you can just be very, very communicative, but there can also be some misunderstandings because you get a little excited. And then on the 28th, we're going to see then Mars come into a square with Neptune. And that's like, you know, lower energy levels, feeling under the weather, getting kind of clouded or confused. So really make a note of the 27th and the 28th. Those 2 days seem to be a little tricky for you because of Mars's involvement. Now, in terms of the positive transits, and I think things that are working in your favor, on the 7th of the month, we're going to see Mercury in Capricorn trine Jupiter in Taurus. So Mercury's in your career house. It's trining Jupiter in your money house. So you're able to renegotiate, rethink, or find ways to really secure your financial position in a situation. I also feel like this is positive because it's going to happen several times. Now, the final one you'll see in January, but once again, on December 18th, Mercury in Capricorn trine Jupiter in Taurus. The difference is that on the 18th, now Mercury is retrograde. So you're going back over and looking over a contract, a negotiation, maybe a agreement, and you're trying to like negotiate, okay, what am I going to get? And like maybe you're finding out what a review was at work and figuring out or finding out like what you're getting, right? So there's something that's being worked out. And then on the 27th of the month, we're going to see then the Sun trine Jupiter. And I think that's when like your goals are coming full circle and you're like, yes, okay, you know, what I was working towards, I was able to achieve, feeling a sense of pride and fulfillment for a job well done. And then finally, on the 12th of the month, you'll have a new moon in Sag in the 9th house, which is all about travel, beliefs, cultural themes, your philosophy. It will be in harmony with the North Node in your sign. So it's almost like you're feeling much more positive and optimistic about what you're able to achieve, where you're able to travel, what you're actually learning, what you believe in. And you're going to feel really, I think, re-energized with this particular new moon. If you're wanting to start a new education path, if you're wanting to start planning a trip, if you're wanting to initiate something that you're publishing, teaching, or maybe something that you're advertising, or maybe you want to start a new area of study, this is the new moon that you want to do that. It'll be really close in proximity to Mars. So I'm wondering if you guys are actually either on vacation, traveling, or planning a trip in some capacity. And then finally, you'll have a full moon that's going to be in Cancer, and that's going to be on the 26th, and that'll be taking place in your 4th house. This is bringing the moon home to its own sign. And what I like about this is that, you're completing something about your home. Maybe you return back home to see family. Maybe you are securing a financial situation with a home. Maybe you finish decorating something. Maybe you have all of your family come to stay with you. Regardless of what it is, the fact that the full moon is in the 4th house and it's trine Saturn really makes me feel like you're taking charge of a home or family situation. And it can be hosting for the holidays. It can be, cleaning up the house after the holidays. It can mean that also you're clearing out and like winding something down because of the trine to Saturn in the 12th house. Maybe you're like, I'm finally cleaning out the closets or the attic. While I'm putting things away, we're going to kind of declutter and get rid of some stuff. Maybe it means that you're securing a special place in the house that's going to be like a special like little chill zone, right? Saturn in the 12th can be talking about a private office space or meditation room, or creating a space that is going to give you some sense of peace, okay? So let's take a look. Let's see what the cards say for you for the month ahead. Actually, you know what? Let's use, I really like this deck. I got this deck for my birthday. I've been using, I think I used it on a live recently. So we are going to work with the Pulp Tarot and see what your card is for January. The card that I get for you is the Two of Wands. I love this card for you. For me, this screams adventure, right? Like, look, he's even got like the globe in his hand and he's like really excited about where he's going. Being adventurous, being optimistic, having an option, having a choice, planning a trip, deciding to go somewhere and feeling like the sky's the limit. But Two of Wands is about standing at the precipice of a change. And so I'm wondering if that new moon in your 9th house is about being like, oh, do I want to travel somewhere I haven't been before? Do I want to study something I haven't studied before? Am I traveling alone maybe? Am I planning to take a course or participate in something that I've never done before? Am I learning how to better myself? That's the other thing that could be happening. I've seen some like Aries and Aries risings that are like wanting to go back to school and get higher educations. I've seen some people that are relocating to another country. I've seen some people that are wanting to publish a book or a memoir. And some of you guys are also wanting to learn about aviation. That's something else that can be kind of coming up as well. You'll have to tell me what it is, but regardless, it looks like it's going to be an adventure and you're setting your sights on how you can be kind of broadening your horizons. I hope this is really helpful for you, and I'm wishing you a happy holiday and a happy new year, and I will catch you back here in 2024. So enjoy this month, and I'll see you soon. All right, so now we've got Taurus and Taurus rising. What's going on, my Tauruses? All right, so let's talk Venus, because there's some Venus stuff happening all month long. So we're going to see Venus change signs a couple different times, okay? And the transits of Venus this month, to me, can feel a little challenging. We're going to see Venus first square Pluto, so there's going to be some intense situations, I think, involving some changes that are going on with your scheduling or your health and a relationship. 2, you're also going to see Venus go into Scorpio, where on one hand, it doesn't perform as well, but I will say it's going through your 7th house. So if there's been some issues, some tumultuousness, maybe you may find that partners are more doting or more sensitive, or people are attracted to you more, or people are showing up into your life, especially if you're single. So it can help you kind of remedy some stuff. Venus will also be going into Sagittarius, and that'll be later in the month. But when Venus goes into Sagittarius, it's going to square Saturn. So it does make me feel like there are some changes that are going to happen financially to be able to better kind of meet some of your goals. And then we're also going to see Venus oppose Jupiter and Uranus. So you're going to see a lot of back and forth. I want you to think about what happened during Scorpio season. I want you to think about when the Sun and Mercury and Mars went through the 7th house. And if you're in a relationship, you probably saw that there was somebody who was like really self-focused, or maybe there was some agitation with relationships to other people, or impatience. Venus can help smooth that over. But when she opposes Jupiter in your sign, you're going to be maybe a little reactionary. Maybe you're feeling a little bit more loved. When Venus opposes Uranus, I think that there's going to be a sense of like you and another person not seeing eye to eye. 7th house can be clients. It can be romantic partners. It could be friends. It could be financial relationships as well, because that's what Scorpio is. So really be mindful of those oppositions. And to be honest with you, Venus is the faster moving planet. So to me, it seems like people coming in trying to smooth things over, or trying to connect with you or work with you. And there can be a little resistance on your part to being like, I don't know, like now you want to be nice. So be mindful of that. All right. So let's start off first with planets going direct this month. You are going to see both Neptune and Jupiter go direct. Now, Neptune's going to go direct on the 6th, and that's going to be taking place in your natal 11th house, which is all about friends and your goals and associations. Neptune is in a sign that is sextiling Taurus, so I feel like Neptune going direct is giving you more clarity and better understanding in regards to who your real friends are, what your goals are, what you're hoping to achieve, who you can be connecting and collaborating with. You're also going to see that Jupiter is going to go direct, and Jupiter is in your sign. So how are my Tauruses doing? Are you guys eating all the holiday cookies? When Jupiter is in your first house, you're definitely you're craving the sweets and things that are buttery and rich. My advice is pay attention, because what's cool about Jupiter transits is that if you learn how to work with Jupiter in an appropriate way, it doesn't have to be about overindulging or weight gain or overeating or overspending. Jupiter wants big, right? It wants travel, it wants philosophy, it wants adventure. And Jupiter also rules your 8th house, which is transformation. So if you're looking around and you're like, oh, I've been overspending, or I've been overeating, or I'm overdoing something, it does make me feel like Jupiter going direct is going to give you some sense of insight that's like, you know what, I can make the change, right? Sometimes Jupiter is also about muscles, and it can be about getting bigger, and it can be about maybe even getting stronger. I could see that when like Mars goes into Capricorn. But yeah, whatever is expanding for you, or wherever you're overdoing it, I think you're going to become a little bit more aware of that. On the flip side, if you feel like you've been blocked from personal growth, optimism, or personal belief, maybe you've been feeling like you're kind of getting down on yourself, or maybe a little pessimistic, or feeling like your luck's run out, Jupiter going direct can definitely bring all of that back, and it can have you feeling a little optimistic. Remember we had an eclipse in Taurus recently, so that eclipse was at 5 degrees. When Jupiter goes direct, it's going to be sitting at that degree, so you're still feeling the effects of the eclipse. At 5 degrees for some of my Tauruses and Taurus risings, it's about beauty, it's about drama, self-expression, it's also about pregnancy. So you guys have been forewarned. That can be a theme here because Jupiter rules the 8th house. Okay. So then we're going to see, we will be having a Mercury retrograde this month. And the Mercury retrograde is going to be starting in Capricorn, which is a fellow Earth sign. So while Mercury is in Capricorn, it's just totally working in harmony with you. And it's working in harmony with Jupiter in your sign. When Mercury goes into the 9th house, we want to travel, we want to study, we want to learn, we want to open our mind, we want to pick up new books and connect to new teachers or mentors. And Mercury has connections also to your 5th house, which is about having fun, romance, and creativity. Now, Mercury will retrograde from Capricorn back into Sagittarius. So if I were to give you the dates in order, December 1st, Mercury enters into your 9th house. It's already in shadow, so you're feeling the effects of this. December 13th, Mercury will go retrograde in Capricorn. That's when this begins. The retrograde will start at 8 degrees of Capricorn and it'll go back to 22 degrees of Sagittarius in your 8th house of joint resources and money. Then you're going to see Mercury re-enter Sagittarius on the 23rd. Okay, so on the 23rd, it'll re-enter Sag. When it's in Sagittarius, it's in its fall. So it doesn't function as well. So it's going to do a little bit better when it's in Capricorn. Now, the other reason why it's going to do better in Capricorn is because it's going to make trines to Jupiter in your sign. Mercury will go direct, which means the Mercury retrograde ends. That's going to be on January 1st, 2024, and that'll be at 22 degrees of Sagittarius. Now, something to take into consideration is that while Mercury is in a trine to Jupiter, your faith, your belief, your optimism, your willingness to accept change and make moves is going to help bring you good fortune. And you will see that several times. Now, something else to take into consideration is that when Mercury is in Sagittarius, it's going to make several squares to Neptune, which is confusing. There can be things that go missing. There could be misunderstandings. I think really with Mercury retrograding in your 8th house, there is some change going on with your joint resources. So it can be about, finding all of your documents for tax season and something's missing and you got to find it. It can be about, having a sit-down conversation with an accountant or your partner about spending habits or about a budget. Mercury rules 5th house of self-employed and also children. So maybe there's some changes going on with how you're filing your taxes. Maybe you're reevaluating health insurance and like coverage for children. It can also be going back and forth with, a bank or a financial matter as well. Mercury also has connections to your money, your 2nd house. So it seems like you're kind of trying to figure out with another person how to organize a financial matter, and it can involve documents. Things can go missing or get confusing with the squares to Neptune. Now on the 22nd, you're going to see a Mercury Cazimi. This is going to be where the Sun and Mercury come into conjunction. It'll be in Capricorn, and it's going to be on the same point as the winter solstice. Very potent point, 0 degrees of Capricorn. It's basically about a fresh start, and it's about initiating something because Capricorn's cardinal. So Mercury being in the 9th house makes me feel like it's about maybe some kind of clarity about a travel situation, some kind of clarity about an education situation. Mercury retrograde in general can bring travel like hiccups, but especially this one in your 9th house. If you're flying, if you're going anywhere, and looking at Mercury's retrograde into your 8th house, make sure you can get refunds. Hold on to all of your receipts. If you need to return things, if you need to cancel travel, you want to make sure that it's going to be covered either on your credit card or within the place that you're buying from. Let's see what else. And then I want to give you guys the list of dates to watch for. Okay, so first I'm going to give you the ones that can be a little tricky, and then I'm going to give you the ones that I think are going to be extra special. So on December 3rd, you're going to see Venus, which is your chart ruler, hanging out in Libra in your 6th house of health and wellness, and it's going to come into a square with Pluto. This is challenging because Venus is your chart ruler. So the good thing is Venus is in superior position, and Venus is also in its ruling sign. So when Venus is in the 6th house, it's like you're focusing on your health, you're focusing on your schedule, your routine, you're healing, you're helping taking care of a partner in some capacity. And then the square to Pluto means that there is some breakdown in terms of your belief system or maybe your views about relationship and relationship balance. Maybe there could be some challenges in terms of scheduling. There could be some challenges also in relationships with coworkers. That can come up here as well. And something that might not be meshing in regards to maybe pets and travel. That's something else that you might see. Now, uncomfortable energy. This is like a day that you don't want to go toe to toe and have a problem with a romantic partner or a business partner or a client. People can be particularly intense, and Pluto does rule your 7th house. So there can also be some stuff that's involving in-laws if you're in a relationship, because the 9th house is in-laws, where there's some stuff going on in a relationship and then the in-laws get involved, and it can cause some problems. If you're single, it just means that, you know, you may have opportunities with people that might be in other places, but you're like, it might not be the right time. So yeah, not the easiest day for your chart with that square. On the 4th, Venus enters into Scorpio, which it's kind of like a double-edged sword, right? Venus in Scorpio, very intense, very sexual, kind of taboo. Venus does want to open up and smooth things over. And so I think Venus being in the 7th house means that if there's been some rifts with relationships, there can definitely be some making up going on. And you might find that after all of the oppositions that took place in Scorpio season, you know, now Venus in the 7th house is someone or something trying to smooth something over. The challenge is that on the 9th and on the 21st, we're going to see Venus first oppose Jupiter, which means you're going to basically be in strong belief or faith about what your goals are, and it might be completely opposite of another person. And then when Venus opposes Uranus and that other person is trying to connect to you or trying to make things better or connect with you or be sweet on you, there can be a sense of you being like, you know, just kind of like, no. Uranus is the planet that does deal with separation and breaks and patterns and divorces. And so I'm not saying that's going to happen. But I think about Venus square Pluto in your 6th house. I think about eclipses in your 6th house now. I think about this opposition. And it's like if there's been too much tension between you and another person, then this can be like a breaking point. But you don't need it to be the breaking point. You can be mindful that you're just like, hey, I'm not over it yet. Give me some space. Let me work through this. And it doesn't have to be like drama, right? I'm hoping. On the flip side, those of you guys who are single, people can be coming in and there can be a sense of you feeling a little reluctant to commitment and just wanting to kind of either play the field or see what else is out there. And you still want to maintain your freedom throughout this period. All right, so then we're going to see on the 27th, we have 3 different things kind of going on this day, which seems like a lot. So just make a note of the 27th. First, we're going to see Mercury and Sag square Neptune and Pisces. So we're going to have Mercury in the 8th house where you're focusing on other people's money, maybe secrets or some kind of like, you know, exchange with another person. It's going to square Neptune. So some misunderstandings, miscommunications, could be with friends over money. You know, I mean, the 11th house is also the lovers of other people. So if there is some secret communication going on, I could definitely see there being some drama with a partner, or if there's some back and forth communication that you shouldn't be having, somebody can definitely get a little spicy about that. Then we're going to see Mercury retrograde in conjunction to Mars. So, you know, Mercury does deal with communication, ideas, information, your finances, also like what you love or what you're investing into. And Mercury and Mars in conjunction makes me feel like there's going to be a really colorful conversation you're going to have with another person about what they are willing or not willing to share with you, right? Like Mercury and Mars could be another person being like, I'm cutting you off. You know, I'm separating accounts. I want my stuff back. You know, I don't want to share this with you anymore. And it can be where somebody is really kind of acting out, and they can be quite, what's the word? Conditional. There can be some conditional kind of tit for tat stuff going on. So be mindful of that. What else? So then we're going to see on the 28th, then Mars comes into a square with Neptune. So Mars rules relationships and self-undoing or what's hidden. And as Mars is going through your 8th house of other people's resources, it's squaring Neptune. It's almost like I'd be really careful with investments this month, or somebody might ask you for money or ask you to borrow money, or a partner might say, well, I was just spending money on this thing, and then you see how much it was or what they actually spent the money on. I could see some of you guys doing some peeking at the credit card statement and seeing how much money a partner is spending on something and that being a tiff. And some challenges revolving around relating to one another, either in an intimate way or in terms of finances, okay? Now, on the positive side of things, because there are positive transits, I like the 7th and the 18th of December. And I like this because Mercury will be making a trine to Jupiter in your sign. So Mercury being in the 9th house, in a fellow sister sign tells me that maybe you're returning to a place you visited before. Maybe you're re-evaluating or looking over something about travel, education, your philosophy. But it's in the sign of Capricorn. So I think maybe it's like you get some word that, you have to travel for work, and maybe you're waiting on that word, and then you get word on one of those 2 days, the 7th or the 18th, about some positive opportunity for a trip. It can be business related. But it can also be signing legal documents. It can be connecting with an attorney, talking to somebody about some kind of legal process, and feeling more optimistic about the outcome. And then on the 27th of the month, we're going to see the sun trine Jupiter. Okay, so the sun is in your 9th house. It can be about connecting with male relatives and, having positive hangouts with them, trips with them, connecting with them, getting some sense of like feedback. But this can also be feeling like really optimistic and open about some future business endeavor or professional goal that's starting to come into fruition. Really strong, especially if you travel for work or if you're involved in sales or law or education. Any of these things can be really positive. I mean, the trines all month are to Jupiter, right? So being a Taurus, it's almost like a little bit of faith and optimism is going to get you a long way. And while you may feel like there's a lot of renegotiating and going back and forth, maybe about a financial matter, I really feel like it's going to play out in your favor. And then finally, on the 12th of the month, we're going to see a new moon in Sagittarius, which is going to be in your 8th house of joint resources. It will be at 20 degrees. It's going to be really powerful for setting intentions about change for you. And Mars will be in conjunction, so it means that there's going to be some kind of action revolving around maybe joint finances and goals in regards to investments. The one thing that I will say is that the conjunction to Mars makes me feel like it can be a very passionate time involving other people. So it could be sexual, or it can be a lot of heated exchange about money. And also, at some point, Mars will in conjunct Uranus in your sign. So because it's at 20 degrees, when the new moon happens, it's almost like some dramatic change comes in and it forces you to be like, okay, I'm gonna, break free, or this is agitating me. I need a shift. So don't resist change this month. Pray, meditate, reflect, anything you can do to kind of get in touch with your higher self. That's what I recommend. And then finally, we're gonna have a full moon in Cancer. That full moon is going to be taking place on the 26th of the month. It will be in your natal 3rd house, so it's completing something. And the moon is at home in this sign. So I really think that, this can be about completing a move, right? This can be about completing something in regards to a road trip, traveling, connecting with, a sibling. I definitely think it's family related or home related because it's in Cancer. And I also feel like it can be about a really significant conversation maybe that you're having with someone, or fulfilling your goals because it will trine a Saturn. Also, I mean, it's gonna be at, I think, what is it, 4 degrees? 4, I think, yeah. It looks like it's gonna come into a sextile with Jupiter. So, that's positive for you as well. So really, all month long, it's like faith. So there are going to be some times this month where you're going to have to just be like, I just got to leave, Jesus, take the wheel, right? It's his month. Let him take the wheel. And I think that as long as you are staying in touch with that and being optimistic, you're going to see that things are probably going to turn out a lot better than you thought they were. All right. So let's see what these cards say for you for the month ahead, my Tauruses. The card that I get for you is the Ace of Swords. I like that, especially because you have a full moon in the 3rd house. So contracts, conversations, things that you are confirming or agreeing to, things that you're writing, things that you're learning, lots of activity in your 9th house, which is about your beliefs. And so maybe there's a shift of your beliefs changing, and then there's an important conversation or something that you write or you end up posting or sharing towards the end of the month, and it's really tying this together. Swords are always about intellect, information, or knowledge, and they can be used to draw a line in the sand, but it can also be used to kind of protect yourself or direct energy in some situations. It does promise that there is going to be a new beginning, right? But it also says that it's fierce and it's quick. And it's something that happens, very suddenly, and it deals with a change in your mindset. So I'm kind of thinking maybe that is tied into the, into the full moon. I also think about Mars and cutting and swords. And so Mars being in the 8th house is about really making changes to the relationship that you have to another person and allowing you to either break free or, kind of cut something off, right? So it depends on how you decide to use that sword this month. You have to let me know how it goes. I'm wishing you a happy holiday season and end of the year, and I'll catch you back here in 2024. All right, so we got Gemini and Gemini rising. What's going on, my gems? I hope you guys are doing well. This is going to be your December 2023 horoscope. And we're going to talk Mercury retrograde because it's taking place this month. It's happening. So let's talk about that first because that's your chart ruler. And obviously when Mercury goes retrograde or wherever Mercury goes, that's where you go. So this is going to be an interesting one because you're going to see the retrograde's actually going to start in Capricorn and then it's going to drop into your 7th house of Sagittarius of other people. Okay, so we're kind of working in 2 areas, but you can do that. You know how to, chew gum and walk. You guys can multitask. So basically, I would say pay attention to all of the Mercury transits. When Mercury goes in and out of a different sign, when we have the Cazimi, be very mindful when Mercury conjuncts Mars and squares Neptune towards the end of the month. That 27th, 28th can be a little bit more tricky for you, but we'll take a look at it and we'll talk about that. Mercury rules you, your body, and how you communicate and how you move. It also rules your 4th house of home and family. So it can indicate that you're going through a personal transformation. Maybe you're healing from something. Maybe you're having something removed. Maybe there's a profound psychological shift. It can also mean that there is maybe a change going on revolving around your home life and also your spending or your family or some kind of like family finances shift and having to kind of dig deep with a partner about some of these changes. Okay. All right. So let's talk planets going direct first. We're going to see Neptune and Jupiter go direct this month. Now, Neptune's going to go direct on December 6th. That's going to be in your career zone. So if you've been feeling lost, disconnected, confused, not knowing what direction you're going in, or uninspired with your career or your professional goals, likely you're going to see some of this start to fall away because Neptune is going to be direct. 2, we're also going to see Jupiter go direct, and this will be on December 30th. So Jupiter is connected to your 7th house of relationships and also has connections to your career. So Jupiter will be going direct in your 12th house, which means maybe there is this sense of like feeling like a change is coming, like knowing that a change is coming, or maybe you're doing some kind of building on something in the background, building a business behind the scenes. Maybe you're working behind the scenes. It can mean that, in matters of growth, positivity, optimism, abundance, and luck, now things are going to start to flow forward. What's interesting also is that because Jupiter rules your 7th house of relationships and your career, and it's in the 12th, it's like people are going to see a lot of what you've been working on in these 2 areas of your life next year when Jupiter goes into Gemini. So you're still waiting to do this reveal. Maybe some of it comes out in the spring, but I would say with Jupiter in your 12th house, travel, spiritual practice, philosophy, and taking time maybe to be kind of behind the scenes with work and relationship stuff is a good thing because you're like in this like caterpillar cocoon phase. Like you're still waiting to kind of become a butterfly. And you'll really see, spring and summer of 2024, a lot of these things are going to really kind of unfold. All right, so let's talk Mercury retrograde, your favorite topic. Remember that when retrogrades happen, we're more internal, we're reflecting, we go back, we think about the past, we correct something. So this Mercury retrograde is, first of all, when we start December, we're already in the shadow, okay? So we get to December 1st, and Mercury enters into Capricorn. So it leaves your relationship house, it goes into the 8th house of secrets, psychological stuff, joint resources, also taxes, changes in your partner's money, like all these things can happen here. And then on the 13th, that's when the actual retrograde begins. So my advice is, and I've said this to other people, work with the dates that Jupiter and Mercury are in a trine. They're going to be easier for you. Stay far, far away from the days that Mercury squares Neptune. You're going to have the biggest issues those days, the most misunderstandings, the most disconnections, the most ghosty situations, or not having enough clarity. All right, so on the 13th, Mercury will begin its retrograde. The retrograde will go from 8 degrees of Capricorn to 22 degrees of Sagittarius. We will see on the 23rd, Mercury re-enters Sagittarius where it's in its fall. Mercury going retrograde in your 7th house. I mean, come on, guys. Those of you guys who are single, yes, you could hear from the past. It could be like the ghost of, ex this Christmas that's calling you, reaching out, being like, "Do you remember me?" But also it could be, reminiscing on the good times, but realizing like you can't go back there because of the squares to Neptune. So don't be too delusional and make something look or feel like it's better than it really could be. Be very, very, very careful here. We're going to see Mercury go direct on January 1st, 2024. So on the new year, we're going to see Mercury go direct, and that'll be at 22 degrees of Sagittarius. So it'll be in your 7th house of relationships and partners. Well, because your Mercury, it could represent going back to a relationship. It could represent going back into therapy, reconnecting with maybe a teacher, a mentor, a client, renegotiating something financially. Even with your work, there can be renegotiations going on with what other people are paying you. So be mindful that that's a bit of a doozy. Now, throughout this retrograde, it's kind of bittersweet because the positive is that we're going to see, while it's in Capricorn, 3 different trines to Jupiter, which tells me like the negotiations that you have behind the scenes, or maybe you're getting insight from a therapist, or maybe you're getting you're having lots of like pillow talk with a partner and they're giving you like a pep talk. Maybe your dreams are guiding you. Maybe meditations are guiding you and helping you make better decisions in dreams. Maybe you're like, I had a dream about somebody and then they called me. That could happen. So I like the sense of feeling more so guided and tapped in psychically, or feeling protected, because Jupiter in your 12th house is like your kind of like your guardian angel looking over you, protecting you. So if you have a good feeling or a bad feeling about something, I would pay attention, especially if it's about navigating relationships. And then 2, we're going to see 3 different squares while Mercury is in its fall in Sagittarius to Neptune. And that makes me feel like there can be so much change or focus or shifts going on with relationships that it's having you kind of questioning, like, are we going to be together? Are we not? What is our status? Like, are we making changes and working together? How does this person really feel? What are other people going to think? Like, there is a sense of doubt that can come, and misunderstanding or confusion with Neptune. So, the 27th and the 28th are the days that you want to be very mindful, because these tricky Mercury transits are definitely going to be coming up. Now, on the 22nd, you're going to see a cazimi. This is where the Sun and Mercury come into conjunction. It looks like you might be issued a document, or something comes in the mail, or there's a package that was missing that is found. Maybe there is some secret that is revealed about somebody else's intentions or money or resources. It can be also just like a really deep conversation that you have with somebody where you gain a lot of clarity, and then there's a lot of talk about vulnerability, maybe, right? Maybe you sign a contract, something. But when the cazimi happens, this is the halfway point basically through the retrograde. So this is when, if you don't know what the retrograde's about, you're going to find out. Generally, because the cazimi is a positive aspect, I think you'll do very well. I think there's a sense of maybe making up your mind about something. The only challenge is that it is happening in a sign that is, quincunx are in conjunct Gemini. So, Gemini doesn't always want to get down to the details. They want to talk about it. They want to kind of run around. They want to see, all of the different angles. And Capricorn is like, sit down, make a commitment, be on time. So there is a sense of you really to gain the, the gold, to get the positive news, or to make the change that you need to make. There is a sense of like having to get serious about working with or joining with another person and having conversations about this. All right. Now on this day also, by the way, that cazimi is at 0 degrees of Capricorn, which is a cardinal point. So it basically means that, yeah, there's like a fresh start that's coming, and like you have a real strong opportunity to change or transform the way that you communicate or the way that you think. All right, so these are the dates to watch for. These are dates that can be a little bit more challenging, just forewarning you, giving you the heads up now. On the 3rd of December, we're going to see Venus in Libra, which is great. Venus likes being in Libra, okay, right here. Come into a square with Pluto. So the positive is that Venus is in its home sign. It's in the 5th house of children, creativity, and romance, and it is a sister sign, so it's funneling trines to your sun, moon, or rising. The challenge is that Venus rules the south node of past life or karma or undoing or things that we're kind of working away from. And Venus is going to come into a square with Pluto. So it says that through relationship, romance, creativity, self-expression, it's pushing us out of our comfort zone when it comes to merging with other people. Is it possible that children brings you closer to another person? Is it possible that true love teaches you that in order to participate, you have to be vulnerable and transparent and practice, intimacy? I think so. This might also indicate, big risk, big reward. So that's possible as well. Pluto's now at 29 degrees. Seeing Venus hit 29 degrees, squaring Pluto, man, and Venus is going to be in opposition to that eclipse that we had in April. So it's in a superior position. Something about what you truly love and what you truly want is going to help you go through a big transformation. So it's about being present with that and kind of learning to be open and letting love grow. Now on the 3rd, with this transits, we can see power struggles, and we can definitely see some issues where there's some jealousy or there's some manipulation. So watch for that. On the 4th, we then see Venus enter into Scorpio, and it's going to go into your 6th house, where Venus is focusing more on 6th house things: health, organization, wellness, pets, your daily routine. And Scorpio doesn't get along with Gemini. This tells me that you're going to be focusing on detoxing, purging, clearing out, removing anything that isn't working for you. Venus deals with, self-undoing, and it also deals with creativity. So it might mean that you're wanting to get much more on a schedule for creating and expressing yourself. It also means that there can be some hang-ups and challenges in the love department. You might not be feeling the love, or you feel like there is some imbalances going on in a current relationship. The positive is that Venus in the 6th house, it wants to clean something up and make something better. So I think with Venus being in this particular sign, it's going to help you kind of get clear about what it is that you need to take care of, and that love is sometimes messy. And with Venus coming into some of the aspects Venus is going to be making, on the 9th, Venus will oppose Jupiter. So this can be about feeling like a relationship is at a distance, or maybe if you are in a partnership, they're traveling or they're away. Or it's harder to kind of connect with them, and like there is a sense of kind of feeling like you need to be maybe working on something, and that can be keeping you away from socializing or another person. And then you're going to see Venus come into an opposition with Uranus, which is going to be on the 21st. And this is where we sometimes see challenges in relationships, separations, breakups, just generally. Venus in Scorpio is a harder transit, and Venus in the 6th house is also about feeling imbalances. So I wonder, is there a sense of not feeling like you're getting what you need from another person, right? Is there a sense of feeling like, maybe you're settling in some way? Maybe Uranus rules the 9th house, so it once again can deal with a long distance relationship or travel or someone who's further away, and you're like, okay, well, how do I work this into my schedule? How do I make this work? Or maybe you're feeling kind of in your head about health and relationships a little bit, so that can be a little bit more of a stressful transit just in general. On the 27th, and this is the day that you want to watch, the 27th and the 28th are going to be more challenging for you. Mercury and Sagittarius in your relationship zone, where you're talking all about relationships and partnerships, which is retrograde, by the way, is coming into a square with Neptune. So you got to look at what happened in November when this square first came through, and you have to ask yourself, where was there some confusion or miscommunication with a work colleague, a partner? Where was there some sense of doubting or questioning the future, not reading things correctly, misunderstandings, or where somebody isn't totally being forthcoming? On this day, you're also going to see Mercury conjunct Mars. Okay, so this is you, Mercury, conjunct Mars, it's like, I think you're going to give somebody a piece of your mind and you're going to be like, yo, this isn't working for me, right? Or I need more. Or there can be a sense of you exchanging words with somebody, telling somebody what you don't like. And there can definitely be a bit of a heated exchange, Mars. Actions have consequences. Things that you say can be very public and it can be put out there, especially when I think of like, you know, Mercury and Sag. People could blow a situation out of proportion and they could falsely represent a conversation that you had, or they could have all the receipts. And the squares to Neptune is it could dramatically impact your public reputation or also your career. So be very careful here. Then on the 28th, you're going to see Mars in Sagittarius. Okay, heating up relationships, come into a square with Neptune as well. And to me, this feels like people who might be a little deceptive or trying to create some conflict or kind of, you know, trying to drag you through the mud a little bit. So those 2 days, I would keep a lower profile when it comes to interaction with clients or people at work or relationships. I would also just be really mindful of communication and the fact that Mercury's retrograde in your 7th house. That means you're going to be looking around being like, am I crazy? Why is everybody else miscommunicating? Like, what's the deal? Is it me? And it's going to be a collective theme where people are going to have some issues communicating. They're going to be feeling like they're just out to lunch mentally. So somebody, you know, with a retrograde in their 7th might feel like somebody's going back and forth and they're changing their mind a lot. And I would just say, just be patient. Be patient. You don't need to have an answer right now. You know, really look to when Mercury's in Capricorn and it's trining Jupiter, because it might mean that you have to listen to this reading. You might have to listen to a tarot reading. You might have to listen to your therapist. You might have to decode your dreams to see beyond what's going on currently and have a sense of faith and being optimistic about what the future holds. Now, the positive influences, okay, because there are several, are definitely going to be December 7th and 18th, because these are going to be the days when Mercury is in Capricorn in your 8th house, where you're studying, you're researching, you're learning something new, you're going deep into some information, and it's trining Jupiter, okay? So that's really positive for being able to go through a positive, healthy mindset change, and a change when you look at like what is and is not your responsibility. And when it trines Jupiter, it can help you communicate with people better. It can also help you have stronger faith. And you'll see that both, like I said, on the 7th and the 18th. And then there will be a final one that will happen, but not until January. And then on the 27th of the month, you're going to see the Sun in Capricorn come into a trine with Jupiter. And I think this is about finally like uncovering the truth, or finding a missing document, or if you're trying to, refinance something, or if you're trying to, get the money to potentially like move, right? Because Mercury could also deal with movement. Some of you may be dealing with like inheritance or estate matters. Some of you guys might be trying to negotiate a deal in regards to closing on a home or negotiating a move. That can happen as well. But with the Sun trine Jupiter, that's going to be happening on the 27th, where you have all those other crazy things going on. So it's so important to be listening to your intuition and not kind of getting lost in the rowdiness of what could be happening out in the world, okay? The lunations for the month, on the 12th of December, we're going to have a new moon that's going to be taking place in the sign of Sagittarius, 7th house. The Cancer full moon's the second one. So we have a new moon in Sag. So new moon setting intentions in regards to relationships and partnerships. I like this moon because it's conjunct Mars. So it's going to give you some kind of motivation to go after your goals. So if your goals are to sell more products, meet somebody new, fall in love, get married, start working out with a trainer, any of these things, these are great ways to utilize the new moon in the 7th house, and to also set intentions if you want to meet someone. On the flip side, I also think about how this is going to be in opposition. So if you happen to be a Gemini, sun, moon, or rising around 18, 19, 20, 21 degrees, this will be in direct opposition. And that means that you're going to feel like people are kind of turning the heat up a little bit. They're pushing you to make changes. Trine's the North Node. So just know, new moon in the 7th house, new opportunities for relationships, and also taking action in relationships. And I like it for working with like a healthcare or a trainer, or maybe working out with a partner or traveling with a partner and motivating one another to move through some change. And then we're going to see a full moon in Cancer On the 26th of the month, this is going to be in its home sign in the second house. So full moons are about completing something. So this is about completing something in regards to money, resources, self-esteem, financial situations, possessions. And it can be about making a purchase. The sign Cancer can be about home or family, or it can be about an expense relating to home that can come up. This will be trining Saturn in your 10th house. So I feel like this is about really seeing the positive results of hard work. And if you've been working your tail off, like I know you guys have been, now you're going to be like, okay, I have something to show for it. So it can be a time where you're like, okay, I'm treating myself, I'm buying myself a new couch or something for the home. It can mean that also there is something that you are receiving from a parent or a family member that is like a really cherished, like sentimental, like heirloom or something that you're getting from family. And so that's going to be nice because, I mean, you know, you've got trines happening in financial houses. But yeah, I think also it's going to be nice because it's going to be making some nice aspects to Jupiter. So this makes me feel like you're going to feel really supported, right, by your spirit team and also your partners as well. All right, so let's take a look. Please be mindful of your communication this month and be careful with the past calling because it may not necessarily be the move. And if you feel like there's been a back and forth going on with another person, then I think it's going to be really important for you to pick a lane, okay? All right, so the card that I get for you is the Four of Cups. And this is interesting because this can be a card where you're just kind of like, I'm not getting what I need, or something's not feeling fulfilling, or, you know, they forgot something, like they didn't call me back. I'm saying this, I think, because Cups does deal with emotions. Venus, I think, going into Sagittarius is going to be interesting because Venus going into the sign does make me feel like it can smooth relationships over towards the end of the month. But it's going to take a little bit of time for that to happen with Venus and Sag. And when Venus goes into Sagittarius, it's going to come into a square with Saturn. So it is going to be a test in relationships and questioning whether or not some things will go the distance. Four of Cups is about disappointment, you know, and I think that to some extent, Saturn reigning at the top of this chart is saying work comes first, everything comes second. And so maybe there can be a sense of other people sharing with you through the retrograde disappointment or hoping to reconnect or spending more time with you or having more togetherness with you. Don't get stuck in the Four of Cups. You know, the whole lesson with this card is realizing that there is something that's still being offered to you. Relationships are still being offered to you. So if you're using the retrograde to get back into dating or to reconnect or reconcile with someone, it is possible that, you know, you don't want to be focusing too much on the past. You want to be focusing more on the future, right? And not getting stuck there. And the future is Uranus. And so it is possible that in order to move forward, you have to address areas in relationships or in dynamics where you're feeling like you're not getting what you need from another person. I hope that's helpful for you, Gemini, and giving you some food for thought for this next month. Wishing you a happy holiday and a happy new year. And I will catch you back here in 2024. Take care. What's up, Cancer and Cancer Rising? Welcome to your December 2023 horoscopes. I hope you're doing well. Excited to chat with you about the transits this month because we have a full moon that's going to be in your sign. So you're ruled by the moon, so we're going to talk about that first. All the other signs got that towards the end, but we're gonna touch with that first. Okay, so basically, when we have a full moon that's in your sign, something really significant is coming to a completion. In regards to your goals, what you've been working on really for the last 6 months. So go back to the new moon that we had earlier this year in Cancer season. Look at what you are hoping to change about yourself, your appearance, your emotions, and your own personal goals. As we have the full moon that's going to be coming in just after Christmas on the 26th, there is some major completion or accomplishment that's taking place here. Now, what's interesting is that this full moon has some pretty nice aspects. Not only is the moon at home in its sign, but it is also going to be making some trines to Saturn. So it's also harmonizing your philosophy, travel opportunities, foreign travel opportunities, relationships at a distance. Your belief systems are kind of aligning here as well. And when we have the full moon, the other aspect that it's going to be making is it's going to be making a sextile to Jupiter in your house of friends and goals. So I kind of feel like you're feeling at home with this full moon. Maybe you're around parties and friends and you're celebrating. Maybe it's opening the door for some positive discussions in relationships or meeting people abroad or ceremonies or commitments in relationships. I know that this month you're going to have a Mercury retrograde in your 7th house, but I feel like this Mercury retrograde is setting the stage for trying to figure out what direction a relationship is going in. It can be a business relationship. It can be whether or not you want to offer a new service. It can be whether or not you reconnect with a partner from the past, a client from the past. It can also be trying to figure out what you want to offer or what you want to sell if you have your own business. And so there's a lot of like stuff getting worked out with other people, right? That's more or less what's going to be kind of happening here. So just keep in mind that other people are going to be kind of changing their mind a lot, kind of going back and forth. And when the full moon comes in, you're like, you know what? No, it's about me. It's about what my beliefs are, where I'm going, what my goals are, even if that differs from another person. Something else that I'm thinking about also is we've got Pluto at this critical degree. That's in an angular house and it's in your 7th house. So that tells me that there's big wrapping up that's going on in the next month in regards to power struggles with other people, having breakthroughs in relationships. It can feel like it's, like do or die time in certain relationships. You know, when we have a Mercury retrograde in the 7th and then a full moon in the 1st, that's usually like if something's not working, and you may choose to walk away from someone or something. I'm not saying a relationship has to end, but I could see that. And then I take Pluto into consideration and Pluto getting ready to go into the 8th. And it's like, Pluto's in its final moments here before it goes into Aquarius, where it's going to spend most of 2024. But still one more year of Pluto. So we'll see. But if you're in a relationship that's been on your last leg, pay attention. All right, so let's start off first with planets that are going direct this month. We're going to have Neptune and Jupiter go direct. So first on the 6th of the month, we're going to see Neptune go direct in your 6th house in your 9th house in Pisces. So for you, this is about developing more clarity, better vision, more inspiration, and I think spiritual growth and feeling more kind of tapped into a practice or a belief system that you resonate with. Education, direction can seem more clear. Travel direction can seem more clear. And we do have Neptune that's in a fellow water sign. So with Saturn and Neptune being here, it's making positive aspects to Cancer. So it's helping you feel more so at home or safe or secure through some of these 9th house themes. Especially if you've been having some like moment where you've been having like a crisis of faith or like doubt. This can be where you have like a spiritual breakthrough, if that makes sense. On the 30th of the month, we're going to see Jupiter go direct, and that's going to be in Taurus, and it will be in your 11th house of friends. And this sextiles your ascendant, so this is actually kind of friendly. Jupiter going direct, it really helps you emotionally. Basically, Jupiter represents growth and positivity, optimism, abundance, and luck. And Jupiter has connections to travel and your philosophy and also work and routine. So while Jupiter's in your 11th house, it's expanding your friendships, your goals, your social connections, your networks, bringing in lots of people who are either wealthy or financially, well-versed, people who maybe dabble in agriculture and food and design and art. So if you've been feeling like you haven't really had a lot of togetherness with people, or maybe that some of your goals haven't really kind of manifested yet, Jupiter going direct, I definitely think is going to help you do that. Now we will have a Mercury retrograde taking place this month. When we begin the month, we're already in the shadow. We've been feeling it since Mercury hit 22 degrees of Sag. That took place in November. So on the 1st of December, we're going to see that Mercury is going to enter into Capricorn. So Mercury moves into your 7th house of relationships. Mercury is about communication in general, but Mercury just happens to rule your 3rd house. So it is going to be about getting down to business and communicating with partners, maybe siblings, or other people in general about blind spots. And when Mercury goes retrograde in the 7th house, you can feel like other people are indecisive. They're changing their mind a lot. They're not communicating well with you. They're taking too long to get back to you. And there can definitely be a sense, and I said this to Gemini too, that you're hearing from the past in some capacity. So Mercury retrograde in the 7th, exes call, people who you used to work with call. There can be reconnections with people in the past. And I do feel like I would really think through any reconnections, because we're going to see several squares between Mercury and Neptune. Now, on the 13th of the month, we're going to see Mercury retrograde back into Sagittarius. So it will go from 8 degrees of Capricorn all the way through 22 degrees of Sag. And it will be in Sagittarius on the 23rd. And then finally, Mercury will be going direct on January 1st, 2024. So we kick off the new year with Mercury going direct. Well, what can I say about this retrograde? It's in an angular house, which means life's going to get kind of loud. When you have a retrograde in the 7th house, it's affecting your 10th house of career, your 7th house of home, and it's opposing your sign. So you can get a little agitated because of how people are miscommunicating. I also think that it's a little bittersweet. We're going to see Mercury that is going to form 3 trines to Jupiter, which is great because this is like where we get good news. We talk to a partner about our goals. We're able to reconnect with a friend. We're able to work through things, or get really good advice about changes in relationships, maybe from other people. And then we're also going to see, while Mercury is in Sagittarius, it's in its fall. So it's harder to function in that sign, and it's going to come into several, okay? There will be 3 squares to Neptune, which is, challenges with schedules, not seeing so clearly, trying to maybe swing traveling or changes to your work routine or your health routine, and there being some kind of missing piece or missing information. These are happening in houses that are about making changes anyway. So I could see this as being a time where you're like, somebody says that they're coming into town, they want to see me, I got to change my work schedule. Can I swing it? Or, I had a last minute opportunity to book a trip with a friend and can I make this happen? Or am I going to, miss school or miss work? So something like that can be coming up with the squares as well. Be mindful that Mercury square Neptune does bring dishonesty and deception. And because Mercury rules your 12th house of hidden enemies and your 3rd house of communication, neighbors and siblings, there can definitely be a little bit of cat and mouse game going on with communications with certain people and not getting the full picture. Now, eventually we're going to see the Sun and Mercury come in together in a conjunction, creating a cazimi. This is the midway point to the retrograde. This is where we have some kind of breakthrough or epiphany. Likely, I think this could be where somebody is coming back to you saying like, I value you, or I still care about you, or I still want to work with you, or something about like reconnecting and you having some sense of value, right? Because the Sun rules the 12th house. But there can also be a sense of reevaluating whether or not you want to let a relationship go, reevaluating, how much money you want to be spending in a situation with another person. Somebody might come back and say, I owe you something, let me give it back to you, or vice versa. This is happening at 0 degrees of Capricorn, which is a cardinal point. And this is going to be kind of baked into what will eventually be the winter solstice. So the new moon that we will eventually have, also we're going to have the, retrograde, the solstice. Everything is kind of saying like there's a huge change going on in a relationship right now. And it doesn't have to be romantic. It could be professional. It could be that you're deciding to go back into, dating again. Could be that you're rethinking something about your public image and how you're kind of strategizing and bringing in more clients. But 3 months of this, and I definitely feel like this is about really using your intuition to navigate some of these topics. Now, these are the dates that I want you to watch for. These can be the dates that are a little bit trickier, that can definitely create some challenges. So I would be mindful when it comes to these days to try to keep your schedule a little bit clearer, try to avoid travel, and important conversations or meetings can be more difficult. On December 3rd, you're going to have Venus in Libra square Pluto in Capricorn. So Venus is at home in her own sign in Libra in the 4th house, which is all about love, family, home, design. It can also be about security within the home or relationships with partners or relatives. Now, Venus is going to come into a square with Pluto in the 7th house, which basically means that Venus's goal, it could be a woman or a female relative, is coming in to change and transform something about relationships for you. It can mean that there are some power struggles in relationships with female relatives or roommates. It can also mean that, you know, there is definitely a bit of strife going on with relationships with other people at home in general. It's a quick moving transit. It will pass, but because Venus is the ruler of the South Node, where it's clearing out things in regards to your home or your family, and both Venus and Pluto are going to be kind of hanging around that 28, 29 degrees, it does represent closing a phase or closing a chapter when it comes to your relationship past, so you can finally like transform and move on, right? So not everybody who comes back is here to reconnect with. Some people are coming back so you can get closure. So watch for some kind of intensity revolving around relationships around that period. Now on the 4th, the very next day, Venus then moves into Scorpio. And on one hand, Venus does not perform as well as in Scorpio because this is a sign connected to Mars and Pluto, so it's very intense and it's about change and transformation. But on the other hand, Venus is moving into the 5th house of romance and intimacy and fun, and it's trining your sign in some way. It's also going to trine Saturn. So it's almost like love and obsession and focus and dedication on a hobby, on a child, on a new romantic partner can stabilize you in some way. It can be a great time for dating, getting out, trying to meet people. You know, the 5th house is definitely going out to clubs and bars and things that you can do at nighttime in Scorpio. Things also can get a little steamy with Venus in the 5th house. Sometimes new lovers arrive. Now on the 9th and the 21st, be mindful that these are 2 days where Venus is going to be kind of having some challenges with outer planets. On the 9th, Venus will oppose Jupiter, which means there could quite frankly be some excitement or some optimism maybe involving your friends in a romantic situation. So maybe, you know, you've got somebody new that you're dating and you're excited to share that with friends in the 11th house. There can be some confusion between what is a relationship and what is a friendship. That opposition can definitely also bring big risk, big reward. Venus in the 5th can be about, you know, betting on something or investing your money into something and hoping that your goals are going to come to fruition. It can be about overdoing things in social situations. And then you're going to see Venus come into opposition with Uranus on the 21st. And Uranus is about, you know, secrets and intimacy and things that are kind of more taboo. And so I do feel like that if there is some kind of friends with benefit situation, if there is something going on where you're dating somebody and your friends don't know, if there is some sense of you prioritizing your own happiness, your relationships, what you love, it can kind of rub somebody else, particularly a friend, the wrong way. When Venus and Uranus oppose each other, we feel like we need to break free from pre-existing financial or relationship situations. So, you know, there can be some strife in friendships or in relationships with that opposition. And really it means that we need some freedom. We need something different. Now on the 27th of the month, this is a day where we're going to see 3 big transits at the same time. 2 are tricky and one's actually quite positive. We're going to see Mercury in Sagittarius, so it'll be in your home, in your work zone. So if Mercury is retrograding from Capricorn back into Sagittarius, some of you guys may be rethinking something about your health routine, your schedule, or your work. There can be misunderstandings and miscommunications also going on with coworkers. And Mercury in the 6th house can indicate you're dealing with a health matter or a fitness matter or a matter in regards to your routine. Mercury will square Neptune. So be very careful with Mercury retrograde in the 6th. Like, you know, I've seen some people who are like, I'm feeling kind of under the weather, and then the retrograde hits and then you actually get sick and then you take time from work. I've also seen people fall back into old patterns or old habits. And I think with Mercury being the planet of self-undoing, and in Sagittarius, the sign of no bounds, square Neptune, it's like you can fall back into drinking, you can fall back into drugging, you can fall back into being like, oh, you know, I'll do it at another time. And then, you know, some of these bad habits can kind of creep up on us. And yeah, we can see physical and mental health related things come up with squares between the 6th and the 12th house. Same day, we're going to see Mercury conjunct Mars. Okay, so Mercury in the 6th of health and habits conjunct Mars. And so it's like if you're, you know, showing up late to work, like it's gonna be very visible. If there is some kind of change going on with a coworker and you have a bit of a tiff or a misunderstanding, like, you know, like superiors or management are gonna see it. Not a time to fight with people about scheduling or responsibilities. I also feel like I would be very careful because the Mars Mercury conjunction seems to kind of talk about the potential for accidents at work, knock on wood. Mars is stuff that's sharp, stuff that's hot, stuff that cuts. And so it does make me feel like if you are not completely paying attention, or maybe accidents involving water, you know, having delays because of weather with travel, that can be coming up here as well. Just kind of take your time. There's no need to rush into anything here. And I like this Mercury retrograde with Mars to be like, where do I need to make a change to my habits? Where can I be better? Like, what do I need to cut out of my routine that helps me feel like I have more control, right? So it can be about kicking some of those bad habits, or maybe going back to the gym, you know, making changes to your schedule in general. Then we're going to see on the 28th, Mars in your 6th house also comes into a square with Neptune. So like the Mercury square Neptune and the Mars square Neptune are kind of one and the same. And it'll be interesting to see Mercury, you know, retrograde in conjunction to Mars, because obviously some of you guys are going to like unexpectedly quit a job or unexpectedly start a new job, or you might find that there are sudden layoffs going on at work, or there are sudden changes going on to, you know, the schedules at work. Be mindful that that's kind of in the air. All in all, though, Mercury and Mars are in a trine to the North Node. So if you're somebody who's been in a position where you know that you're already on borrowed time, or you knew that it was like temporary or a seasonal job, you might be like, yeah, I knew that was coming. But I could also see some of you guys where if you're lacking or lagging on, you know, getting things organized to be more self-sufficient and more independent, or to be the boss, or to run your own company, this retrograde is going to come in and kind of clean your clock. And it can give you, you know, like a cold or an illness or something. So that way you're taking time away from work, and then you're like, oh, this is what I would rather be doing. Okay. But we don't want to do that. That's why we listen to our horoscopes, so we know that these things are coming. All right. So let's talk about the positives, because there are plenty of them. I promise you that. The positive is that we're going to see Mercury in Capricorn trine Jupiter and Taurus 2 times. So once on the 7th of December, once on the 18th. So we've got Mercury trine Jupiter. Okay, here's Mercury. Mercury in your relationship house in Capricorn, trine Jupiter in your friendship house in Taurus. So what happens? Well, reconnecting with the right people, or people that we used to work with, or people that we want to work with, can help us kind of, you know, find work, or find a job, or find, you know, the way into a group, or a collaboration, or a connection with a certain network. It's all about who you know. And I think as a Cancer rising, you know, with Jupiter and Uranus in your 11th house, like there's a lot of movers and shakers that are going to be coming into your life. And if you want to change jobs, or if you want to pick up something new, or if you're wanting to kind of, you know, further a project that you've already launched, this can be wonderful, because it helps you reconnect and also get feedback from people. So you'll see like clients from the past will come back, or people are giving you reviews on something you're doing, or they're letting you know what is and what isn't working. So you can make those tweaks as Mercury goes into the 6th house. Anyway, best days to meet people and socialize. Best days also to be like, hey, I'm gonna ask that person out to dinner. I'm gonna give the client a proposal. Keep in mind on the 18th, Mercury will be retrograde. Okay, so it's kind of like Mercury will retrograde and trine Jupiter several times. So it's giving you the opportunity to keep applying to a union, keep connecting with a group of friends, keep growing a group, or, you know, joining a collaboration or a team. So it might represent just like a negotiation that you're doing until it finally trines the 3rd time in January. And then we will also see on the 27th of the month, the Sun in Capricorn, which will be in your relationship house, is going to come into a trine with Jupiter. I could see some of you guys who are single being set up by a friend. I could see some of you guys who are in new relationships introducing partners to friends, and like some kind of social connection. I also really like this for like business negotiations and meetings and like kind of getting out there and networking, you know, with other people who might potentially help you grow your clientele or get more recognition in the position that you're in. So you want to be around other people. Stay open if friends are making recommendations professionally, or if they say, hey, I want to refer somebody to you, or I want to introduce you to somebody. You want to do those things this month, trust me. All right, and then finally, we're going to have a new moon in Sagittarius. That's going to be on the 12th of December. New moon in your 6th house. Now, Sagittarius is the sign that in conjuncts your sign, Cancer. So there's a lot of being like, ooh, that's too fast for me, or that's going too quick for me, or that's too much of a change. But new moons in the 6th house are like, if you're looking for a job, if you want to set new intentions about your health or your habits, if you're looking to get a new pet, if you're looking to change your schedule, this is the new moon that you want to work with. What's nice is that it's conjunct Mars, which is all about your career and creativity. So it's helping you kind of get active in pursuing things that you actually really enjoy. But it's also going to be in harmony with the North Node. So it's helping you kind of get organized, get active, clean things up. So that way you feel like you can be more independent, or you can see more things kind of happening in your career zone. Okay. And then finally, yeah, that full moon around the 26th, that's going to be in your 1st house. Seeing that your goals are coming to fruition. You know, a full moon in the 1st house can also be about pregnancy. It can be about big physical changes also as well. You know that when the moon is full, you generally have more sensitive emotions because you're ruled by the moon, but even more so when the moon is in your 1st house, and you could be feeling a little bit more emotionally reactive, especially to relationships with other people. So it pays to have some faith and have good friends that you can kind of rely on. Okay. So the card that I get for you is, oh, I love it, the 10 of Pentacles. This is like, how do I become more successful? How do I make more money? How do I have more long-term goals come to fruition? I mean, who doesn't love the 10 of Pentacles? This is, you know, 10s are about completion. And it's interesting because you haven't even had a full moon in Leo yet. That's not going to be for another like month or so. But when you have that full moon, that's going to be in Leo. That's going to be even like more money stuff. So I feel like this is about getting in alignment with what you really truly want to be doing long term, right? So whatever your long-term career goal is, whatever your long-term health goal is, whatever your long-term schedule goal is, it's like, okay, cool, we're doing that. 10 of Coins is about money, but it's not about money in a sense of the money made. It's about having that security and that long-term kind of stability. And it can be about big changes going on with the family and the career as well. I think about the 10th house and the connection to the 10 of Coins, and I feel like that's really kind of saying it's about feeling more self-sufficient and independent and capable, and being like, yes, I pushed through this situation. Here I am. I'm not just making it. I'm thriving. So there can be some really big moves going on in your professional life in this next month, but I really think it's going to be for like the next couple of months with the eclipses in your 10th house. Okay. So this month is about getting organized, and also like you got to take the trash out emotionally with relationships. Take the damn trash out, because you're eventually going to see planets come into conjunction with Pluto. So if something's not working in a relationship, or if your favorite toxic person comes back for the holidays, no. Okay. All right. I'll see you next month. Enjoy the holidays and have a happy new year. I'll catch you back here in 2024. All right, so we've got Leo and Leo rising. What's going on, Leo? I hope you're doing well. I'm excited to talk to you all about the astrology of December of 2023. We're going to start off first talking about the sun because, well, that's your ruling planet. We've got some interesting stuff going on here. We've got a new moon in Sag that is definitely going to be very romantic when the sun and the moon come into conjunction with each other in your 5th house, and Mars will be close by. So that is about taking chances, being daring, wild romantic opportunities, travel, self-expression, having fun. So look forward to that around the 12th. We have also got the sun that is going to come into conjunction with Mercury, and we're going to have a Cazimi. So something that you're going to see is like the first half of the month, the sun is in the 5th house about creativity, children, self-expression, and I think that you're just having fun and you're traveling. If you're not doing that, you're spending time with younger people or your hobbies, or maybe you're doing some crafting, or maybe you're learning something for fun. And then towards the second part of the month, we're going to see the sun go into Capricorn, where it's going to go into your 6th house, which is like preparing for the new year, getting back on track, figuring out a routine. And you'll have a retrograde here as well. So reorganizing your office space, reconnecting with health, patterns, making changes to your diet, maybe making changes to work can come here as well. So pay attention to when you hear the cazimi. And then finally, at some point at the end of the month, you're going to see the sun trine Jupiter. And that's really good for getting everything in order to feel more successful and more abundant at work. Okay? All right, so let's start with planets that are going direct first. So we're going to see 2 planets go direct this month, Neptune and also Jupiter. So Neptune's going to go direct in your 8th house of joint resources and, intimacy, transformation. And Neptune, when it goes direct, it's meant to give us more clarity. It gives us more inspiration, more growth. And I think it's also going to help us kind of gain more insight into what maybe we haven't been taking care of. Now, Neptune's at home in its own sign, and in the 8th house, it's about other people's resources and motives. So if other people have been more reliant on you financially, maybe you have a partner that's been reliant on you, maybe you've got, a financial situation that has seemed kind of like unclear, or maybe like a tax situation that has seemed unclear, or an insurance matter that you've been waiting to wrap up, maybe it will happen with Neptune going direct. Now, on the 30th of the month, we're going to see Jupiter go direct, and this is going to be happening in your career zone. So cool, right? You've got Jupiter that is, has been expanding your professional life or something in regards to your karma with your career and your reputation. It's obviously in a fixed sign, so you have definitely been feeling these changes very strongly. When Jupiter goes direct, you're going to see more growth in terms of your professional image and reputation. You're going to feel that there's more money coming in, or you're going to feel that there's more positive shifts, and it's almost like doors are opening for you and you feel a lot more lucky and abundant. I want to remind you that, you had an eclipse here not too long ago in Taurus at 5 degrees. So what you're going to notice is like from mid-month all the way until the new year, Jupiter's going to sit at that 5 degrees, which means you're still having what's going to be basically, eclipse themes playing out or unfolding in your career life. So that means that there's still more sweetness to come, or still more excitement or opportunities for you to make more money, because Jupiter deals with the 8th house of other people's resources, and it also deals with your 5th house of creativity. So there's still like some reveals that are getting ready to come out that might be about creative projects. Now, we will have Mercury retrograde this month, and it will begin in Sagittarius. First, Mercury will begin in Sagittarius, then it'll go into Capricorn, and then it will turn retrograde and come back into Sagittarius, okay? So when the month starts in December, we're already in the shadow period, so likely you're already feeling the effects of this incoming Mercury retrograde. Now, on December 1st, Mercury will be entering Capricorn in the 6th house. Mercury likes to be in the 6th house. It likes to organize. It likes to get down to details. It likes to reassess things, take things apart, clean them up here. So if you're wanting to make changes in your diet, if you're wanting to adjust your work schedule, if you are wanting to hire an assistant or make changes with staff, these are good things to do while Mercury is in your 6th house. Mercury deals with your 2nd house of money, and it also deals with your 11th house of goals, okay? So in my mind, this is a wonderful time to sit down, look at how things have gone financially in 2023, really think about, okay, what can I do differently? Do I find a new accountant? Where do I scale back and stick to a budget? Do I need somebody to help me make these changes? And it can also be changes going on in the workspace. So sometimes in Mercury retrograde in the 6th, people take time off of work. Sometimes people change jobs. Sometimes they also see that there's changes that go on with their fellow, oh my goodness, your fellow workmates. Sorry, forgive me. Definitely a Mercury retrograde moment. And so I feel like if there is something changing at work, try to go with the flow, right? Because this retrograde is going to make a couple positive aspects to Jupiter, which I think, through changes either where you're working, how you're working, your schedule, your coworkers, or your productivity, it's actually a good thing, okay? Because it's going to trine Jupiter. Anyway, so then on the 13th, we're going to see Mercury retrograde back into Sagittarius. So when it's in Sagittarius, it's in its fall. It has a much more difficult time. And also when Mercury's in the 5th house in Sag, it's like, I don't want to work. I want to have fun. I want to play. So maybe you're reevaluating what you really value the most, what you love the most. Maybe you're taking time off of work because you want to spend time with your kids. Maybe you are reassessing, your family and maybe a relationship matter, or, maybe you're reevaluating a personal, career matter. Maybe if you're self-employed, you're like, okay, what do I need to be changing going into this new year? So any of those things could apply. But when Mercury retrogrades back into Sagittarius, something that you're going to see is that it's going to eventually make several squares to Neptune. So it's a bit of like a bittersweet thing because we'll see 3 trines to Jupiter while it's in Capricorn, which is good for your career and productivity and health. And we're going to see 3 squares to Neptune while it's in Sagittarius, which means there's a lot of question marks and trying to figure out financial situations and maybe moving money around, or making some changes in regards to joint finances. That could be a thing as well. On January 1st, we are going to see that Mercury is going to go direct. So when the new year begins, we're going to start with, Mercury going direct. So we're going to be able to think a little bit more clearly or have a sense of where we're going. And we will experience a Mercury cazimi, right, during this phase. And this is going to be on the 22nd of December. And this is where we're in the halfway point of the retrograde. So the cazimi is when the sun conjuncts Mercury. And it's basically like Mercury coming into conjunction with the sun, and it's got some kind of message. So it's a positive aspect. It's good for you because you're ruled by the sun. So it tells me that either a friend or maybe somebody that you've hired or a coworker or somebody that's helping you through a financial matter is going to return to you. And I think they're probably going to have some kind of news. This may also be a time where you get some insight about your career or some insight about your health. And maybe you have an epiphany and you're like, this is what I need to change, or this is what I need to cut back on, or I need to go back to the gym. Because the 6th house is also about habits and how much time you're spending doing something. So pay attention to the 22nd for that cazimi. 6th house is also pets. So it might be that you're, reconnecting with a pet in some way. And it's going to happen at 0 degrees. So that's the solstice, the winter solstice degree. It's basically saying for 3 months forward for the season, like we're having like a complete restart and a reworking in terms of like what our goals are. So I think you're spending 3 months trying to figure out what are my goals and how much do I want to work, and what do I want my health to be like, and how can I make these changes. And it does in conjunct or quincunx your sign Leo. Leo is all about being bold and courageous, and it's got a lot of pizzazz. And Capricorn's like, yeah, that's great, but like have some structure, have a plan. What are your goals? What's the timeline? And so you may feel like it's a bit of a Debbie Downer, but actually through a sense of feeling very organized and committed and having some structure, you're going to have a lot more growth and I think more success in a professional sense as you move forward. All right, so then we have got the dates that I want you to watch out for, okay? So these are the ones that might be a little bit more tricky. And then we'll give you the dates that are going to be a little bit more positive. So for me, on December 3rd, you're going to have Venus that's going to be in Libra, moving through its home sign in the 3rd house, where it's about beautiful communication and maybe beautifying a vehicle or relationships with siblings. It's already been there for a little bit. Venus will come into a square with Pluto. Now, Venus rules siblings, communication with partners, or maybe it deals with neighbors, just how you think and communicate in regards to relationships in general. And it also rules your 10th house of career. So Venus challenging Pluto is like having a heart-to-heart conversation with somebody at work or a parent or maybe even a partner about, you know, what potentially needs to be changing with your schedule. Maybe you're making a big announcement about your availability. Maybe you're talking to a relative or a family member about your work schedule or about a health situation. We see power struggles and difficult relationship issues when we see Venus square Pluto. So we don't want to, you know, be exercising intense words or, you know, being like, you know, aggressive or confrontational during that square, because definitely because Venus rules your 10th house, you want to be very careful about how your words could be misconstrued, especially in how you're communicating with a partner or on social media, because it'll be very visible. Then on the 4th, the very next day, Venus moves into Scorpio. And Venus in Scorpio can have a difficult time expressing that energy because Scorpio is obviously about change and transformation. And sometimes it can be about intensity and it can be about the need to purge something. And obviously Venus rules your 10th house. So you may be feeling like, okay, I'm working from home. You know, I'm going to be home more. It can be good for home transformations of the home design, investments into home. But frankly, I would say like buying art and doing things with the house while Venus is in Scorpio, I would not do. I feel like this is about what you can transform or like refurbish or change in the home without buying something new, because Venus will trine Saturn. It can be about a woman coming to stay and visit and being with the family. So a sister or a cousin or, you know, somebody coming to kind of stay might be around in the home space. And you will see some tension this month because you're going to have, you know, Venus come into opposition with planets in your career zone and square your sun, moon, or rising. So think about what happened in November as planets were going through Scorpio and it was opposing your 10th house and you were feeling like you were kind of ping-ponging between career and also home and family stuff. I think that for you, like Venus is at least a positive planet. It's sweet. So it means that you're learning how to balance what is going on with home as well as work, and you're doing the best that you can. You want to watch for the 9th and the 21st, okay? So on the 9th, you're going to see Venus oppose Jupiter, which some people are going to say it's a really positive transit. There could be really good things happening and good changes, and true, but we're going to see Venus in a sign that it's not comfortable in. So it's going to be because there is a need to change, transform, or pay better attention to a woman in the family that it's showing you where there needs to be some kind of shift potentially within your career. And yeah, this can also be where, you know, home changes are happening because of work changes. So it is possible some people might be changing jobs and that's going to impact where you're actually living. And you're going to feel like you're going back and forth between both. Now, on the 21st, you're going to see Venus in the 4th house oppose Uranus. And Uranus rules relationships. So it means that you might kind of be at odds with a relationship or a partner or a woman about how much you're working or, you know, your career or your status out in the world. This is a little trickier because it can represent where like a partnership or a relationship with somebody at home is giving you a hard time about the changes that you're making in your career. This is not the day that you want to go toe-to-toe with somebody, that you want to talk about separations or leaving or moving out. You know, these tensions can come up. But remember, Venus wants to smooth things over. So it's almost like some of this strife can come up because it's trying to show you where you might be doing too much and you're not paying attention to what needs to be done at home. Then on the 27th, you're going to see Mercury in Sagittarius come into a square with Neptune in Pisces, and this will be the 2nd square. So now Mercury is back in your dating or your fun zone or your zone that deals with children, and it's squaring Neptune. And honestly, miscommunications creatively, miscommunications in relationships, very careful with investments or moving money around because there can be something that you're not seeing correctly and you're like taking an unnecessary risk. Definitely because Mercury deals with your investments in your money and it also deals with your goals. I would say like you want to be careful before jumping too quick to pull money in or out of an account, and be careful with those markets. We will also see that very same day, Mercury will come into conjunction with Mars. So Mars deals with, obviously traveling and education and your philosophy. And it also deals with your fourth house of home. So it looks like you might be having like a really inspiring conversation about what the future holds for your living situation. You might be going back and forth and talking about maybe living somewhere in the future, or maybe traveling somewhere in the future. But Mercury and Mars makes me feel like there can be also a conversation about romantic relationships and what your goals are. Maybe you're deciding to go on a spur of the moment trip with a romantic partner or with like a younger person or a child. Sometimes Mercury can represent like testing, and Mars can represent obviously higher education. So it can be going back and forth with like a younger person or a child about, where they're going to be going to school and what their, education path looks like and what they're hoping to study, or that could be you as well. Then we're going to see on the 28th, Mars in Sagittarius will square Neptune in Pisces. So we're going to have Mars in the 5th house coming into a square with Neptune. So some similar stuff. There's a lot of like, okay, that's what we want to do. That's where we want to go. That's where you're going to school. How do we pay for it? But also this is like where I would be careful with taking risks with money or investing in things that you're not too sure about, or, handing money over to somebody who's asking to borrow it. 8th house talks about like other people's resources. So there can be a sense of being like, sure, I'll help you out. And then I would say don't expect to get it back, or really read the fine print in terms of getting a refund on something. All right, so then the positive dates, because there are some positive ones. My two favorite are going to be when we have Mercury in Capricorn trine Jupiter in Taurus. So we're going to see on the 7th of December and the 18th of December, Mercury is going to be in your 6th house of habits, health, and routine, and it's trining Jupiter. This makes me feel like through changing jobs, going back to work, rearranging your diet, making shifts with fellow coworkers, you're able to have more, positive, upbeat kind of growth in the work environment. It allows you also to go back and reflect or rework creative projects and kind of like, go through them and refine them in some way. But yeah, just great, also great periods of going back and forth about like interviewing or taking on a new job. So I love that, those 2 days in particular. You'll see the third trine that's going to happen in January. So then we have on the 27th of December, the sun in Capricorn in your work zone will also trine Jupiter. Okay. And this is probably the best day for you all week, which is funny because it happens also on the 27th where you're like, okay, how do we negotiate this? What are we doing? Are we doing it now? Do I go now? So it's a little bittersweet, but like, look, when the sun trines Jupiter, it only happens twice a year. And this is the second trine. So it kind of represents like, okay, you've done the work in regards to reassessing how you want to make money, what you want to be doing. Now you may actually be making a change at work for the better. That's going to allow you to have professional growth. So the 27th, I like for you. And also making sense of like health and being on top of health related things as well, right? Then we have on the 12th, we're going to have that new moon in Sagittarius in your 5th house, where you're going after the things that you love. You're focusing on your goals in regards to creativity, self-expression. Mars is going to be there. I feel like this is giving you the opportunity to start traveling and having more fun and expressing yourself or learning. And it's great for dating, right? It's great if you're setting intentions also for wanting to fall in love or wanting to start a family. And that's going to trine the North Node. And then we're going to have on the 26th of the month, the full moon in Cancer. So that'll be a full moon in your 12th house, which is introspective, kind of hidden behind the scenes. It's probably going to have you in your feelings, needing to rest and kind of keeping to yourself a little bit. So keep that in mind. What's nice is that the moon will be at home in Cancer and it's going to trine Saturn. So it means that maybe you're just resting and recuperating and adjusting to some of the changes that have been happening maybe for you emotionally behind the scenes, financial changes, relationship changes, releasing and letting something go seems to be the theme, because it's going to trine Saturn in the 8th, and it's also going to be in the 12th house, which is about wrapping up a cycle. Just get extra, time to rest and recuperate. And if you're feeling a little squirrely, take some time in the house to catch up on sleep, because, you've got this full moon, and it's going to be in the house of the subconscious, opposing a retrograde in your 6th house. Also, making oppositions to the sun and Mercury. So it's like, here with a Mercury retrograde in the 6th, I can see people get sick and feel under the weather. And then the 12th house is like, oh, I need to sleep more. I need to go to the doctor. I need to, kind of rest and recuperate. So always be careful when you have these transits in the 6th and the 5th house, the 6th and the 12th house, because this can be really kind of showing you where maybe you're getting a little run down, right? That can definitely be a theme. All right, well, I hope that was helpful. Let's see what the tarot has to say for you this month. The card that I get for you is the Six of Swords. So moving on to something more mellow, a little calmer, and a little bit more ideal, I guess I would say. Six of Swords is about kind of being in limbo. It can be about traveling overseas. It can be about being in between. It can be about preparing for a change, preparing for a move, being in between jobs, being in between schedules. But the Six of Swords is about moving to somewhere that you're going to feel a little bit more safe and secure, and that there is going to be more peace and more opportunity for you to have like mental rest. So I'm wondering, are you traveling somewhere, taking a vacation? Are you, planning on kind of, taking a break from work for a little bit? Are you taking like a hiatus in some way? Also, this is a card that sometimes comes up with moves, although I don't really see moves necessarily being indicated. Maybe that's coming in the future because you've already had an eclipse that was in your 3rd house here recently. So maybe you're planning for that, but you're trying to figure out some other things work first. Okay. I hope that was helpful for you, Leo. Wishing you a happy holiday season and a happy new year. I will catch you back here in 2024. Take care. We've got Virgo and Virgo rising. What's going on, guys? Welcome to your December 2023 horoscope. I'm excited to chat with you about what the month has in store. And obviously, we are going to start off with talking about Mercury retrograde. I'm sure your favorite topic, right? Well, Mercury rules your chart. It is associated with you, your body, your appearance, and your actions, as well as your reputation, your professional life, or your career. So when Mercury turns retrograde, you personally are reevaluating something about your actions or your thoughts or your involvement, and also your reputation and your career in some capacity, okay? Here's the positive. The retrograde is actually going to be happening in a sister sign. So it's going to start in Capricorn and go back into Sag. So it'll be trining, especially if you're early degree Virgo placements, like the first 10 degrees, it'll be trining you. Equally, throughout this retrograde, we're going to see Mercury trine Jupiter several times. So probably Virgo, even though I know you're not crazy about the retrograde, it's actually quite beneficial for you if you can really work with the flow of Jupiter. I think you're going to get a lot of good things from it. 2 is pay attention to that Mercury Cazimi, because that's about something dying out and then restarting. So it can be a love affair, it can be a hobby, it can be a creative project. And be mindful that there's going to be a tricky Mars-Mercury conjunction square to Neptune. So there seems to be like a bit of like moving or shuffling things around on the home front maybe. And this can be how you're spending the holidays, where you are, whose family you're with. It can be about changes going on in a relationship that's impacting your home life. It can be about traveling and being in another place. So, just kind of roll with the punches. And obviously, you know how this goes when we have a retrograde. You need to double and triple check everything. In particular, because the retrograde is in your 5th house and it's looking at your 4th, I think it's going to be about whether or not there's a change in your living situation that's going on that is being changed by a romantic relationship. It can mean also that you're reevaluating what you love and your sense of personal style and self-expression. That can be going on too. So we'll take a look when we get to those transits. All right, so let's start first with the planets going direct. So you're going to have both Neptune and Jupiter going direct. Neptune will be going direct on the 6th of December in your 7th house of relationships. So if there's been misunderstandings, fogginess, insecurity, not having enough clarity or enough growth in terms of the prospects maybe in your romantic life, Neptune going direct I think is going to help that. Although if you happen to be a Virgo sun, moon, or rising, that's like around 23 to 25 degrees, that opposition is still strong. So you can still feel like you're looking for something or trying to find someone, but you haven't found it yet. 2 is, if somebody has been MIA or not communicative or kind of ghosty, Neptune going direct might give you your reasoning why, like somebody might tell you where they've been or why they've been missing. And also it'll clear up probably any misunderstandings or misconceptions in existing relationships. After all, Saturn is there as well. Then we're going to see on December 30th, Jupiter is going to go direct, and that is in Taurus, in a fellow earth sign, in your 9th house, which is about travel, philosophy, education, your belief system. When Jupiter goes direct, we feel suddenly there's like a shift in the luck of our lives. We feel that there's more optimism, there's more abundance, more positivity, and things start to just kind of open up. So Jupiter deals with relationships traditionally in your home. So if there's been some question of like, am I moving with a partner? Are we going on that trip? Are we going to get married? Am I going to meet somebody? Will I get accepted into college? Is it a good time for me to publish my book? Obviously, this is in the sign of Taurus. So it's about how secure you're feeling with these topics. And we had an eclipse here not too long ago. So, Jupiter going direct at that degree is going to start to show you some of the effects of that eclipse. If you happen to be in early degree Virgo, 3, 4, 5, 6 degrees, Jupiter's trining your ascendant. That's a really great aspect, especially with the Mercury retrograde. It's almost like this is a month where you're having the opportunity to really get in touch with what you truly love and what you desire. And how you want to express yourself. And it can be a really wonderful time where there can just be a lot of really positive things happening for you if you can catch those opportunities. Now, obviously Mercury retrograde, right? When the month starts, we're already in the shadow. So likely you're already feeling the effects of this retrograde. On the first of the month, Mercury enters into Capricorn. So it goes into the 5th house where you're focusing on getting serious about having fun or falling in love or some kind of creative business or hobby. On the 13th of the month, Mercury will begin its retrograde, okay? And it'll go retrograde from 8 degrees of Capricorn in your 5th house into 22 degrees of Sagittarius in your 4th house of home. I always look at retrogrades as like looking in the rearview mirror, and it's like looking back at something or wanting to complete something. So I could see some of you guys where you're like moving in or out of a situation with a romantic partner and you're completing it through this process. I could see some of you guys returning back home to your childhood home or visiting your family over the holidays, maybe with a partner. I could see some of you guys that are trying to create, more of like a office or like a creative like working space within your home. Nevertheless, a Mercury retrograde in your 5th house can bring back romantic partners or can have you going back to old creative projects and kind of questioning what you want to like breathe life into again. It can be a time also where you are reflecting on your childhood. It can be a time where with Mercury retrograde back into the 4th, you want to be very careful with leases, buying houses, having houses inspected. Boy, oh boy, I cannot say this enough because you guys can have some very costly mistakes this month if you aren't heeding my advice. Let's say you're buying a house, okay? If you're buying a house right now. You want to make sure that you're going and getting like an independent inspection on the bones of the house. The 4th house can quite literally be the foundation. You want to make sure that everything is kosher, that whoever is selling you this house, that it's not a lemon and that there isn't any problems or any mold or any, previous issues or problems that need to be fixed. Let's say you're going to sign a lease. You want to read the fine print, make sure you like the neighborhood, make sure that that's where you want to be, make sure that you're not in a mad rush to move and you just get into something and then you regret it. Read the fine print. And if you guys can, try to sign on the dates when Mercury and Jupiter are in a trine on the 7th or the 18th of the month. These are going to be better dates for you. Sometimes a retrograde is like, hey, I've moved in, now I'm just unpacking. It really depends. But I'll tell you that I do think a lot of this is about connecting with the inner child. And it can be about changes with children and how your home is changing because of a child or a romantic partner. That is very possible. But what we're going to see is that Mercury re-enters Sagittarius on the 23rd. So maybe that's when you're home for the holidays or you're making a change in your home. There will be 3 trines of Jupiter in Capricorn, Jupiter in Taurus to Mercury in Capricorn. So these are positive communication days. But there will also be 3 squares of Mercury in its fall in Sagittarius to Neptune, where there's challenges in communicating with partners, misunderstandings in relationships, questioning why somebody isn't kind of showing up, wondering if you're ever going to meet somebody. So be very mindful of those Neptune and Mercury squares. We had one that takes place in November, and then you're going to have another one that's going to be in December. Now, there will be a Mercury cazimi, and this is important. On the 22nd of December, the sun comes into conjunction with Mercury. This can be where you have an epiphany or a breakthrough about what you love, who you love. Maybe there's some kind of connection to a new hobby. Maybe you have a dream about something that's very inspiring. But this is a day that you want to pay attention because it can be like an aha moment. And the cazimi is actually going to happen at 0 degrees of Capricorn, which is the same degree as the solstice. So it means that what happens with this cazimi is also a reflection of what's going to be changing and transforming for the next 3 months when it comes to self-expression, dating, love, or creativity. So that's kind of cool, actually, that it's at that 0 degree. All right, so dates to watch out for. These are days where you're going to have some tricky transits and you want to just take your time and be more mindful when it comes to scheduling meetings, traveling, relationship things. These are going to be some of the more challenging days. On the 3rd, Venus in Libra, in your 2nd house of money and personal resources, is coming into a square with Pluto. Well, Venus is at home in this sign, so it is good in that sense for recouping lost resources and focusing on your values and your self-esteem and security. But the square aspect to Pluto can represent trying to push or force something to happen. It can be about finally letting go of an object connected to a partner. It can be about letting a relationship go. It can be about letting go something financially. And the square to Pluto represents like a power struggle or potentially like heartbreak or a challenging situation for you in terms of self-expression. Like, I think I've seen some of these transits manifest as like that one last object that you have from an ex that you have to kind of get rid of because you're like, it reminds me of them too much. It could be that. I've seen this materialize as people who are like moving in with a new partner and they're like, okay, I have to really let this thing go. Self-esteem issues can come up here as well. And also there's going to be some challenges with feeling kind of like you want to spend on something, but you're like, I know I can't, or I want to save something, but I know I can't. Watch for conditional issues in relationships, jealousy, and possessive tendencies. Stay. On the 4th of the month, we're going to see Venus then enter Scorpio, goes into your 3rd house, the communication. So it can be good for picking up like luxury items for your car or gadgets or other things, although you are in the shadow of Mercury, so be mindful. If you're buying electronics, I would wait, personally. I would wait until Mercury trines Jupiter in the new year. That's just me. But if you must do that, save all of your receipts in the boxes and all of the stuff connected to that so you can return it if you need to. And Venus in the 3rd is also really great because it's going to help you communicate and talk to other people, especially relationships, about what it is you love, what you can commit to, what you need, right? Because it's trining Saturn in your relationship house. Venus doesn't do as well here, by the way, in the 3rd house because it changes its mind a lot, or love is more a state of communication, and Scorpio is much more passion. And you're going to see throughout this transit, Venus will make an opposition to Uranus and to Jupiter. So it's going to be feeling like love is at a distance, or love is abroad, or Love is a concept that you're trying to learn or understand. Venus also is the connection to your second house of possession. So with Venus in opposition to Jupiter, it's like, you know, I'm apart from the person I want to be away from because of the cost of what it costs to get there or visit there or stay there. Venus also will oppose Uranus, which does make me feel like there can be some challenges when it comes to expenses relating to travel or education. Quite frankly, you know, stress in relationship to communication to teachers, mentors, that can definitely kind of come up here as well. And some unexpected, I think, either shifts in your belief system or travel or education is likely to be expected. All right, so then we're going to see on the 27th of the month, this day is a doozy. There's a number of transits happening on the 27th and the 28th. On the 27th, you're going to see Mercury in Sagittarius square Neptune in Pisces. So this is important because Mercury's in your home zone, squaring Neptune in your relationship zone. And this will be the second square. We had one that was in November, at the end of November. So this is the second one. So this is where like somebody leaves you on read, or they're not completely honest, or you're pushing them to be clear with you about why they aren't talking about something or addressing their feelings or why they're being distant. But it can also be about trying to make sense of a relationship and a living situation and trying to kind of move through some changes that are going on in the home front and like learning how to communicate and show up in relationships. Generally with Mercury square Neptune, we don't see a lot of honesty. We see some deception, or we see some misunderstandings, and there can be some cultural differences that can kind of come up here too. So if you're like traveling with a friend somewhere, you know, there can be a sense of like not really understanding the customs, or finding yourself in a place that you're not usually for the holidays, and you're like trying to adjust, and you're like, oh, I don't know, what do I bring? What do I wear? That kind of thing. And then you're also going to see this same day, Mercury will conjunct Mars. Okay, so Mercury is you conjunct Mars. So you're like, there's definitely a change going on the home front or with the family. There can be some tiff that you can have with a relative. There can be a heated exchange. And then the square to Neptune is like, you know, you getting agitated with your family and your partner not understanding why you're getting agitated because they don't know the background history. So there's a sense of like needing to let relationships in on, you know, what potential changes are happening in the home life or with the family, or what relationships are like with some of your relatives, so you can kind of better explain it to people who might be kind of visiting over the holiday. On the flip side, to be honest with you, I look at Mercury and Mars as like it could be a period where you're like, that's it, I'm moving, like I'm moving out or I'm moving away. If you feel like you're not getting what you need in a relationship, or you're moving on, right? Or certain pressure can be going on in certain relationship or home situations where you're like, something is changing and it's requiring you to work together with another person to find a solution. So yeah, the 27th and the 28th are days that I would definitely watch in general, but especially because you're ruled by Mercury, there's going to be a lot of misunderstandings and miscommunications. Delays also, you know, getting places or connecting to people, maybe because of weather. Now, the positive days and the days that I like the most are going to be the 7th of December and the 18th of December, because this is when you're going to see Mercury in Capricorn in your relationship, dating, having fun, self-expression zone, trining Jupiter in your 9th house. So we're going to see more positive opportunities for dating, for school, for education, for travel happening on these days. I also feel like this can bring some sense of good news, or being more optimistic about news involving a creative business or children. Good news also about ceremonies and celebrations, and positive kind of celebrations that are going on potentially with relationships as well. Sometimes when I see a Mercury retrograde in the 5th house, if Mercury rules the 1st, is that this can be like baby news. I have seen some people sometimes take a test and they're like, oh my God, I'm pregnant with the Kazimi. So watch for that. That could definitely happen right around the 22nd. Or just some important conversation that you're having with a younger person, or, you know, tending to a creative project. Then we're going to see on the 27th of the month, the sun in Capricorn in your 5th house will trine Jupiter. So that is about some kind of good news in regards to a creative project or a child or a younger person, maybe a romantic partner. which is like going out, adventuring, traveling, you know, seeing things together, enjoying yourself, and finding yourself in partnership. How nice towards the end of the year to see Saturn coming into a sextile with Jupiter, where stability and commitment in relationships allows you to grow, have adventure, and have more optimism about the future of given relationships. So existing relationships get stronger. People who are looking will probably meet people, and it can be because Mercury is going retrograde in your house of true love that you're finally aligning with someone or something that you're meant to meet. Now, on the 12th of the month, we're going to see a new moon in Sagittarius. That is going to be in your natal 4th house, conjunct Mars. So it's very impactful. It's got a lot of creative energy when it comes to how do I want to live? Where do I want to live? Am I moving? Is the goal to move in the next 6 months? What's changing on the home front? That could definitely be the case over the next 6 months as this turns into eventually a full moon next year. Jupiter is the ruler, and Jupiter is going to be in the ninth. So some of you guys are relocating for school. Some of you guys are moving back home. Some of you guys are going to be traveling or visiting foreign lands. But if you're looking to buy a house, move, or make some changes and some updates in your home, this is a good new moon for it. Definitely have a to-do list while Mars is in your 4th house this month, because if you don't, you're going to get a little agitated, and there can definitely be some strife and some conflicts, especially when Mars is coming into a square with Neptune. So try to find something that you can be working on. And then we're going to have a full moon that's going to be in Cancer, and that full moon is going to be taking place in your 11th house of goals, friends, and networks. So the moon will be at home in Cancer, so it does well there. So you may feel that there's a celebration coming together, a goal that's coming to fruition, spending time with friends. And I think it's really, it's a nice energy. You know, it's going to sextile your ascendant, so it's going to help you feel like you have something to work on or something to do. It's going to trine Saturn in your relationship house, which is going to help unite your friends in your social life or your goals with your partner. And also it's going to make a sextile to Jupiter. So I could see like traveling and going back home and connecting with friends and bringing a partner, or people are coming into town and you're hosting and then there's like a party. So there is definitely a lot of togetherness with other people. I feel like the full moon in Cancer in the 11th house usually is always a good time. There's some big significant celebration that's going on about something that you're sharing with other people. So it can be that you're, launching a project, or you're launching a side hustle and you're showing it to other people, and you're getting a lot of like positive feedback from people who are encouraging you to keep doing what you're doing. Okay. So let's take a look. Let's see what the cards look like for you for the month ahead, my Virgos. I feel like you guys, are really, even in spite of the retrograde and the squares, I think you guys are going to do really well this month, because I feel like the trines to Jupiter are really helping broaden your horizons and keep things like exciting, you know? The card that I get for you is the Knight of Swords. Okay, so this can definitely be talking about Libras, Aquariuses, Gemini energy. Knights are dedicated to their cause. They come with messages. This can be about keeping things moving, being quick on your feet with ideas and communication and travel. I think this is also about watching your words. I think when Mercury comes into conjunction with Mars, okay, when is that again? That's going to be the 27th. Like, this is a day you really need to watch your mouth, because the Knight of Swords can be somebody who just like acts impulsively and says something or does something, and then there's repercussions. And so I feel like this is positive for being optimistic and like having, a to-do list and getting things done and moving through things very quickly. I think that's Mars in your 4th. But I do believe this can also be about you being a little quick with the tongue this month, and potentially having some situations where you're saying things, doing things that it's hard to take back. Okay, so be more focused on taking action rather than there being conflict. This is a month where there's definitely going to be a sense of you getting agitated, being like something needs to change, and you're looking to other people to see what they're going to change, and you're going to feel like with squares to Pisces that other people are out to lunch, or they're avoidant, or they're not self-aware, and you're going to get a little agitated. So be more focused on solutions than the conflict. That's the best advice I can give you. Keep it moving. Be mindful of your words, my Virgos. I hope you have a happy holiday season and a good new year. And I will catch you guys all back here in 2024. Take care. What's up, Libra and Libra rising? Welcome to your December 2023 horoscopes for the month ahead. I hope you're doing well. Let's take a look at what the stars have in store for you. We're going to start off first by talking a little bit about Venus. Obviously, this is important because Venus is your ruler. We're going to see Venus actually leave your sign this month. It will leave Libra and it will go into Scorpio. And then towards the end of the month, we will see also an ingress into Sagittarius. But the one thing that you need to know is that Venus is going to make a couple of interesting aspects, more than a couple, a lot. While Venus is in Libra, it's really positive for your appearance, your physical body. You've been experiencing this for the last month or so. And as Venus is leaving Libra, it's going to come into a square with Pluto. So this is a bit of like a heavy energy. So essentially, Venus represents you, your body, your actions, and also anything in regards to change and transformation. The positive is that Venus is in your first house. You're taking action. It's also in your home sign. So it has a superior kind of weight to it in comparison to Pluto in the fourth house. To me, this seems to suggest that you're willing to do the cleaning up, you're willing to do the purging, the purification. Maybe you're clearing out the house, maybe you're preparing your home in some way, doing away with things or eliminating something. So I think it's about physical material goods, right? Scorpio can be things that you can recycle. It can be things that you can sell, or it can just be stuff that you have too much of. So it's really great for decluttering and kind of getting a jump start on the new year and preparing your space. However, this is a time where there can be more fierce or intense exchanges with relatives or people that you live with. It can also be a time that I would be a little bit more careful when it comes to your physical appearance, making changes to your body, changes to your clothes, cosmetic changes. I would really recommend staying far, far away from when Venus is in a square to Pluto, and also when Venus is in Scorpio. We will see Venus drop into Scorpio this month. It's great for your money and your finances because it's going to be in the second house of personal power with resources. However, it's gonna face a few oppositions to planets in the 8th house. So it almost seems as if growth in your resources or your possessions stem from overcoming some kind of challenge with money owed or a partner's resources, or anything in regards to maybe lending that can come up here as well. And then finally, we will see Venus then drop into Sagittarius. When that ingress happens, you're going to see that there's going to be like a major shift in regards to travel and communication and relationships with siblings, and it'll come into a square with Saturn. So it's going to kind of get checked. So you can have some scheduling issues when Venus moves into Sagittarius and starts coming into a square with Saturn. So that's going to be later in the month. So that's really the long and short of the Venus transits. Let's take a look at planets that are going direct in your horoscope this month. We're going to be seeing both Neptune and Jupiter going direct. So Neptune will go direct on December 6th. And I feel like with this energy, if there's been some blockage or like lack of scheduling maintenance, lack of taking care of your health, if you've been feeling blocked in making some health changes, or changes to your work or your habits, Neptune going direct, I think, is going to kind of show you where that's been limiting you. We've also got Jupiter that is going to go direct in the sign of Taurus, and that will be in your 8th house of joint resources, intimacy, spiritual kind of connection. Also, this can be very much connected to inheritances or growth in money involving a partnership. So when Jupiter goes direct, we see more opportunity for growth and development, optimism, abundance, and resources can kind of come in. So if you feel like there has been a slowing down of money that's been coming from a partner, or maybe they've been less generous or they've been kind of saving more, if you have felt like there has been a lack of spending maybe going on with like a vehicle or maybe with like education, if you're looking to like refinance a vehicle, or if you're looking to remedy a situation involving like a gadget that you need to fix and maybe like an insurance matter, all of these things can proceed forward when Jupiter goes direct. Now, we're going to see a Mercury retrograde this month that will be starting in Capricorn, but it's going to go retrograde into the sign of Sagittarius. So Mercury is going to be hanging out in Sagittarius, and it's in the shadow as the beginning of the month starts, so we're already feeling the effects of it. And on December 1st, we're going to see Mercury enter into Capricorn, okay? So the communication, the interactions, the rearranging, the agreements are all going to be going through your 4th house of home and family. So something about this tells me that there's about to be a change in your home life. Maybe there's going to be a change in where you're living. Maybe you're moving. Maybe you're relocating. Maybe you're rearranging your home. Maybe you're reconnecting with family. Mercury rules your 12th house of your sleep habits and your subconscious patterns and what's hidden, and your 9th house of education, travel, and foreign lands. So Mercury enters on the 1st. We're going to see on the 13th that Mercury will begin its retrograde. So we're going to see Mercury retrograding into through Capricorn back into Sagittarius. And Mercury will re-enter Sagittarius on December 23rd. Now, to me, when I think of a retrograde, I think of like a planet looking at the previous house. So if the 3rd house is about communications, gadgets, maybe education, it can also be about writing projects or online projects, YouTube channels, blogs. It's almost like you're having to return or slow down or finish something up about that. And it can be in the home base. So maybe you're like, okay, I'm taking a break, from my usual activities because I'm moving, or I'm spending time with family, or I'm traveling. But there can also be a sense of like really having some changes on the home front. So if you're moving, buying a house, signing a lease, moving in with somebody, expect delays. I also really recommend reading the fine print in any of these agreements and thoroughly sussing out where you're potentially moving to. I also feel like stuff can go missing. That's just like kind of like my opinion. I'm a Libra rising, so I'm looking at this and I'm like, it's the astrology is bang on. I mean, we had a retrograde here last year, and when the retrograde happened here last year, it was in December. I was trying to run the YouTube channel and I was moving across the country. And so now here a year later, as you guys are watching this in December, Mercury retrograde is happening and I'm moving again. So it's like when I moved last year, I had to film a bunch of stuff in advance to kind of keep up with my content. And I also like had a bunch of like books and other like random things that went missing, and like my whole office was just a mess. So I don't know what it's going to be for you. I don't know if it's how traveling is impacting your home responsibilities, if it's reconnecting with family, if it's some changes going on with a vehicle. All of that stuff can kind of apply. I do feel like if there's changes going on the home front, it can actually affect your sleep habits and also travel or education. So just be on the up and up for that. Now, Mercury will go direct on January 1st, and it'll be in Sagittarius when it goes direct. This is going to be an interesting retrograde because it starts in Capricorn, so it starts in an angular house where it squares you, so it feels challenging. And I think Mercury opening up in the square to Libra is basically saying it's challenging your communication skills with people at home or on the within the family, or your organization of your home. Libra wants to keep the peace. So something to keep mindful of is that it can be harder to kind of keep balance in terms of your relationships with other people. Now, during this retrograde, we're going to see that Mercury is going to make 3 different aspects at several different times. So we're going to see Jupiter receive trines from Mercury when it's in Capricorn. So for example, when Mercury is in your 4th house of home, it's trining Jupiter. So it's positively expanding your joint resources. Maybe it's bringing you a better home, a better space. maybe refinancing of a loan or securing some kind of a loan for a change with your home. But there can also be completing financial matters or inheritances, which is making this change possible. And then 2, we're going to see when Mercury retrogrades back into Sagittarius, it's going to be in your 3rd house in Sag where it's in its fall, and it's going to be making several squares to Neptune. So this is a little bit more challenging. We will have 3 of these squares. 1 will take place at the end of November. And when Mercury squares Neptune, we are a little overly optimistic, I think, with what we have time to do. So you want to be mindful of like trying to pack too much into your schedule, too much education, too much travel, too much optimism about what you can write, complete, get done, because you might feel like lack of planning or lack of having a schedule can really kind of bite you in the butt. And it's some things that you don't see coming that can throw you for a bit of a loop, right? Because Mercury rules your 12th house. Some of you guys might return back to a place that you have visited before. Some of you guys are trying to learn a new language. And I would just say be mindful of how travel or education can be impacted because of health matters, lack of scheduling, or issues with pets. All right, so eventually we will have a cazimi where the Sun and Mercury will come into conjunction. It'll be at 0 degrees of Capricorn in a cardinal point. The same degree where we're going to be seeing the winter solstice here in the Northern Hemisphere. So this marks a new beginning for you, for your home. And the fact that it's conjunct Mercury tells me that maybe you're connecting to your roots, your heritage, your ancestry. Maybe you are reflecting on the past and kind of unwinding and trying to get into a place where you can kind of rest and recuperate a little bit. It tells me that there's some kind of like an epiphany that's going to come up about your home goals, and it can just be about maybe how you're wanting to kind of get your home or your house in order, or what your goals are as a family unit. Okay, so now I'm going to give you guys the dates that you want to watch for, and these are going to be ones that might be a little bit more challenging, and then I'm going to talk to you guys about some of the dates where you see some positive influence that's taking place, okay? All right, so for me, I think about how on December 3rd, Venus square Pluto, we talked about that, where you're challenging, purging, purifying, clearing something out in regards to either your home or your past or your family lineage. This is also about transmuting pain. So it can feel like you're having to kind of really love yourself and love yourself some more if you're trying to overcome something in terms of some family drama or some hang-ups emotionally with family or the past. Then on the 4th of the month, we're going to see Venus drop into Scorpio. So you're going to feel the change. And even though Venus does not do as well as in Scorpio, Venus really likes being in the 2nd house. So it means that you're, passionately changing or transforming something about your resources. You're really adamant about what you want to buy, what you want to purchase, what you want to possess. And so, Venus will come into a trine with Saturn. So it tells me that maybe you're spending a little bit more money on detoxification programs or healthy food or something in regards to health or wellness or organization, right? 6th house is your office space. So it might mean that you're doing something to kind of beautify your office space. Then we're going to see Venus make 2 really significant aspects in the sky. We're going to see Venus come into an opposition with Jupiter, which I feel like this could be about a really insightful exchange or interaction maybe that you're having with somebody about your finances. It can be a back and forth you're having with a partner about what you're buying or what you're spending or saving. It could also mean that there is a bit of a brief exchange about moving costs or moving expenses, what you're willing to spend on a car, changes maybe that might be happening to a relationship with a sibling, and some intense conversations that might come about from that. I would say with the Mercury retrograde, that could be happening there as well. And then we're going to see on the 21st of the month, Venus will oppose Uranus. Okay, so you're challenging, Venus is challenging Jupiter and Uranus. You're challenging siblings and also your daily routine. And you're also challenging Uranus, something about creativity, self-expression, children, creativity. When Venus opposes Uranus, you feel like a little restless, or you're feeling like there are certain things that you want that you really need. Sometimes with Venus opposed Jupiter and Uranus, there can be really good surprises. So people can surprise you with really nice gifts, with luxury gifts, with unexpected things, stuff that you weren't anticipating that you were going to get. And it can be a period where you see some ups and downs in relationships or finances. Remember, Venus is in its fall. So the extremes will be obvious. If you're spending money on something, it will be very obvious. If you're losing money on something, it will be very obvious. If you're gaining money, it will be very obvious. You're going to see real swings happening in this house. All right, so then we're also going to see on the 27th, and this is the day where we see a number of energies. In my opinion, I think overall, because you're Venus ruled, you're going to have, I think, more challenges with the Venus in opposition. So on December 9th and on the 21st, those are the days where you're going to have more challenges. But on the 27th, Mercury in Sagittarius, which is going to be in your third house of communication, will come into a square with Neptune and a conjunction with Mars. So Mercury, right, in the third. Mercury likes being in the third. It wants to relay information, travel, move, drive, run around, get stuff done, learn something. But it's in its fall in Sagittarius, so it's overlooking the details, and it's squaring Neptune in the 6th house. This is about like being too overly optimistic about a trip or travel or studies or courses. This can also be a time where you get lost because you're in an unfamiliar neighborhood. This can be a time where you're also more accident prone, touch wood, but this very same day, you're going to see Mercury in its retrograde in conjunction to Mars. So Mercury and Mars coming together is about speed, and also it can be about things that you don't see coming, and the square to Neptune can represent running yourself ragged, getting exhausted, getting sick. It could be driving too quick on the freeway, it being wet, and harder for you to hit the brakes. Be very careful with the weather during this time, especially if you're traveling. Be very careful. Just take your time. Mars rules your 7th house of relationships, so it tells me that there can be some intense exchanges and a back and forth with somebody about a home or a living situation. And it can represent either somebody returning and trying to like negotiate something with you, or somebody saying, hey, I didn't see this coming, but I've got a hang up or a challenge, and it can somehow impact your schedule. It can also mean that you're having some challenges or some issues with a vehicle, and that's impacting your schedule. If you've got a car that's got like a taillight out or something that you need to get fixed, it can inhibit you or affect your schedule coming or going or being productive at work. Intuitively, I kind of feel like watch for conflicts or arguments with romantic partners or with siblings or neighbors, because, Mercury is the planet of hidden enemies, and because it will come into conjunction with Mars, it means that there can be a sense of feeling like people are kind of like attacking you. And you're trying to figure out like, okay, well, how do I handle this? Or what do I say? Or like, what do I do in regards to this situation? Okay. Just don't over schedule yourself. Don't over promise, because you might under deliver. Okay, so then we're going to see on the 28th, Mars comes into a square with Neptune. And so this also seems to kind of indicate that there was something that you didn't see, or something that you missed, or something that you overlooked at work, and you have to maybe like circle back and find an email that went missing, or call somebody back that you missed. And some of the changes that need to be made, either with a gadget or a website or social media, and kind of getting into the flow of working again or posting again. That can be another theme that can come up here. But I feel like there's lots of room for conflict and miscommunications with partners, siblings, and coworkers. Now, let's talk positive dates, because there are plenty of them. I love the 7th and the 18th of the month, because this is when we're going to see Jupiter come into a trine with Mercury. So Mercury is going to be in your 4th house of Capricorn, and it's trining Jupiter in the 8th house. This makes me feel like the willingness to like reconnect with family, reassess your living situation, make changes in your home can lead to you having big psychological breakthroughs, feeling more tapped in, feeling more secure, having more access to money, especially when it comes to home and property. And also just, I think this is about like being open to change and being receptive to that, and important conversations maybe that happen with relatives. Then on the 27th of the month, you're going to see Sun in Capricorn trine Jupiter in Taurus. So the Sun will be in your 4th house of home, and it is trining Jupiter in your 8th house. So likely whatever transformation that happened emotionally or on the home front or with the family is coming full circle, and you're able to kind of achieve some kind of goal by the end of the month. That goes hand in hand with the other squares happening on the 27th. So it's kind of like you have to look for the good, some of the changes that are happening on the 27th that day. Now on the 12th of the month, we're going to have a new moon in Sagittarius, and that'll be in your 3rd house. And this is all about communication, ideas, travel, learning, and it'll be in a sextile to your sign. So this is positive. If you're wanting to get a new car, if you're wanting to learn a new skill, if you're wanting to plan a road trip or anything like that, a new moon in Sagittarius is a great time to do that. In particular, it's going to be conjunct Mars, which is going to be about relationships. And it's going to be trining your North Node. So it's encouraging you to get on the road, go places, communicate with other people, be passionate, connect with partners, and just really focus on how you can be kind of getting the word out about something. If you're wanting to get into the habit of writing, or let's say maybe you want to launch a website, or you want to launch something on social media, you want to set the intentions during this new moon, because Jupiter is the ruler and it's in your 8th house. So it's going to help you have access and bring more money in. So this can be good for like marketing. And then finally, you have a full moon in Cancer. That's going to be in your 10th house. It'll be at 4 degrees. The moon's at home in Cancer. This is about big completions in regards to your career, your reputation, and also your professional life. So you're completing big goals in regards to your career. Yes, this sign squares you, okay, but it's going to be in a trine to Saturn. So it's saying some of the big things happening within your career or your professional life is in harmony with Saturn in the 6th house. Hard work, dedication, sacrifice, scheduling, better health, and just being on top of things. So I do feel like also the sextile to Jupiter is pretty sweet for you, and that's going to open this up to being able to have access to more money. But it comes with having to have a schedule for health or for your career that's like functioning like a well-oiled machine. So a lot of it's because of a lot of hard work that you've been putting into some stuff. All right, so let's take a look. Let's see what the cards say for you and what to be mindful of. The card that I get for you is the 7 of Cups. And I'm not surprised by this card, because this can be about too many options, too many opportunities, getting overwhelmed, not being sure what you're going to kind of choose or select. So the one thing I would say about this is choose wisely. You can get very easily distracted with having too many irons in the fire this month. 7 of Cups is about being like, oh, I want this, but I want this, but I want this. And I think the lesson with all of these planets in Sagittarius square Pisces is you can have a wide variety of interests and things that you want to do, but it's like less talking about it, more being about it. And when you get into the state of actually doing these things, then you'll realize whether or not your schedule can accommodate all of the things that you want to do. And so I also think that the 7 of Cups is talking about like not getting lost or trapped in illusions, or being mindful of like where you're kind of daydreaming or wandering off, or not totally focused on what's in front of you. So one foot in front of the other, and try to maybe, have a little bit more tunnel vision so you're not kind of getting overwhelmed. Good luck, Libra. I will catch you back here next month in 2024. All right, so we've got Scorpio and Scorpio rising. What's going on, guys? Welcome to December of 2023. I hope you're doing well. Excited to chat with you about the month ahead and what the stars have to say. A couple things that really pique my interest about your chart rulers just off the bat is one, in December, Pluto hits 29 degrees again, so it's like nails on a chalkboard. You're really tuning into the fact that something on the mental plane, something in regards to communication, in regards to a vehicle, or how you think, how you share your ideas with other people is in for a major change. Some of you guys are reaching like a pivotal point where there has to be a major transformation in regards to either where you're living or maybe even with a sibling. But it could also mean that there's like a powerful change in regards to something that you've learned and that you're applying when it comes to like online or communications. Okay, so Pluto will go into Aquarius next year. It'll spend about 9 months in Aquarius, so it's going to be really opening up your home zone and making some big changes in regards to your home or your family. On the flip side, we've got Mars this month that is going to be moving through Sagittarius. And as it moves through Sagittarius, it is going to be making both trines to the North Node in Chiron in your 6th house, which is about daily routine, health, habits, and fitness, and being self-sufficient and being organized. And then we're also going to see Mercury and Mars come into a conjunction. So that's going to be about you getting really clear about what you do and do not want, what you will and will not spend money on, where you're cutting back, where you're letting something go, and getting on the same page about your values and your worth and your financial situation with another person. And then finally, we will see Mars also square Neptune. And that tells me that there's like a great deal of energy, a big push that's coming through in December that's pushing you to really like put your money where your mouth is and invest in a creative project, invest in yourself, invest in a child, a romantic relationship. The whole first half of the month, you're going to have Sun, Mercury, and Mars in your 2nd house. So there's a huge focus on your financial growth and what you're doing with your money. Be very careful because Mercury and Mars will come into conjunction with a retrograde, and it can mean that, you know, if money has been slow to come in, you know, the retrograde can mean that there is something that's coming through and you're making money again. But it can also mean with the squares to Neptune that you're being a little too overly optimistic about a financial situation, thinking that it's going to pan out, and then you're going to realize like, oh, I didn't see that investment so clearly, or I didn't see that person so clearly, or I thought I really loved that hobby and I realized how expensive it is. So be mindful with your spending this month, okay? Let's start with planets that are going direct. So we are going to be seeing Neptune go direct on December 6th. That'll be in your natal 5th house of creativity, self-expression, children, love, and romance. So with Neptune going direct in your 5th house, if you've been feeling creatively blocked or confused about a relationship, if you are questioning or doubting yourself or questioning whether or not you're going to break through with self-employment, perhaps Neptune going direct can really help you with that and kind of help you see more so clearly. I want to note also that, you know, Neptune is in a fellow sister sign. So, you know, at some point in this month, you're going to see Venus go through Scorpio. It's really great for your appearance, really great for your, you know, your beauty and your aesthetics. But when Venus is trining Saturn, very important for self-love. That's right when Venus enters into Scorpio around the 4th. When Venus is trining Neptune, going to be very important also for creativity, self-expression, and hobbies and romance. And that's kind of like an outlet if you're having some relationship friction. All right, and then on the 30th of the month, we're going to see Jupiter go direct in the sign of Taurus in your natal 7th house. So Jupiter is all about growth and positivity and optimism and abundance, luck, educational changes or travel changes as well. Jupiter rules your resources and also children, creativity, or romance. So Jupiter in the 7th house is all about growth and relationships and learning about partnerships and, you know, working with business partners, working with financial partners, learning about what's going to sell and what's going to be marketable and what people in your marketplace want. So it can be also about clients. With Jupiter retrograde, if you've been feeling like relationships aren't showing up, or clients aren't showing up, or that you're not getting the visibility that you want, or you're not seeing the growth that you want, or that it's been stunted, Jupiter going direct is going to bring that back. And it can bring back the romance, the fun. It can bring back lovers from the past. It can bring back opportunities for creative self-exploration, all that good stuff. Especially I've heard from some Scorpio risings. They've been like, what the hell is going on to my love life? I haven't met anybody yet. Everybody I'm meeting is cuckoo, or like nobody knows what direction they're going in. This can help a little bit, okay? A little bit. We still got to see, Jupiter go direct. And Jupiter's going to hang out at 5 degrees for about a month. So that's the same degree that we saw the eclipse in Taurus this fall. So I remember saying to everybody that this eclipse would unfold over time. So it's likely that, you might find somebody comes in with Venus in your sign and trines to your 5th house and oppositions to your 7th. You may just be drawing people in. People might just be walking right up to you and being you're just driving them crazy. So let's see. All right, so let's talk Mercury retrograde. So we're going to have a Mercury retrograde this month. It is going to start in Capricorn, in your natal 3rd house, where Mercury is very comfortable. And it will retrograde into Sagittarius in your 2nd house, where it's not so comfortable. So let's look at the 3rd house. What is the 3rd house? Cars, communication, gadgets, siblings. I think this is also businesses that might be online, businesses that might be locally or involve vehicles or gadgets or anything where there's teaching or education. The 3rd house is a house also of movement. So this can be talking about whether it's a car or physically moving. A retrograde can kind of indicate that there's something that's going to come up in regards to these topics. It can mean that you get an unexpected email, unexpected phone call from a sibling or from somebody work-related. Do back up your gadgets with this retrograde, please. Make sure that you are taking good care of your phones and your computers and your laptops, especially work-wise. That's really important because you can have some issues with these things, vehicles included. This is not a period where I would say you want to go buy a new computer or a new iPhone or a new anything or updating stuff because you can have some issues. Now, when the month begins, we're already in the shadow. So you're already feeling the effects of the retrograde. You're going to find that on the 1st, Mercury enters into Capricorn. I feel like it's a little bit stronger here than it's been in Sagittarius in its fall. At least it's moving into a sign that is associated with Saturn, and it'll immediately start sextiling Saturn. So you're able to really get your mind set on some creative project and timing. This will also naturally sextile your ascendant, and it's going to start coming into a trine with Jupiter. So it's really great for communicating and connecting with other people. On December 13th, the retrograde begins. Okay, so it's going to start at 8 degrees of Capricorn. It's going to go retrograde to 22 degrees of Sag, where it's going to drop into your 2nd house. So, it's basically looking at, okay, I might be moving, buying a car, launching a website, buying a new gadget. What's it going to cost? What financial changes am I making? What's changing in regards to my resources? Keep your receipts. I wouldn't buy anything super expensive with this retrograde because it looks like you will change your mind because Mercury will retrograde in conjunction with Mars. So it tells me that there can be a situation where somebody reneges on a financial agreement, or there's an unexpected expense and somebody's expecting you to pay for it, or some sense of needing to work through a potential disagreement about finances. So then we're going to see on December 23rd, Mercury re-enters Sagittarius, and on the 1st of January, the retrograde ends and Mercury goes direct. So in the midst of this particular retrograde, it's sweet and it's salty because we're going to see that while Mercury is in Capricorn, it's trining Jupiter, which means you're yes, I'm buying the car or the laptop, or I'm moving, or I'm in negotiations with something. And it's opening up relationships. It's opening up business, right? So it can mean that you're trying to be more active maybe on social media. It can mean that you're returning back to, something where you were sending newsletters or creating videos or something. Maybe you're rethinking your strategy of how to kind of get other people's interests. And it's going to go into Sagittarius in your 2nd house. And we will see This happened twice in December, the Mercury trine Jupiter. Those are the best days for launches. Those are the best days for communications, for signing contracts. Granted, the second one is Mercury retrograde, and we're going to see the third Mercury trine Jupiter happen in January. So really that's the best one in my opinion, because it'll be direct. So will Jupiter. So it's almost like Mercury and Jupiter are both trying to kind of get their shift together. And then finally in January, when they trine each other, then they can kind of flow. Then we're going to see on the flip side, when Mercury is in Sagittarius retrograde in the second, while you're reevaluating a financial situation or trying to regain something or reassess your budget, it will square Neptune on 3 separate occasions. One was at the end of November, and then we're going to have, 2 of them that are going to be kind of taking place this month. So when Mercury is in a square to Neptune, I guess the second one is going to be this month. When Mercury is in a square to Neptune, we have misunderstandings, we see issues with honesty, there's missing details, things that we overlook, especially in Sagittarius, and it's almost like there's no bounds, and then we start to realize the effects of it down the road. For me, I look at this and I go, Sun, Mercury, Mars in the second house. I want to make money. I want to be, bringing something in. It can also mean that there's more expenses than usual, especially pertaining to travel. And it's putting the pressure on you to figure out how to be creative, how to produce something. Self-esteem and dating issues come up here. And there's a lot of like, well, do I feel good about myself or not? And it can be based off of whether or not you have a romantic partner. Financial pressures coming up relating also to self-employment or even children or hobbies, right? And so there can be a sense of like not totally being clear about how much a hobby might potentially cost. I can't stress this enough. Scorpio risings, do not risk, investments right now. Like, do not risk money that you can't afford to lose, because there can be some stuff where you can get really overly enthusiastic about pulling the trigger about a financial situation, but you don't see everything clearly. And it may not necessarily be the best venture or the best investment. And that's especially when Mercury is in a square to Neptune. We will finally see on December 22nd a Mercury cazimi. So this is when the Sun and Mercury are going to come into conjunction in Capricorn in your third. This is taking your career ruler and also Mercury, which is going to be about, groups and networks, into conjunction in the third. This is where you have that epiphany or this aha moment where there's some kind of goal about how you launch something, how you approach a conversation, how you launch something new for a business. It's like something that you're going to put out there where you're going to get a lot more, I think, clarity, or there's going to be a lot more traction in terms of communication. I recommend waiting for this moment. I always do for all of the signs. But especially with this one, I feel like you're not going to remedy or reconcile something in regards to a third house matter until this. And it's very much connected to your career. So if you're going back and forth as to whether or not you launch a website or sign a contract or negotiate a deal, give it until this date to be able to figure that out. And it's significant because it's going to be at 0 degrees. So it means it's going to be happening at the winter solstice degree, and it's about initiating a new way of thinking or communicating for the next 3 months. All right, now these are the dates that I want you guys to watch for. These are the ones that might be a little tricky, and then I'll talk to you guys about the more positive ones. So on December the 3rd, we're going to see Venus in Libra in your 12th house coming into a square with Pluto. Venus rules relationships, okay, and other people, and also self-undoing and the subconscious. So Venus in the 12th house is like saying secrets in relationships or secret admirers or, something that's coming to an end or to a close with relationships behind closed doors or things that are more kind of like spiritual or hidden or secretive, is challenging Pluto. Well, you are Pluto. To me, this feels like this is a day where like someone or something is like spying on you, right? And it can be like your phone, your social media, somebody who looks through your messages, somebody who's like, who is that person who called you? And it could start a little bit of like a spark in a relationship with another person. It could be that you unexpectedly get a phone call or a text message from someone and you're like, how do I handle this? The challenge is that Libra is where Venus is really comfortable, and Venus also is comfortable in the 12th house. So it tells me that somebody has some kind of advantage over you, and like somebody may be able to read you very well. And I would just say be very careful when it comes to communication with partners and other people, because if you're trying to bullshit somebody, somebody's gonna be able to see it. I also think what's interesting is that right after this date, then you see Venus go into your sign. And Venus in the first house is good for your appearance, for love, for relationships, for bringing more attention and satisfaction into your life. So it's a good transit for you, Scorpio. It'll immediately start trining Saturn, so it can be about the love that you have for yourself, the love that you want to create with, that you want to express with. And then we have 2 tricky transits involving Venus. And keep in mind, Venus rules other people. So when you have Venus in your first house, other people want something from you. They are asking you out to dinner, they're hitting you up, sliding into your DMs. They're really affectionate. It can be relationships where suddenly there's just like an uptick where you're feeling like there's more affection. But Venus is going to be in your first house, and it's going to first oppose Jupiter. So it means, you know, you're going to have somebody saying like, oh, I really want this. Let me take you out to dinner. You know, let's get together. Somebody who might be real interested in you and kind of spitting some, some romantic game, which I don't think is a bad thing. I think that you're going to catch somebody's attention, basically. I think that's what's going to happen. And so whether it's the right client, or it's somebody who you meet at the grocery store, or if it's just a partner that's a little bit friskier than usual, that's going to be the transit. And then you're going to have Venus come into opposition with Uranus. Well, Venus is still in the first house of self, which is about having some sense of, you know, love and sensuality in Scorpio. But when it's in opposition to Uranus, it's like what you're passionate about, what you want, what you're going after seems to be a little bit at odds with a partner. And Uranus rules the home. It also rules the past. So here's my advice. If there's some tension in a relationship, you need to be really mindful of the Venus-Uranus opposition. So this is specifically going to be taking place on the 21st of December. There can be some upsets in relationships. Somebody can be like, you know, kind of hands off and kind of saying, you know, that's it, I've had enough. Uranus is about breaking with patterns, and it looks like it's going to oppose at a 19. So you can see some situations where somebody's saying that they need a break or that they need to walk away. It's also possible that you can meet people who say that they've been in the midst of this recently. This can also be static that you're having with a partner over a home matter, or some static that you're having with a partner over a family matter. So if family members kind of intervene or create some ruffles, that can happen as well. Oppositions are relational. So it's basically saying you need to learn to do both. And when Venus is in the first house in Scorpio, it goes after what it wants. And Uranus in the 7th house says, no, I need change. I need freedom. So it's about giving other people the space to be themselves. Then you're going to see on the 27th of the month, this is a bit of a doozy day, 27th and the 28th. This is when Mercury in Sagittarius, so Mercury in your money house, talking about money, resources, and possessions, are squaring Neptune in the 5th house. So I think there's a lot of conversations back and forth between you and another person, or there's a lot that's getting reworked in terms of your spending habits versus your saving habits, or, you know, the money that you have versus the money that you feel like you owe and that you have to be paying stuff off with. And it squares Neptune, and there can be a sense of like questioning, like, how am I going to have any fun if I'm in the midst of this financial situation? Or, you know, if I'm having these changes with my resources, how is this going to impact my ability to travel, to have hobbies, to, you know, spend time with my children, to go out on dates? And it can bring up a sense of also doubt. I've seen a lot of doubt come up with Neptune squares. Now, the same day, we're going to see Mercury in its retrograde in conjunction with Mars, which means somebody's going to come back and they're going to say, well, by the way, I've got some news about a financial situation, or I told you I was going to give you, you know, the refund, but now I'm not giving it to you, or, you know, I told you that we were going to invest this money, but I spent it. There's going to be someone or something that's going to bring some kind of information back to you about a change in a financial situation that's going to impact you. And the challenge here is that, you know, Mercury and Mars are going to conjunct. So you have to be very careful with financial matters at the end of December. It almost makes me feel like you're going to try to pull the trigger on investing in something and you don't have all of the details, or there's a back and forth with a partnership about, you know, where the money is best spent. It can mean that a partner is bringing in some money in some way and you're like, okay, you know, or they're talking to you about how to invest something and you're like, what do you want to do? What do you want me to do with it? And what else? Then on the 28th, Mars in Sagittarius, okay, in your second house where you're usually spending money, by the way, Mars will come into a square with Neptune where it's like, okay, I'm spending money on things, but is this actually going to bring me happiness? I look at this and I go like, don't spend a bunch of money on a hobby unless you really know that you like it. Don't go and buy a bunch of art. You know, be careful with like entertainment and like instruments or buying tickets to a show or something, because it can be like, yeah, it can be like this feeling of being like, oh, underwhelming and probably wasn't worth what I paid for it. Just some food for thought. Mars also deals with the 6th house. So this can also be about, you know, how you're making changes in terms of what you're eating and the direction that you're going with your diet and your fitness. And you're doing that because you want to feel better about yourself and feel, you know, better in your own skin and feel more confident. Like that's another way that this could materialize. Throughout these transits in Sagittarius, they're all trining the North Node in the 6th house. So it says that everything is going to be about better health, more productivity, more self-sufficiency. So maybe the Mercury retrograde is about cutting back on all of the things that you feel like you don't need. Now, positive dates to be mindful of. This is going to be the 7th and the 18th of December. And I like this because this is going to be when you're going to see Mercury in your 3rd house of communications, trining Jupiter in the house of relationships. These days are wonderful for meeting somebody, traveling, launching something on a website, you know, trying to reach a wider audience. It's really great also for maybe some trips or planning some trips, or, you know, interacting and talking to siblings or extended family members. And just really good communication and insight with a partner for strategizing and like talking about the future. And then I like also the 27th of December when the sun in Capricorn trines Jupiter in Taurus. So then the sun moves into your 3rd house where you're taking action, following up with some of your professional goals and communications, and it trines Jupiter and you have some kind of like clarity and some solution. Bittersweet because this is going to happen the same day as like all the weird, you know, Mercury Mars stuff. So I don't know which way it's going to go, to be honest with you, because it's kind of like it could go one way or the other. I have felt all along that the way out of the Mercury Mars square Neptune confusion is tuning into the trines to Jupiter. And I really feel like for you, this is about getting good advice from someone. And so the 7th house can be a counselor, it can be an astrologer, it could be your spouse, it could be your romantic partner, somebody who's like the voice of reason about something. And they might say to you like, are you sure you want to do this? And they try to like talk to you and like walk you through it, and like don't get agitated and get annoyed. Like really hear that person out, because it might mean that they're actually giving you some really sound advice that can kind of help you make a decision. Now, on the 12th of the month, we're going to see a new moon in Sagittarius. It's going to be in your money house in the 2nd house. This is where we set new intentions for money, abundance, and resources. It will be in close proximity to Mars, your chart ruler. So you're going to be really adamant about being like, I have big goals. I want to reach these financial goals. I want to obtain these things. I want to be able to own these things, possess these things, buy these things. And Mars is about your routine and your habits, and it's also about your body. So this is a great time to like start a new diet routine. This is a great time to start a new budget. It's a wonderful time also to do some abundance magic, and you'll see how that plays out in about 6 months. Jupiter is the ruler of this new moon, and Jupiter is retrograde in the 7th. So it's still saying that before you go making any moves financially, you really should get the advice of another person. And it could be that it's a financial advisor, or it could be that you're listening to, you know, people who are doing financial forecasts. That's the other way that I could look at it. Or just your partner just being like, why are you spending money on this, that, or the other? You know, like they're telling you what you should and shouldn't be doing, basically, from a giving you advice kind of standpoint. They're not telling you what you can and cannot do, just what you should or should not do. And obviously, you know, Taurus placements are going to do that, Scorpio, because they are really insightful. about the future freedom, especially when it comes to finances. All right. And then I also really like I also really like the full moon in Cancer, because the full moon is going to be in a fellow sister sign. So it's going to be taking place in your 9th house. So it's completing something that you've been working towards for the last 6 months. 9th house is education, foreign travel, going places, having experiences, learning. It's also about your beliefs and your philosophy. So I've seen full moons in the 9th house where people relocate further away and complete that journey. I've seen people graduate or get accepted into programs. I've seen ceremonies and engagements and weddings. I've seen all kinds of cool stuff. This is a really positive house. So if you're a Scorpio sun, moon, or rising and you have any placements, I would say like maybe 3 to 5 degrees, you'll receive a trine from this full moon, and it's going to help you with change and transformation in some way. What I like about this moon is that the moon's at home. I like that it's going to sextile Jupiter, so it's going to be improving relationships or building off of relationships. I like also that it's going to trine Saturn in your 5th house. So it's about like aligning with some kind of creative or like romantic goal. So maybe you're traveling with a romantic partner, maybe you're traveling with a spouse, maybe you're focused on completing a goal of yours. You know, Saturn in the 5th house can be about self-employment, it can be about true love, creative projects, hobbies, or children. And so any of those things can kind of start to come to fruition during the time of this full moon. All right, so let's take a look and see what your card is for the month of December. For you, I get the 5 of Wands. Take a good hard look at that picture, my Scorpios. What does that look like? It looks like people who are being kind of combative, right? Confrontational, challenging each other. You're going to get a lot further with honey than vinegar this month. I want you to think about what happened in Scorpio season when the Sun and Mars and Mercury were in your 1st house, and you were probably feeling kind of spicy, and you were kind of telling some people like, get out of my way. When Venus is coming into Scorpio and it's in your 1st house, and maybe you're feeling like lovey-dovey and sensual and romantic, or that you really want to connect with somebody, and it starts opposing Jupiter and Uranus, if you have been combative and if you have burned some bridges, or if there has been some conflict with a partner or maybe even with relatives, and you try to smooth it over, you can really experience some combativeness, unfortunately, even if you mean well. The other thing is that I think about Wands being fire, and I'm looking at this like conjunction between Mercury and Mars in your 12th house, where you know, things can be said, actions can be taken that can have some pretty big consequences. And I do feel like there can be conflict or fights that can be taking place, especially about finances. So you really don't need that right now. And I think the key here is to be really looking at the Mercury retrograde in the 2nd and going, okay, I'm trying to make sense of what I need and what I don't need. And if it's time to learn to let go of certain spending habits or certain physical things, then now is the time to do it, to be able to kind of better kind of situate yourself. So watch out for some of the conflict. It can come up. But I think for the most part, you know, Jupiter going direct in the 7th house, the right relationships that are meant to stay will stay. But if you have been prickly, don't expect everybody just to immediately kind of come around, because they may not after kind of an intense time, okay? Good luck, happy holidays, and I will see you guys back here in 2024. All right, we got Sag and Sag rising. What's going on, Sagittarius? I hope this finds you well. If it is your birthday this month, happy birthday. I hope it's a good one for you. Obviously, the first half of the month, we're going to be starting off with the Sun in your sign and Mercury in your sign and Mars in your sign. So basically, what you're going to see is that there's just a lot of energy that's about what you're saying, what you're doing, how you're acting, how you're behaving. And then a Mercury retrograde that's going to give you the opportunity to reflect on that, to make changes to that, to change your mind, to change your body, to change your appearance, to change something about yourself and about how other people perceive you. Now, Jupiter rules your chart, and I got some good news for you, Sag. Jupiter's going direct this month. So on the 30th, I had to look at that. I was looking at Neptune. On the 30th of the month, Jupiter goes direct, and Jupiter rules your sign. So it's the ruler of your first house of yourself and your body. It also has connections traditionally to the fourth house of home. And Jupiter is in Taurus in your sixth house, where there's work, 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 and some more work. Or you're working through making changes in your schedule, you're working through some health challenges, you're working through something about your habits, and you're trying to be more positive and optimistic about these changes. So one thing to take into consideration is that Jupiter is going to hang out at 5 degrees for like a month. So from December into January, it's going to sit at 5 degrees. And this is where we had the lunar eclipse in Taurus that was at 5 degrees not too long ago in the fall. So I remember saying to you guys that when Jupiter retrogrades, it's going to retrograde back to that degree, and it's going to sit there for like 30 days. So what I want you to be thinking about is asking yourself, how am I feeling? How's my diet? How are my habits? Do I like my daily routine? Am I eating enough? Am I making changes to what I'm eating? Does something need to shift or kind of grow or expand, especially in your career sense? Some of you guys are getting new offices. Some of you guys are expanding your businesses. Some of you guys are working in new departments, or you're bringing in new staff. And so these are all positive changes. And I think you're really going to start to see the effects of them right around the new year. The other thing to take into consideration is also this can really be showing you where there's just a lot of work that needs to be done, I think, in regards to your health. And if you've been working hard on making positive changes to your health, it's going to really start to kind of see, and it'll be more physical when we get into the new year. So that will go direct on the 30th. If you're looking to get a job, change jobs, or grow in your current position, you'll see that as well. On the 6th of the month, we're going to see Neptune go direct in the sign of Pisces. So Neptune's in its home sign in your fourth house. So if there's been some misunderstandings, if there's been lack of vision or inspiration or growth, or maybe you've been looking for a home, or you've been trying to find a home, or you've been trying to make your house feel like a home, Neptune going direct around the 6th, there's going to be some sense of clarity in this department. It might feel like your dream home is like becoming visible, or suddenly it's coming together and all the pieces are starting to kind of fit. The challenge here is that if you are a Sagittarius, Sun, Moon, or Rising around 23, 24, 25 degrees, you'll be experiencing Neptune going direct squaring, and you can be feeling like you have lower energy or vitality. And it can sometimes make you feel a little under the weather or a little blue, okay? Neptune and Saturn in your fourth house, watch for issues with water, like things that leak in the kitchen, problems with the pipes and things underneath the floorboards, within the foundation, plumbing related issues, mold, mildew, that stuff can kind of come up. So if there's something that's been brewing, sometimes a Neptune going direct can show that to you. All right, let's talk Mercury retrograde, because it's going to really affect you, Sagittarius. It is going to be starting in Capricorn, okay? And it'll retrograde into your sign. So for me, I look at, December 1st, Mercury moves into your second house of money. So this means that you're trying to take a sense of, you're taking a sobering look at your finances, right? You're getting real serious and mature about your money. Mercury rules your career and your reputation, and also your relationships. And so when Mercury goes into the second house, I think that you're like, okay, I'm looking at my relationship with money and what I'm buying and what I'm spending, and how it relates to other people or my career. So if you're in like a client-based business, you might be reassessing whether or not there's going to be a change to your pricing. And that may be incoming, possibly. And then you're going to see on the 13th, that's when Mercury starts its retrograde. So it'll go retrograde from your second house back into your first house. And it'll go retrograde from 8 degrees of Capricorn to 22 degrees of Sagittarius. So if you have any placements, 20 to 29 degrees of Sagittarius, you're going to have Mercury retrograde over those placements. You're rearranging, reorganizing, reassessing, and maybe feeling a little confused about what is what. You're trying to make sense of something. Mercury will drop back down into Sagittarius in your first house on December the 23rd. And when this happens, it's almost like you're looking at what you're spending, what you own, what you're possessing, what you have maybe committed to spending money on, and then you might look at it and go like, what was I thinking? Why did I buy that? Look at your spending habits, keep all your receipts. If there's something you need to return or send back or something that you don't want or you realize you can't afford or you don't need, you'll thank me for this. 2 is Mercury will go direct on January the 1st, 2024 at 22 degrees of Sag. Mercury does not do well in Sagittarius. Okay, Mercury likes to be in Gemini, it likes to be in Virgo, it likes to be in Aquarius. So when it's in your sign, you will have a tendency to want to speed through things, overlook things. You don't always look at all the details, you look at the bigger picture, and everything's bigger. So it might mean that you have recently spent some money on some things and then you realize like, whoa, I need to adjust my spending. Mercury deals with business as well. So I think you're reassessing your relationships with people and what your status is. So it could mean that you're considering changing something about your job, what you're charging people. You could be making changes with a relationship. The truth is this, this is a really powerful time for self-reflection and really asking yourself, am I living the life that I want to live? Are my actions in alignment with how I really feel? And what's off with my body? What's off with my happiness? How can I be finding ways to get more active and have more fun and be in touch with the things that I love? And you'll see that throughout the retrograde. Throughout this retrograde, we're going to see 3 trines to Jupiter, which is really important because that's your chart ruler. So you'll see while Mercury is in your money house, it's trining Jupiter in your house of health. So it's saying, okay, you want to feel more abundant, get organized, get help, get assistance, somehow grow in terms of your position at work or through your routines. That can literally bring you more abundance. It can give you the opportunity. You might have to spend a little bit of money on something that's going to help you get organized or maybe a trainer or a new routine, but it's going to help you feel more secure and more stable. Then when Mercury is in Sagittarius, it's going to come into 3 squares with Neptune. So there's a lot of like, I think I want this. And then the squares to Neptune is like, actually, no, I don't want this because it's going to be retrograde. So now is not a time to be like, I'm cutting my hair, I'm changing something about my appearance, I'm remodeling my home, I'm redecorating my home, because the truth is that you're a little maybe influenced by other people. 7th house. It could be that you have a partner being like, yeah, buy those blinds or get that couch. And then, several months later, you're going to be like, I hate that couch. I wish I never got the orange couch, and then you realize that you were kind of influenced by other people. So you might change your mind about some kind of style related thing that you like. What else? All right. So then we will see a Cazimi that's going to take place. That'll be on the 22nd, and that's when the sun comes into conjunction with Mercury. So to me, this looks like an opportunity for money, resources, or abundance that comes in, and it might be through something that comes from far away. It can be like a gift from a friend in another place. It can be some opportunity to go and teach and travel, or some other way to bring in resources. But some kind of insight. Maybe somebody gives you something. I wonder, are you traveling with a partner? Does somebody give you the gift of a trip? Does something like that happen around the 22nd? And this is kind of cool because you're going to see the Cazimi happen actually at 0 degrees of Capricorn, and that's the same degree as the winter solstice. So the solstice is like a really powerful point where we hit restart, and we have 3 months where we can initiate new things in the Capricorn area of our life. So this is about money, resources, self-esteem, what you're eating, what you're spending your energy and your time on. Saturn, Capricorn's time. And because that's going to be baked in, the Cazimi, to the solstice chart, it means that you're going to spend the next 3 months reassessing, what do I value? What do I want? What do I want to keep? What am I letting go of? And it can be physical possessions, it can be things relating to your job, or it can be a relationship. Now, I want to talk to you guys about the dates to watch out for, where you're going to see some tricky transits. And then I want to talk to you guys about the dates of positive influence. So I'm going to start with the 3rd, where we have Venus in Libra in your relationship with friend zone. So Libra 11th, friends, relationships, other people, collective groups, is going to square Pluto. So this tells me that there can be some unexpected challenges in regards to a relationship with like a female friend, and there can be like a difference of taste or a difference of beliefs about values or money. Be really careful with borrowing and loaning stuff. Somebody might be challenging power that you have over something. It can be a friend that's like questioning, whether or not you should be spending money on something, or if you spent too much on something, or somebody who's kind of giving you their opinion about your relationship to a physical item. It can also indicate that there's just a change in terms of a relationship, and squares represent something kind of closing out or dying out. So you might be reflecting on a change that you've had with a group of people or a female friendship and the impact that it has on you emotionally. On the 4th, then we see Venus drop into Scorpio in your 12th house, where it is passionate but kind of behind the scenes. So this is good for like traveling and like bed pleasures and time alone with a romantic partner, or having some kind of romantic entanglement behind closed doors, people not knowing or not seeing. Venus does deal with your physical health and your habits. And so I think with Venus being in the 12th house, it can indicate that maybe having a little bit of a falling out with a friendship or somebody at work. It can be about traveling to a foreign place, but it can also be about doing some soul searching and some healing about where you're closed off to love, or where you're afraid to be kind of open and vulnerable. Now, let's see what else. Then we're going to see on the 9th and the 21st. On the 9th, Venus will oppose Jupiter, and this is where you may find out that, like, unfortunately, somebody who you thought was a friend is not being very friendly. You might feel like they're kind of betraying you in some way, or they're doing something that's kind of underhanded. Then you're going to see on the 21st, Venus is going to oppose Uranus. And this means that that might be when you confront them and you're like, what the heck? Like, what's going on? Why didn't you tell me what was happening? Like, why did you keep something from me? This is about a conversation about trying to get clarity and asking somebody to be forthcoming and upfront about a situation. The 12th house can be hidden enemies, and Venus rules friends and it also rules coworkers. So as Venus goes through the 12th house and it opposes things, there can be some stuff that comes up that kind of shocks or surprises you about some people's behavior. Maybe some things they're saying around other mutual friends that kind of get back to you, as much as I hate to say that. It's also possible that there's just a sense of like learning to like let some habits go, or like letting some obsessive or like fixating like tendencies go in your 12th house. When Scorpio season came around and you had all those planets go through your 12th house, there was something that you had to kind of just be like, okay, I'm done with this thing. This is over now. Now Venus comes in and at least is trying to kind of smooth this over. But the problem is the opposition to Jupiter is maybe you're still having dreams about something or someone. The oppositions to Uranus is like where it's still triggering you like in a mental sense, and it's making you think about it and wanting to say something. When Venus gets into Sagittarius, it's going to be a lot easier. So you'll see that later in the month. But I really personally feel like while Venus is in the 12th house, this is about what we're clearing out in preparation to Venus coming into your sign. The 27th and the 28th are whoppers of a day. Okay. I don't even know what days these fall on, frankly, but I'm going to tell you something. I would lay low on these days because you're going to see some really intense astrology. So on the 27th of December, we are going to see Mercury in your sign in the first house, where you're feeling loud and proud and confident. In its retrograde, okay, is coming into the second square with Neptune. So when Mercury's in the first house, it speaks first, thinks later. And when it squares Neptune, it can hurt somebody's feelings. It can push somebody away. It can create some confused feelings, some misunderstandings. Look at what happened at the end of November. Maybe you were looking for a place to move and it looked perfect. And then you get there and you're like, oh, this is not what I thought it was, or this is not going the way we thought it was going to go. You also are going to see this very same day. Oh, by the way, this happened at the end of November. So you're going to have to figure out what's going on with what you're trying to work out in terms of like a home or a family situation. This very same day, Mercury will come into conjunction with Mars. Mars rules happiness, creativity, and children. It also rules the subconscious and things that are hidden. And so I could see Mercury conjunct Mars, where it's like there is some subconscious something that comes out of the blue, it comes out of your mouth. And you just say it. And it can have some real big impacts on your relationship with relatives. It can seem a little combative, especially towards like a mother figure. It can seem like you're being a little aggressive in some way, some kind of misunderstanding or miscommunication maybe between you and a partnership versus like a home or a living situation. Like I could see this being like a bit of a tiff and a back and forth about like, you know, family coming to visit you, or, you know, people coming to stay in your home and how it's impacting you or a partner, and like you just feeling a little agitated and a little bit more likely to like react to something. So watch your words. Be mindful that there can be some hurt feelings. You can feel a lot more emotional and misunderstood with Mercury retrograde in your first house, trying to figure out how to express yourself. And then on the 28th, you're going to see Mars in your sign then come into a square with Neptune. And this is like kind of feeling like, honestly, and I say this like lovingly because I've had similar transits. This to me seems like you're acting out. And because, you know, Mars is your 12th house ruler. So when Mars comes into the first house, there's stress, anxiety, you're feeling kind of wound up, and then Mercury's there and you're like, and you want to say something in the retrograde, and then it actually is a result of repressing emotions or repressing feelings or having stress or anxiety or lack of sleep. And so you're kind of grouchy, but you're saying, you know, just give me some space or let me be. And then it can have like a really challenging impact on your relationships, your family. This is also a 3/4 square. So all these planets are squaring Saturn and Neptune. It's trying to get you to come out with your emotions, your feelings. It's trying to get you to make a change with your home and also with your family. And talk about maybe that you're feeling a little frazzled or you're a little burnt out. So rather than feeling like you're leaning into burnout, really listen to your body, right? Take some time. You can have like, you know, issues with fevers and accidents and, you know, unintentionally kind of cutting yourself or nipping your finger or something during these transits. So be very careful with that. Realize that you're on edge. Just take your time. Then we're going to see on December. Okay, so these are the positive transits. These are when things get a little bit better. We're going to see on December 7th and 18th, while Mercury is in Capricorn in your money house, where you're talking to people about money, resources, possessions, what you're hoping to achieve, it's going to trine Jupiter. So these are really great transits for team meetings, talking to you know, employees, or talking to your coworkers, strategizing new health or habits or routines, you know, getting a hold of diet, health, and fitness, rebuilding self-esteem, you know, working out financial and money matters. I love these days. These are really good days for you, especially because Mercury rules relationships. These are better days to communicate with people. So if you know that you're going to be a little triggered on the 27th, ironically, you can do some of this work on the 7th or the 18th. Ironically, was what I was going to say, is you'll have another Mercury trine Jupiter, which will be in January. And on the 27th, you're going to have the Sun in Capricorn trine Jupiter as well. And that goes hand in hand with the 27th. So it's interesting that you're going to have all of this confusion between family, but you're going to have the Sun trine Jupiter, which means that even while you're having a meltdown, the Sun trine Jupiter is like, nope, I'm going to be consistent with my routine. Even if I'm not feeling well, or I'm feeling kind of agitated or overwhelmed, I'm going to make sure I'm staying on top of my health, I'm staying on top of my diet, I'm staying on top of my habits, and I'm not falling into old habits or negative patterns. I'm kind of sticking to my guns. And so you need to have consistency to get through. You also need good food, good habits. You sometimes need rest and recuperation. Taurus in the 6th house, it means you need to eat. It also means that you need to have time in nature, and that you need to be taking your time and taking things slow. You can't rush through things, right? You need more pleasure in your life. So I like those transits the best. Something else which was on the main page is when Venus goes into Sagittarius. So that's going to be really good for your appearance. You're going to see that obviously later in the month, but something to kind of think about is that when Venus crosses your ascendant, it's good for your appearance. It's making you more attractive and beautiful and lovable, but it will square Saturn. So be careful making any changes with your appearance during those dates. On the 12th, we have a new moon in Sag in your sign at 20 degrees. So if you're 18, 19, 20, 21 degrees, the new moon is going to be conjunct your degree. That means you'll have a new moon either on your sun, moon, or ascendant, or around your birthday. New moon, new you. So you can basically hit restart if you want on this particular day. I do feel like it packs a major punch because it's going to be at 20 degrees and Mars is going to be close by. So it's going to give you the opportunity to go, you know what, I'm going after what I'm the most passionate about. Or I'm going after what I love, or what I want to create, or what I desire, or those who I love, or I'm taking more action when it comes to self-expression, playtime, children, having fun. So you're also going to see, because that's ruled by Jupiter, that the ability for you to have the time to do these things stems from obviously hard work, dedication, but also really working your schedule in a way that allows you to do these things. And then on the 26th of the month, we're going to see a full moon in Cancer, and that's going to be in your 8th house of joint resources, change, transformation, access to other people's money, psychological changes, inheritances. So the moon is at home in this sign. So it's comfortable here, and this can indicate completing some kind of major phase or change with your home. In particular, this is going to make a trine to Saturn in your 4th house, which definitely makes me feel like there's a big transformation within the foundation of your home. Maybe there's an expense relating to home. Maybe there's, you know, something you need to update or change, or something that you need to be purchasing for your home or for your kitchen to complete whatever you need to do. And this is also going to be sextiling Jupiter in your 6th. So it tells me that you're willing to put the work in. Maybe you're actually having to make a change. I could see this being a situation where if you're moving, or maybe if you're making a change in your living situation, it's like you're having to, you know, go back and fix something in like a rental, or making a change to, to something so you can get your deposit back. Like that could be happening. And this can also be access to other people's money. So sometimes in a full moon in the 8th house is like you're getting a loan, the mortgage goes through, you suddenly get an inheritance, it helps you pay for something. So having some kind of connection to money from other people, and that helping making a change in regards to your home or your family. 8th house full moons are intense because they're meant to be bringing some kind of completion of something that's usually in the shadow. So, touch wood, sometimes we do see endings, loss, grief, you know, saying goodbye to homes or people or situations can happen during these full moons, especially when it's moving into a trine with Saturn. Okay, so that's just some food for thought, that transformation of your home or your family is most likely going to be coming. And let's see what the cards have to say for you, because this looks like quite a month for you, my Saggies. It looks like quite a month. The card that I get is the Two of Cups. This is good. At least you have the support of another person, right? Like when I see this card, I kind of feel like, you know, the Sun, Mercury, Mars stuff is like other people being like, help me help you. Like, how can I help you? What do you need? Let me help you. And so Two of Cups can be about relationships, partnerships, harmony, working together. Can be about the beginning of a new relationship, connecting or meeting someone. I could definitely see that, especially like some unexpected meeting with Mercury and Mars. It could mean that somebody comes out that you didn't really see coming, or somebody who's been interested in connecting with you finally does connect with you in some capacity, or there's something revealed in regards to a relationship to you. But Two of Cups is a positive card. I really just encourage you to really listen to yourself this month and realize that you don't have to have conflict with other people. You don't have to feel like you have to be wrestling with stuff by yourself. You know, learn to speak out, ask for help, talk to people about how you're feeling, and just be mindful of your relationships with others, and let other people support you and also celebrate you during your birth month. I hope that's helpful. I hope you guys have a happy holiday and new year, and I'll catch you guys back here in 2024. All right, so we got Capricorn and Capricorn rising. What's going on, my Capricorns? How are you guys doing? If you're having a birthday this month, happy birthday to my goats. I'm excited to see what is happening for you guys this month. We're going to first talk a little bit about Saturn and what's going on with Saturn. Well, Saturn is direct this month, so you're full steam ahead in the third house of communication, ideas, movement, vehicles, and learning. And something that you will notice at some point is you're going to start to see the sun in your sign coming into a sextile with Saturn. So this is about through action and motivation, you're able to kind of recognize and communicate your goals and share with other people what you need. You will also see that now Saturn and Jupiter are starting to come into harmony. So they're going to be sextiling each other. So where you're more committed to communication and listening to your intuition and learning something or making changes in your maybe online skills or maybe something with writing or speaking, it's helping you express yourself creatively a little bit more. Because Jupiter is really expanding your fifth house of creativity. All right. Besides that, we will notice that there is going to be some, let's see. No, you're not going to see a square there. You'll see Venus go into Sag and it will eventually square Saturn, but I feel like that's just about dealing with some past life stuff or like learning to let go of old outdated patterns in relationships. So that's pretty much it with Saturn. I think other than the full moon, you'll see a sextile, but that's pretty much it. All right, so let's start first with the planets that are going direct this month that are going to be ending their retrograde. So we're going to see that first on December 6th, Neptune is going to go direct. So Neptune's been retrograde in the third house. Maybe it's been hard to communicate. Maybe it's been hard to pay attention. Maybe you have felt blocked in terms of communication or learning or ideas, and now you're going to start to feel like there's more clarity. I feel like with Neptune and Saturn being in the same sign, there's something about this that makes me feel like maybe you've been denying like learning about something or delaying learning about something, or maybe like not listening to your intuition so much. And so now you're starting to realize that it pays to listen to your intuition. It could be as simple as like taking a few minutes to meditate, or maybe it's about reading a few tarot cards a day just as like reflection. But I feel like the more that you're tapped into your higher self, or you're doing something as like a spiritual routine to give you clarity, that can be a divinatory practice, you're going to realize that that's going to kind of help you make decisions a little bit better. If there's been a foggy or unsure or unclear situation also with like a sibling or with a vehicle, it might be, you might start to kind of realize like what's going on in that dynamic. And then on the 30th of the month, we're going to see Jupiter go direct, and that's going to be in Taurus, in your fifth house of creativity, romance, and younger people. Now, this is in a fellow sister Earth sign. So if you have any planets like 4, 5, 6 degrees of Capricorn, you'll be experiencing a direct trine, which is really favorable. It's really positive, and it's going to help you feel more optimistic and more abundant. It can also expand creativity and opportunities for children or pregnancy. All right, so when Jupiter goes direct, we see that there's more opportunity for growth, for abundance, for luckiness or joy or optimism that comes back. I think about the eclipse that we had here a couple months ago in October. It was a lunar eclipse at 5 degrees, and we are now seeing Jupiter come back to that degree and go direct, and it'll be there for about a month. So something is about to be revealed that's going to bring you more opportunities for love, self-expression, creativity, fulfillment, good luck. Could be payoffs from gambling or taking chances in love. But for some of you guys, I think with a Mercury retrograde here and also a Jupiter trine, it can be about better expressing yourself, especially making decisions about what's going to make you happy or love. It can also be if you're feeling a little under the weather and then boom, you have Jupiter go direct and you're like, oh my goodness, I'm pregnant. That could definitely be a theme. What else? Yeah, I think this is really good for romance. If you're a single Capricorn and you're looking to meet someone, Jupiter going direct and trining your ascendant, and then eventually here in the next month, Venus coming into your sign can be pretty good for your love life. So all of those things seem to kind of apply. But we will have a Mercury retrograde, and that retrograde is going to start in your sign. It's going to go from Capricorn into Sagittarius. So this is a little bit of a doozy because it will be affecting all Capricorn, sun, moon, and risings. In particular, the Capricorn risings, you guys are going to feel this because it's starting at 0 degrees, starting at 8 degrees, and it's going over that 0 degree point. So it's about kind of hitting a fresh start or hitting reset for you. Now, on December 1st, Mercury enters Capricorn. It's already in shadow, which means we're feeling the effects of the Mercury retrograde. But Mercury in your first house is about organizing, communicating, being busy, and it's also themes revolving around health and habits and travel. So there can be a sense of you being really particular, looking over your schedule, making changes, really focusing on your work, travel, or educational kind of schedule. And it's going to have you feeling like much more assertive and like goal oriented in your first house. And you're kind of taking action with that stuff. Then you're going to see on the 13th, Mercury will go retrograde in Capricorn. And it's going to go retrograde from 8 degrees of Capricorn to 22 degrees of Sag. So it's going to go retrograde through your first house. Okay, so stay with me. Mercury rules health and it also rules travel. And as Mercury retrogrades back over your ascendant, it can mean that you're taking time away from work to travel. It can also mean that you're taking time away from work because you're having health problems. You can feel super squirrely in your head. You know, Mercury retrograde in the first house is like, what's changing with my body? What's changing with my mind? You might feel like you're kind of going back and forth about something. And then Mercury is going to drop into your 12th house where it wants to be alone and it wants to pause and reflect and it wants to have some peace. So take good care of your physical and your mental health. That's very important. If you're traveling, especially overseas, you might be more so affected by the time shift, and it can be harder to maintain healthy sleep patterns, and your sleep patterns might be affected a little bit. You're also going to see on the 23rd of December, Mercury returns to Sagittarius, and then it finally goes direct on January the 1st, 2024. So we kick off the new year with Mercury going direct. Now, what's really cool that I like the most is that this retrograde will have a cazimi where the Sun and Mercury come into conjunction at exactly 0 degrees of Capricorn. That's a cardinal point. It's basically about initiating something. Obviously, Capricorn is busy with trying to manage something, or it's thinking about long-term or professional goals. So this is really kind of saying that it's marking what will be 3 months of you reassessing and asking yourself, how's my health? How am I feeling? Do I enjoy my job? You know, do I need to rethink my perspective on life? Am I making changes maybe with traveling? And it's at 0 degree point. So, the Sun represents change and transformation. This is a month where you want to pay really close attention to both mental and physical health, because one of those two things can kind of get dinged throughout this retrograde. Now, it's a bit bittersweet because there's 3 really positive transits and 3 really challenging transits during the retrograde. When Mercury is in your sign in the first house, where you're feeling more confident and communicative, it'll actually trine Jupiter, which means you're feeling really optimistic, you're feeling really abundant, you want to have fun and romance and creativity, and you want to kind of cut loose and express yourself. So these are wonderful transits. You'll see 2 of these this month and 1 in January. On the flip side, you're going to see while Mercury is in Sagittarius and its fall in the 12th house, where it's kind of subconscious, it's dreams, it's things that are hidden, it's behind the scenes, it's very isolated. It will square Neptune 3 times. So it's kind of like where there's a difficult time expressing yourself, communicating, connecting, and you're just kind of like, I'm going to shut it down and just kind of hide away from the world. Maybe not the best thing to do, especially because there can be some bad habits that can come up that can really impact your sleep, or maybe you can kind of be, isolating yourself a little too much. And I think when Mercury squares Neptune, we can be in denial about things, we can self-sabotage, bad habits can come up in the 12th house, and I think it can definitely be some habits that might involve like smoking because Mars is there, or where repressed anger and frustration is having like a really negative impact on our immune system or on our ability to kind of communicate. So we sometimes get sick because of things we're holding on to, you know? So like that's something I would think about this month. Like don't like hold anything back, let everything go. If you need to quit smoking, please do with that Mercury Mars conjunction, because I think this is a really good time to quit. And you know, you might be able to do that with helps of like a hypnotherapist. 12th house can be great for hypno, especially with Mars square Neptune. It's wanting to sacrifice something for the sake of having better ability to breathe. Saturn and Neptune in the 3rd house, if there's breathing issues, or maybe if you get sick, obviously we hope not, but if you do, that'll help you kick a smoking habit real quick, because it's going to make you feel worse, right? Watch your communication. There can also be passive aggressiveness that can come up there. And that's pretty much it. Okay, and then on the 22nd, you'll have the Mercury Cazimi, where the Sun and Mercury come into conjunction. Feeling super psychic, very tapped in, aware of something, having some feelings about some new impending change, and having like a personal download. All right, so let's talk transits that are going to maybe be a little tricky to navigate this month. And these are going to be the ones that you want to watch out for. So this starts for me on December the 3rd with Venus in Libra in your 10th house of career and reputation. Venus is going to come into a square with Pluto in your sign. So here's what you want to watch for. Venus rules, obviously, younger people or creative people or romantic partners or children, and people at work. So usually Venus in the 10th is a woman or a boss or a superior or some younger person at work that's causing some strife, you know, pushing on you to make a change, or asking you, you know, what you're getting done, what your goals are, what you're hoping to achieve. And you're like, just get off my back, man. Like, you know, like, or somebody who's kind of pressing or kind of prying in some way. There can be also jealousy and issues with people who are acting like a little vindictive or, you know, possessive in some capacity. And you just, you want to watch for this. This could be somebody who's just kind of, you know, giving you a bit of a hard time. Can be a relationship with somebody out in the world too. It doesn't always just have to be work. Sometimes the 10th house also can be like parenting stuff. So it can be really feeling the effects of, you know, making some difficult decisions when it comes to parenting and the impact that that has on you. But jealousy and envy is something that can go on here as well. All right. And then we've got on the 4th of the month, Venus moves into Scorpio. So it moves into the 11th house, which deals with friends and goals, and also networks and socializing and partying. Venus doesn't do as well in Scorpio, but that's okay, because it is going to sextile your sign. So Venus in the 11th house maybe is about a profound change or transformation in some of your friendships. I do think you're going to see that happening throughout the month, just for fair warning. Because Venus is connecting to career and also younger people, I would say like not all people from work are people who should be like social connections, right? And you might see, especially when you start to see some of these challenging aspects with Venus, when Venus opposes Jupiter, which is going to be taking place on the 9th. And when Venus makes an opposition to Uranus, which will take place on the 21st, something about a woman, a friendship, a social situation, maybe it can be about a friend that you've been networking with, is kind of like maybe challenging you and being like, you know, talking to you about a situation involving like her kids or her love life, or, you know, something that's challenging her. And you're like, oh, I'm over here just minding my own business, you know, like trying to stay in my own lane. Oppositions are relational. Where Venus in opposition to Jupiter isn't all that bad, I do think that you might hear that a friend is maybe just going through some challenges in regards to their love life. And then Venus in opposition to Uranus on the 21st can also represent them also talking to you about changes with money, resources, or finances. Whenever I see oppositions in this axis, friendships change if you have a change in what you value or what you love. There can also be confusion in the difference between a romantic relationship and a friendship. So if there is something that's undefined, somebody can be like, oh, we're just friends. And you're like, what? So be mindful of that as well. And what other people are enjoying or pursuing, you might be like, yeah, that's not really my bag. So you might just notice there's just a real difference of opinion on what you would consider to be fun and where you want to spend your time socially this month. All right, so then we're going to see on December 27th, Mercury will be in Sagittarius, and it's in your 12th house of the deep subconscious, and it's going to square Neptune for the second time. We saw another square that happened in November. Personally, I feel like this is where your subconscious is getting the best of you, and there's either mental stress or anxiety that's coming up about all the things that you aren't saying or aren't communicating. I recommend walking. I recommend playing music, writing poetry, reading books, journaling, tapping, maybe pulling a few tarot cards, anything to really work with that third house energy so you're not as restless, right? Can be helpful. Especially the 12th house is like what we do while we're sleeping or in bed. And so I feel like you might rearrange or reorganize your bedroom. There might be a sense of you, changing some things and moving things around. Diffusers or anything that's got like mist or fog or like changing lights and things can be really helpful. So you might be changing some lighting or something in your bedroom to help you sleep. And maybe doing some fitness or something where you can wind down before you go to bed would be really helpful. Even if it's just like a little bit of like yoga or maybe going for a run. Something before you go to sleep can really help you wind down. But this square seems to me that it's more about anxiety and stress. And I think it's possible, like Mars in the 12th house and a Mercury retrograde, you'll probably have some nightmares. I don't like saying that, but you might. And there can be some stuff from the past that can come up in your subconscious that you're working through, and you can wake up like with like night sweats. So maybe burn some stuff around your room, clear some of that bad vibes out, and help you get a little bit more rest. Now, on the same day, Mercury and Mars will come into conjunction. So this tells me that there's something brewing where there can be some conflict with family or somebody from the past. Or maybe, you're away and you're visiting family in some capacity, but there's some kind of big change that's going on at work. I know those eclipses are having you really focused on your home or maybe one of your parents. But with Mercury in conjunction to Mars, it makes me feel like there is some back and forth that you're having with family, either at a distance or feeling like, yeah, maybe they're calling you and telling you about something that's happening and like it's kind of stressing you out a little bit. And you're like, what do I even say to this? Especially if there's any strife that comes up with like communication with siblings, like I would say just avoid it. Avoid confrontation at all costs because I don't necessarily think it's going to blow over immediately. I think it's going to probably go through the entire retrograde personally. Then on the 28th, we see Mars in the 12th house come in for a square with Neptune. So there definitely seems to be like some either family strife or a lot of stress and anxiety that's coming up and you're like, I don't know what to do with it. My advice is just breathe, right? Third house is breath. You have Saturn there, you have Neptune there. Maybe getting in some water, doing some breath work. Maybe it's going to be about making a conscious effort to be drinking more water, staying hydrated, be talking about your feelings, letting yourself kind of express those emotions, not holding it in. See, when Mercury goes retrograde in the 12th house, we go back and we dip into the subconscious, or we go back to therapy, or we go back to a psychic, or we go back and we get some kind of healing work. And so Sagittarius can be, we return to a foreign place, but it can also be, I return to church. I return and I connect to my pastor or my rabbi. I have started reading the Bible again. Like I return back to pulling tarot cards for myself. And there's really strong symbolism that comes through your dreams. So pay attention to that because that can help you, keep you grounded and kind of guide you. But let's talk positive, shall we? So on the 7th and the 18th of the month, we're going to have Mercury in your sign where you're feeling more confident about communication, trining Jupiter. And really what this says is that you have the opportunity to really kind of like speak things into existence. Like it reminds me of like the Magician card. You think about it, you write it, you say it, boom, this is what my heart wants. This is what I'm manifesting. Excellent days for travel, communication, for romance, for connecting with people and expressing yourself. There will be, like I said, 3 of these, 2 this month, the 7th and the 18th. You'll get 1 in January. Then I also really like on the 27th, you're going to have the sun, which will be in your sign, coming into a trine with Jupiter. So sun represents transformation, release, growth, healing. Trine Jupiter, healing issues relating to childhood, healing issues with self-esteem, expressing yourself, feeling sexy, dramatic, wanted, whatever. And so I like the sun trine Jupiter. I feel like that's about your goals coming into alignment and like going after them. And that could be about your creative goals, your love life, themes involving self-expression or children. And that's really my favorite kind of positive influence days. Now on the 12th of the month, we're going to have a new moon in Sagittarius in the 12th house, and this will be at 20 degrees. What I like about this is that it's conjunct Mars, so it's kind of like burning off all this like excess anxiety or stress or anything that's kind of hidden. If you're wanting to move to a foreign place, if you're wanting to clean out your attic, if you're wanting to reconnect with family, if you're wanting to tap into your intuition, if you want to travel more, these are great things that I would suggest to set intentions for. But this also means that if you're feeling kind of antsy, you're setting intentions basically to be like, how do I move through this energy? How do I flush this out? How do I listen to my subconscious and pay attention to what's kind of coming up to help better guide me? But yeah, Mars being there, I mean, I feel like it's probably setting the stage for saying like there might be a lot of changes going on for you spiritually or subconsciously or in your home over the next 6 months. The ruler of that is Jupiter, and Jupiter's in the 5th. So I love to see you doing a lot more creative work behind the scenes and, having a hobby or something you can be working with, or focusing on ways to like kind of manifest some of your desires. It can be about love affairs that are kind of behind the scenes, or like romantic partners that are kind of hidden too. And then we've got on the 26th of the month, we have a full moon in Cancer in your 7th house of relationships. Okay. So the moon is at home in the 7th house. Full moons are completions, something you've been working towards for 6 months. 7th house is marriage, relationships, partnerships, and commitments to other people. This particular full moon's interesting. Like, yeah, if you're in the beginning stages of getting to know somebody, a full moon can kind of teach you or show you whether or not you want to move forward. I've seen commitments, marriages, proposals with full moons in the 7th house. We see sometimes celebrations, ceremonies, coming together, signing contracts. This particular full moon is trine Saturn, which is your chart ruler in the 3rd, which means it's about big completions in regards to relationships with siblings, signing agreements or documents, maybe buying something from someone, maybe moving in with someone, maybe signing a lease with someone, buying, a car, something like that can happen. So this is, even though it's in your opposite sign, the trines to Saturn are great. And honestly, with all this squirrely energy in your 12th house, I feel like it's about letting other people be there for you. It's letting other people check in with you, letting other people love you. When other people call and reach out and ask if you're okay, or if you want to talk, or if you need support, it's saying, yes, thank you. I received that. And being willing to kind of discuss and talk with people about whatever it is that you're feeling kind of maybe a little anxious about. And also it's going to sextile Jupiter. So it's so good for relationships and romance and seeing the positivity and like the kind of the bright side of like what life can actually bring you and potentially a partner as well. Okay. Okay. So let's take a look. Let's see what the cards have to say for you, my Capricorns. Oh, I love this. You get the Ace of Pentacles. Your favorite card. Physical changes, money, resources, opportunity, offers coming your way, especially things that can be quite lucrative. I think of like the connection to Saturn in your 2nd house, and maybe the full moon trine Saturn is communications about money, aligning yourself with people who help you feel supported. I think this can also be in preparation for Pluto getting ready to leave your sign and go into the 2nd house, big financial changes. And gotta love all these trines to Jupiter. You're very lucky this month. You're very lucky. And I don't know if this means that you're going to try your hand at like a game of chance, or if you're going to put some money on the lotto or in a slot machine or something, but there's some sense of getting lucky this month. And so I think that the Ace of Pentacles is saying new financial opportunities are on the way. These are the seeds that are just being planted. But I definitely think that you're on the right path and you're likely going to get some good financial news this month. It's also good for your health too, especially with some of these retrogrades. So it's kind of saying like you're protected in that sense, but definitely take care of your health with that retrograde. Happy birthday. I hope you have a good holiday season, and I will catch you back here in 2024. All right, so we've got Aquarius and Aquarius rising. What's going on, my guys? How are you doing? This is all about December of 2023. This is going to be your horoscope for the month. First, we're going to look at Saturn. And basically Saturn is in Pisces. It's direct now, so it's still focusing on your money, your resources, and your self-esteem. We also have what's going to be a full moon that will trine Saturn, which is great for making big decisions and changes about your health and your habits and maybe what you're eating or how you're spending money. We are finally starting to see Saturn and Jupiter in a sextile. So through being a little bit more frugal and cautious with spending, you're starting to see more growth and opportunity within the home and the family life, or changes that are going to be positively impacting your physical space. And then on the flip side, when we look at Uranus, your modern day ruler, you're going to have a number of, you're going to have Venus that's going to oppose Uranus. So there can be some changes with family and also, with like home or like living situations and how like they're being impacted by shifts in a professional sense. So that Venus-Uranus tells me that there can be just like a change either at home or on the work front. Obviously, Venus is challenging your planet though. So, work out and about or some kind of potential opportunity to make a chance connection or meeting with a potential romantic person is likely to pull you out of the house, or it's something that might be further away from where you live. Is that it? Yeah, that's pretty much it. So let's take a look. Let's see what we got going on this month. So first we're going to start with Neptune going direct. So we've got two planets going direct, Neptune and Jupiter. Neptune will be going direct in your second house of money, finances, personal security, and income. So if you feel like you've been bleeding cash, or you don't know where money is going, or you feel like money hasn't been coming in, or you're questioning where you're going to get some financial support, or like what gives, Neptune going direct is going to give you more clarity in this department. It's likely going to show you where the money that's been missing is going, where the hole in the bucket is, or where you can like dissolve or like learn to let certain things go, so that way you can be better with your resources and you'll see some self-undoing tendencies with money. Then on the 30th, we're going to see Jupiter go direct, and that's going to be in Taurus, and this will be in your natal 4th house. Well, what does this mean? You got some activity in your angular houses, so life is going to get a little loud this month. Think back to Scorpio season when planets went through your career zone and they opposed Jupiter and Uranus, and it was like all work. Now you're reaping the rewards of that, but Venus still has to make that opposition. For me, Jupiter going direct tells me that you're getting ready to see a really big physical or financial change that's going to be happening at home. Jupiter rules your second house of money and resources, and also your 11th house of friends or goals. So it might mean that a friend is coming to visit and stay with you. It might mean that you're going to start to really see some of the effects of you being frugal and saving money, or maybe if you've been decorating or designing or putting your home together or bringing art in, now it's starting to kind of feel like it's coming together and it's complete. When Jupiter goes direct, we definitely see luck and abundance come back. So if you've been wanting to bring in more money from property, from real estate, from family, Jupiter going direct can help you do that. It is squaring your sign, so all the Jupiter squares and oppositions and conjunctions bring almost like too much growth, or something grows too fast, or something changes too fast. And remember that Jupiter is on the fast track for a conjunction with Uranus in your 4th house, which means dramatically something changes in regards to your home or your family next year, likely in the spring. And so Jupiter going direct, you're going to feel that energy building now where you're like, oh, I am going to move in with a group of people, or I am going to go and live rural, or I am going to be, buying a new apartment or a new home, or I'm moving to a foreign country. Something like that can happen next year. So you might start to feel that build. Okay. Now we've got Mercury going retrograde this month. It will be starting in Capricorn in your 12th house of the deep subconscious, and it'll retrograde back into the 11th house of friends, goals, and associations. Essentially, by the time you get to December 1st, Mercury is entering into Capricorn and it's already in shadow. So when you start the month, you're already feeling the effects of the Mercury retrograde that's beginning, even though it has not started yet. For me, I look at this and I go, well, okay, Mercury being in the 12th house, secretive, reflective, tapped in, working with your higher self, really colorful dreams. But this can also be about withholding some kind of information. It can be a secret. It can be a health secret. It can be, something that you don't want to tell your friends, or things that you're trying to keep private, or things that you don't want to tell your children. Because Mercury rules kids and also joint resources and others. And Mercury's in the 12th house where you're hiding something or you're sitting on something before it returns to the 11th. So maybe you're working through goals and fears. Maybe you're working through some challenges in regards to behind the scenes work, especially professionally. Maybe you've got a situation where you've got a younger person in your life that's going through some kind of healing, or they're working through something privately, and then you start talking to your friends about it. But we'll see Mercury actually turn retrograde on the 13th of the month, and it will go retrograde from 8 degrees of Capricorn to 22 degrees of Sagittarius. So it'll drop back into your 11th house. On the 23rd, Mercury will return back to Sagittarius where it's in its fall. And then on the 1st of January, we're going to see Mercury go direct, which means the Mercury retrograde is over. So it's only going to be pretty much from the 13th until the 1st. Something to think about is that there's going to be pros and cons to this particular transit. The pros are when Mercury is in Capricorn, where it's more focused on commitment, timing, structure, planning. Mercury is going to be in several trines to Jupiter, which means whatever you're reworking behind the scenes, changing or transforming, it's positive for you, your home, your family, and your finances. So it is possible that there's lots of deals and things going on that you're working at in secret, and it's like opening up or amplifying something about home, property, or real estate. So this is good. And then the other way to look at this is when Mercury dips into the 11th house where it's in Sagittarius, it will come into 3 squares with Neptune in your 2nd house of money. So you saw one in November. You're going to see the second one that's going to happen in December. And this is a day that I'd be really careful with money, loaning, borrowing, transactions, taking a friend's advice about a financial situation, or giving money away, because there can be some sense of not having clarity, or there being some discrepancy about what they're doing with it or what they're using it for, okay? On the 22nd of the month, we're going to see the Sun and Mercury come into conjunction in a cazimi, and this will be happening in Capricorn at 0 degrees in your 12th house. I like Mercury retrograde in the 12th. I feel like this is a good time to work through subconscious issues. It's a great time to catch up on sleep. If you need to get more in contact with your higher self, if you need to meditate more, if you want to do some dream work, all these things are great. It is likely that there is an epiphany, or somebody, you're letting somebody in on a secret, or you're sharing some kind of information with somebody. Because Mercury will conjunct the Sun, and the Sun rules the 7th house. And so you're sharing some kind of secret in confidence with somebody, or somebody is sharing something with you and they're saying, please don't say anything. And there is a sense of being oh, okay, I wasn't aware of this thing. Cazimi is the halfway point through the Mercury retrograde, and it's likely where we get some kind of idea about what the retrograde was about to begin with. Transformation is Mercury, and creativity. So in the 12th house, it's you're reworking the way that you look at a creative project, or maybe a relationship that you're having with another person. And it's going to conjunct at 0 degrees, which is the, Capricorn cardinal point. And that's where we have the winter solstice here in the Northern Hemisphere. So for me, it's like kind of suggesting that it's going to be about a whole 3 months that you're going to be having where you can reflect and reevaluate, and you're taking time to yourself, maybe to strategize, maybe to be closer to nature, maybe just for more rest and recuperation, and kind of handling a lot of things in private in regards to your relationships over the next few months. All right, so I'm going to give you guys the dates to watch for, where you can have some challenges, and then I'm going to give you guys the dates that are going to be of positive influence, okay? So on the December 3rd, we're going to see Venus in Libra in your 9th house, where it's, shedding lots of opportunities for love at a distance, travel, connection with other people, being able to focus on things that bring you pleasure, things you're learning, pleasure trips, or, just connections with a partner where you're sharing your philosophies and your belief. Now, Venus is in a fellow air sign, so that's positive, and Venus is also in her ruling sign, so that's positive. But Venus is going to come and it's going to check Pluto. And that basically means, I guess in a nutshell, love is conquering hate, or love is conquering fear. But it also can mean that there is some breakthrough that's going on in regards to family at a distance, or maybe you're working through some cultural issues or some family history, and it's challenging the way that you look at power and control. This can also be you feeling very overwhelmed, or maybe tapped into like global events, or religious themes, philosophical themes, and it's changing the way that you look at the world. Venus square Pluto is about also power struggles in relationships. Venus is challenging Pluto, saying you need to kind of come out with something, or you need to make a change. So it is possible that you have like an inspirational interaction maybe, or conversation with somebody that like pushes you out of your comfort zone. Then we're going to see on the 9th, Venus goes into Scorpio in the 10th house, where it's bringing more opportunity for sweetness, growth, and also attraction when it comes to your career. Love in the workplace, meeting people out in the world, bringing in more business, bringing in more attraction with other people. Business-wise is a huge theme, especially with people who might be at a distance in some capacity. And Venus will come into a trine with Saturn, which is your chart ruler, right off the bat. So this is really great for professional relationships, leading to stronger financial foundations. Then we're going to see 2 tricky transits, okay? So on the 9th and the 21st, you'll see Venus in your career zone, where it's really putting kind of the focus on your relationships with other people out in the world. Venus will oppose Jupiter. This means that somebody might reach out to you to kind of work with you from a distance. It means that it's possible that you're getting some kind of contact with somebody that you used to work with from the past. And then on the 21st, Venus will oppose Uranus, and this is where you're going to feel probably like you're kind of between a rock and a hard place, between work and professional obligations and that of your family. Obviously, you're Uranus. So this means that Venus people are challenging you. Family at a distance, teachers, mentors, philosophers, long distance relationships, in-laws are challenging you, okay? Family is also challenging you, and this is where we see make or break situations with work, or sometimes living situations. So there can be some high tension kind of going on here, especially if you have any placements in Aquarius around 17, 18, 19 degrees, because this is going to be the square, okay? So we want to be mindful not to be like, that's it, I quit, or I'm moving out, or I'm done with you. Like that can kind of happen with the Venus opposed Uranus. And you can lean into Venus trine Neptune, which is kind of saying, be cool, be calm, collected, be compassionate, be understanding. That's what we want to be working with, so we don't have any conflict. Now, on the 27th of the month, we have a bit of a doozy. Okay, the 27th and the 28th. We're going to see Mercury in Sag in your friend zone, where you're sassy, socializing, there's lots going on with friends. Mercury will square Neptune. And Mercury will also come into conjunction with Mars, okay? career, responsibility, professionalism, and communication. And it's squaring Neptune. This is not a day to get into an intellectual debate on Facebook. This is not a day to be trying to, take somebody's financial advice and invest in it. This would not be a day to make a significant purchase because somebody is telling you that you should, or if you're trying to keep up with the Joneses. Remember, Mercury is the mind, Mars is rushing. And when these two come together, sometimes we speak before we think. And sometimes in this case, we act without getting clarity. So there's going to be some kind of challenge or conflict between how other people feel or your friendships with other people and your financial situation. And I would not take any financial advice from anybody on the 27th or on the 28th because there could be a push for somebody saying, buy this stock or invest in this thing or do this thing. And then you're like, I don't know about that. And it can be kind of like a scam. Watch out for your friends from high school who are selling pyramid scams. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's kind of how this feels to me because Neptune's kind of like culty, or somebody who's trying to convince you that you should invest in something and you're like, sounds great, see you later. Ugh. And any major investments in general, and this is where group mind is kind of influencing you, but you're like, yeah, no. And it's also people who are trying to get you to be more generous because Saturn and Neptune is like, I don't want to spend a lot of money and I don't want you to know what I have. And I could see friends being like, well, come on, you've got the money, you should do it. Yeah, don't take the bait. On the 28th, Mars in the House of Friendships in Sagittarius squares Neptune. And Mars is about control and professional career stuff and communications. And this is where you can get into another heated exchange or debate with either a group of people at work about funding, spending, or how much money there is or isn't, or who's responsible for what. Both of these days, I would lay low. Personally. All right, on to the days that I do like, that I think that are going to be really positive. I love the 7th and the 18th because even though on the 18th when Mercury is retrograde, in both situations, Mercury is in Capricorn where it's pretty damn stable and it's trining Jupiter. For me, this is like saying, like, if you're willing to let something go, it can actually positively expand and transform the family. If you're willing to tap into your higher self, you can use that for insight to give you more security and direction when it comes to making decisions with where you live or, what's going on with your private life. This can also be a time where there is some change or transformation in the family and you're uncovering or unlocking secrets about your lineage, your past, or where you come from. Really strong spidey senses feeling tapped in, and also maybe even connected to the other side. And you might feel like you have some kind of connection spiritually or through a dream to loved ones who have transitioned. So there can be some mystical experiences here. And then I like on the 27th when the sun is in Capricorn, and that trines Jupiter as well. Okay, so those are the transits I like the most. Obviously, Earth trines provide physical change. But for you, these Earth trines are happening in water houses. So it's kind of like, the changes are happening physically, but this is about what's winding down because something new is about to begin. And these houses deal more with endings, transitions, letting go, release, and then when you initiate that, then the new things come, right? Just some food for thought. Now, on the 12th, we're going to see a new moon in Sag, conjunct Mars. So it's having you really motivated to meet with people, socialize, party, get together, make new friends, join networks, start groups. And that particular moon, it's still kind of in a square to Neptune, but it does sextile Aquarius by your sign. So I do feel like the more that you're socializing and connecting to this energy, the more that you can go after your goals. And then Jupiter, the ruler, is going to be in the 4th house. So this is about connecting with friends from the past or groups from the past, maybe, or having family or friends come and celebrate with you. And then we're going to see on the 26th, there will be a full moon that will be in Cancer in your natal 6th house. And this is all about health, wellness, patterns, habits, routine. A full moon in the 6th house, it can bring health matters to a head. It can bring challenges to your schedule. It can give you some health results. It can, show you where you need to be more mindful of your habits or your patterns. Changing offices, changing jobs, or something going on with pets can definitely happen in this house. What I like about this, though, is that this is a full moon trine Saturn, which is your chart ruler. And it tells me that some, coming to terms or handling an emotional or family matter, Cancer, and tending to these things is positive for your self-esteem, and it's also good for your finances, your diet, or money. So I think that you're like, oh, I'm finally getting in shape, or I'm getting into the habit of focusing more on my health or my diet. Why? Because I cut back on something. I cut something out because I committed to something, because I bought the piece of gym equipment, because I'm taking better care of my emotions. That's a big thing. I think Saturn in the second house is like cutting back on drinking and just maybe the emotional impact that that has on you, in your body. This will also sextile Jupiter, which is showing like where more positive health habits and routines are also bringing new opportunities and growth in regards to your home. Can you quit jobs, change jobs, look for new jobs under this full moon? Yes, you can. I think the trine to Saturn is about being really adamant about knowing your worth, knowing what you want to be paid, and not accepting less than what you deserve in terms of your salary. Okay? So let's take a look at the cards. Let's see what they say in terms of your predictions for the month of December. Oh, I like this for you. You get the Magician. That's so great with the aspects to Uranus. Well, I mean, such a cool magician, right? Look at him. He's got all of his like little tricks. This is about taking all of the elements, using them to your advantage, making magic happen, manifesting things, and kind of pulling a rabbit out of a hat this month. I think this is about the magical, mystical side of life and these planets moving through the 12th house where things might just kind of come together at the right time. Projects come together magically, seamlessly. The more that you're focusing on your manifestations and what you're bringing down from the ethers, because the magician has to bring things into this plane through using all of his tools, like his sword and his cup and his wand and his pentacle. He has to kind of work with all of these energies, as above, so below. So a lot of the things that are kind of getting worked out right now are getting worked out in the ethers, in your dream, in your subconscious, in meditation, and you got to make sense of that stuff before you bring it into reality. Oh, and by the way, Pluto's about to go back into your sign. So this is also saying that you know that certain things are about to change. You know that certain things are about to come to an end. And also it's the season before your birthday. Oh boy. December to me feels like the cosmic clearing, where there's just like a lot of things that are getting cleared out because you're embracing a new identity. You're embracing something new about your appearance, your body, your goals. And so the magician is like, start doing the work emotionally, spiritually, subconsciously. Start setting those intentions. Start doing that work, creating almost like what is the word that I'm looking for? Like a vision board. That would be really great. Or putting something together that you can put on your screens that you can look at that can help you like manifest like what it is that you're wanting to help, make happen. Because you have to believe it before you see it physically manifest. And that's what the magician is all about. Anyway, I hope it's a happy holiday season for you and a good new year. I hope this is helpful in navigating. I get to talk to you next month as you're getting ready to come into your birthday. So those energies are going to be big. And I will catch you next year in 2024. Take care. All right, so we've got Pisces and Pisces rising. My Pisces, how are you guys doing? I hope you're doing well. I'm excited to chat with you guys all about the month of December of 2023. It's the end of the year, it's the end of the signs, but I still got it. So let's take a look. Let's see what's going on with your chart ruler this month. So we're taking a look at Neptune. Neptune will be going direct. Yay! And also your traditional ruler is going direct. Double yay. So whether you are a modern astrologer or a traditional astrologer, it doesn't matter. Either way, there is like a grand awakening for Pisces this month with your chart rulers waking up. Think of retrogrades as being internal. They're not as fully functional. They can't express themselves. They're like asleep. So when these two planets wake up, basically you're going to find that you can use these energies a lot more easily, and you have access to being able to tap into their abilities to help you like make things happen. So when Neptune goes direct on the 6th, I assume you're going to have better clarity, more understanding, clearer vision. You're going to be more so grounded in a sense of direction, and also perhaps like less energy drain. That's kind of the feeling that I'm getting. Now you have Neptune and Saturn direct in your first house. So when it comes to your goals and also your desires, both are moving forward. And then on the flip side, if you've been having like health issues, or if you've been feeling kind of blue, perhaps Neptune going direct, you're going to have more clarity as to like what's been off there for you. Jupiter, traditional ruler, going direct in Taurus in the 3rd house. When Jupiter goes direct, we see more optimism, more positivity, more growth. It's almost like the good luck and the abundance can kind of flow back in much more easily. This is sextiling your ascendant, so it's helping you with communication, travel, self-expression, creativity, and ideas, learning. Now, Jupiter also has connections and associations with your career. So you might be feeling more inspired to create, write, share online, be traveling, things like that. And I do feel like Jupiter going direct is definitely going to give you a little bit more of an extra oomph for like online visibility or for social media. Jupiter is connected to your career house, where you are also having a Mercury retrograde. So it tells me that like there's something that's being reworked in terms of your professional image or your work. Maybe it has to do with a change of your mind, and now that you're putting your mind to it, now you're going to see some of those changes happen out in the world in your career. Now we will have a Mercury retrograde this month, and it's going to be a bit of a doozy, especially for my mutable signs. It'll start actually in Capricorn in the 11th house of goals, friends, and associations. On the 1st of December, that's where Mercury will be moving into. So you might find that there's more communications with friends, networks, and other people, especially professional networking is a theme with Capricorn in the 11th, or friends from work, older friends. On the 13th, Mercury will turn retrograde, and it's going to go retrograde from 8 degrees of Capricorn to 22 degrees of Sag. So what you're going to watch is Mercury go from your friend zone into your career zone. Mercury does pretty well in Capricorn because it's Saturn based, so it's connected, it's committed, and it's got a plan. When it's in Sagittarius, not so much. It overlooks the bigger pieces. It can have a tendency to be too overly optimistic and idealistic, and it's going to run into some challenges with some squares that it's going to see to Neptune in your sign. This is a superior angle, so that means when planets are squaring from the 10th to the 1st, you're going to feel like work is demanding, things are nonstop. There is a lot being expected of you at work, and even I think in regards to your superiors or bosses, they can be kind of demanding. You might have to be traveling for work, which can have an impact on you as well. And yeah, that's pretty much the long and short of it. So Mercury returns to Sagittarius on December 23rd, and then finally will go direct on January 1st, 2024 at 22 degrees. Now, it's kind of like sweet and salty. On the positive, while Jupiter is in Capricorn in your career, in your friendship house or your goal house, it's actually trining Jupiter in your 3rd. So friends, socializing, connections with groups of people really help you get heard, help you get visibility, and help you be seen. It's going to allow you also to travel more and to learn something from groups of people. These are really positive aspects because essentially it's saying that you're more likely to meet people, make friends, bring in clients, or find romantic partners through others during this time. The downside is that we are going to see, while Mercury is in Sagittarius and it's fall, it will be making squares to Neptune, which basically means people are asking you to do things, asking you to partner, asking you to perform tasks at work or to show up for things, and you're like, I don't know if I want to do that, or I'm under the weather, or I don't understand, or I'm not ready yet, or, I don't have my act together. And mutable squares are confusing. So while you've got planets in the 10th house squaring your ascendant, they're also squaring your descendant, which is putting the pressure on how you relate to other people. So you might find that miscommunications at work or within relationships are common, but it's like you're going, well, what do you want me to do? And other people can be saying, you didn't get back to me, or you didn't respond fast enough, or why didn't I hear from you? Or where have you been? Or, what's wrong? And you can be feeling a little like unwilling to connect, or maybe you're trying to be kind of passive, like you don't want the conflict that's going on. You're trying to kind of diffuse the conflict. Anyway, 2 trines to Jupiter in the month of December, positive. You're going to see 1 square that's going to be happening to Neptune, which already took place once at the end of November, also in December. Eventually, you'll see the Sun and Mercury come into conjunction at 0 degrees of Capricorn. This will be the Cazimi moment. So this is about receiving some kind of significant offer, invitation, connection, or meeting of a client, a partnership, a professional collaboration, and an opportunity which can help you when it comes to your professional life. Socialize, get out there, meet people, do things. That's the best advice I can give you, because lots of support can come from friends or like-minded people in your industry. I would also say that this is a really powerful conjunction because it is happening at 0 degrees of Capricorn, which is known as the cardinal winter solstice point. So this is about an initiation of something new and our goals. And it tells me that for the next 3 months, because it's baked into the winter solstice, that you're reflecting and reevaluating who your friends are, what your goals are, who you're aligning with, what groups you're joining, and how you can meet new people. Whether this is romantically or in a sense of friends, I think it's just really pushing you to get out there and to socialize and find like-minded people. All right, so here's the dates that I want you to watch for, and then I'm going to tell you about the dates that are going to have much more positive influences, followed by the lunations. So these are the dates that you might have a little bit more of like a trickiness with. December the 3rd, you're going to have Venus in Libra square Pluto in Capricorn. So you're going to have Venus that's going to be in your 8th house, where it's kind of secretive, sexy, taboo, intense, transformative, and it's squaring Pluto in the 11th house. There can be some jealousy, animosity, some obsessiveness, some fixation, some power struggles between the goals that you have financially and somebody else's goals. There can be some conflict revolving around secrets or, communication in relationships or in friendships. Venus is at home in Libra and it's in a superior position. So it's almost like there can be, through changes in relationships, big changes going on to your goals and your relations to other people. Just watch for jealousy and kind of like, I would say like cattiness maybe that can come with other people, or like jealousy on the part of like partners can come in. Then we're going to see on the 4th of the month, Venus enters Scorpio in your 9th house, and it will begin trining Saturn in your sign. So this means that relationships at a distance, finding pleasure through travel, education, philosophy, love at a distance, all of these things are very possible. You might feel like very wanted or loved by somebody from a distance. Venus does not do as well in this particular sign, but it is in a fellow sister sign, so it's kind of, forming positive aspects. We're going to see on the 9th and on the 21st, Venus comes into some tricky transits. So on the 9th, Venus opposes Jupiter. I feel like for you, this is about like receiving letters or messages or contact from somebody abroad or at a distance. Like this could be a long distance relationship for sure, or a back and forth because of another person. It also means that there is almost like like somebody who might be trying to reach out to you or idealizing you or, paying you a compliment, trying to get in touch with you. Then we've got on the 21st, Venus will oppose Uranus. And this is like somebody still trying to get in touch with you, but it kind of feels like it's annoying or agitating, or maybe like not the right time. There might be misunderstandings or miscommunications, not seeing eye to eye in regards to communications, or there being some kind of language barrier taking place here. And there can be disruptions in relationships, that can happen, but Venus is more so connected in your chart to, communications and like secrets. So I feel like it could be people who are reaching out to you or trying to connect with you who you didn't anticipate you were going to hear from. It can also mean that, like I said, there's somebody or something at a distance that has an interest in you. And then we're going to see on the 27th, things get a little tricky here. So we're going to see Mercury in Sagittarius in your career house, where you're reworking something about your professional reputation in your career. It's going to come into a square with Neptune. So through action and communications at work, it's like overlooking some kind of detail, or people kind of asking you, are you available? Can you come? And there can be missed messages, miscommunication opportunities. This is the second time that it's going to happen. And then you're going to see Mercury come into conjunction with Mars. And it's going to be somebody coming back around being like, just asking, we have a job, do you want to take it? Or maybe you're renegotiating something about a position at work, or maybe somebody's trying to offer you a position and maybe you're playing hard to get a little bit and you're trying to make a decision about whether or not you take it or not. Mercury retrograde in the 10th can be about changing jobs, or whether or not you go back to an old position, or if a boss or a coworker or somebody calls you and asks you if you want to come back. There can also be a back and forth about a relationship with a client, or potentially back and forth about a romantic relationship and some kind of change to your status because of Mercury's connection to your 7th house. Something about relationships and home life, because Mercury rules these things, are affecting your career. So I don't know if you're like going through some relationship changes and that's impacting how you're working, or maybe you're deciding, hey, you know what, I have to be on the road for work, and it's about, me having to kind of be out and about and doing things, and it's putting the kibosh on a relationship right now. Saturn is in your sign after all. But I could definitely see a lot of people who are having issues getting in contact with you or communicating with you, or you're like, I need more time before I come back to work, or I'm trying to kind of feel it out. Like, don't call me, I'll call you. It's kind of the feeling that I get. All right. And then you're going to see on the 28th, Mars in the 10th house of career. So this is about standing out and being seen and being somebody who's very competitive. And with Mercury conjunct Mars, you could be very competitive with another person, or you can have a conflict with a client or a relationship. And you could be feeling victimized because you're feeling like somebody at work is kind of like attacking you or making you out to be like the villain. And you're like, whoa, I don't want any problems here, But definitely I could see a bit of a conflict with somebody. And I'd say be very careful, watch your words, be careful how you're interacting and communicating with other people. Your relationship with coworkers can definitely kind of get called on if you finally kind of pop and you say something that you wouldn't usually say. And I'll be the first to say, I think that there is a sense of you kind of getting picked on or getting bullied. Because with Mercury and Mars in the 10th house, it's like people who are kind of coming after you, or they're challenging you, or they're challenging something about the way that you're handling things. And the squares to Neptune is going to have you kind of being like, I don't want any problems, like just leave me alone. But the problem is that it really wants you to address some of these issues and not just feel like a victim, because that's what Pisces is about. It's about whether or not you're standing up for yourself. So I'm not saying pick a fight, but I am saying that it's important to stand up for yourself and let it be known that you're not going to, take any shit from anybody. Okay. And then on to the dates that I like. So on December 7th and 18th, we are going to see 2 days where Mercury is going to be in Capricorn. So it is going to be in your 11th house of friends, goals, and associations, trining Jupiter. This is wonderful for connecting with friends, somebody giving you like a pep talk, saying, hey, this is what you need to do, or don't worry about this, I'll connect you to someone, or how can I help you? What can I do to help get you better connected? What do you need from me? Friends might be helping you when it comes to professional work or finding work or fixing a work situation. Team building exercises and meetings, can be great. So if you're trying to smooth over some of the stress at work, definitely the 7th or the 18th are better days roundabout to be communicating with other people. This is also a great time to be socializing and trying to meet people as well. Especially if you're like dating and going to like parties, or if you're meeting people online through an app, that can be a good time to do it. And then I also like on December 27th, where the sun is lighting up your social zone of your 11th house, and it's also coming into a trine. I think that this is about some solution to a problem with communication, with a gadget, with some issue revolving around trying to see some of your goals coming to fruition. Somebody might say, well, I'll connect you to someone, I know someone, let me introduce you. And that could definitely be how that plays out. But also lots of support coming from groups or other people. So If you're needing to align yourself with like a professional association, or you're needing to kind of join a league or a union or something, this can be about getting like the welcoming, or kind of getting you signed on, and it's all about who you know this month. Then you're also going to be seeing on the 12th of the month a new moon in Sagittarius in your 10th house of career. And so this is an opportunity to set new intentions revolving around your professional life, the kind of work you want to do, how you want to be seen. My advice is, because this is conjunct Mars, if you want to make big things happen with your career, set intentions around this particular new moon. This new moon's also going to be in a trine to the North Node. So it's going to say, hey, the new things that you're starting in your professional life are helping you build towards more independence, being self-sufficient financially, and having your own resources. And really going after what you want. So I really recommend during this new moon setting intentions. Jupiter is the ruler, and Jupiter is in your 3rd house. So it's all going to be about what you're saying, what you're speaking, what you're writing down. Then you're going to see on the 26th of the month that there is going to be a full moon in Cancer in your 5th house in a fellow sister sign. This full moon is going to be around 4 degrees, which means it's going to trine Saturn in your sign, which means the more that you're committing to your goals and what it is that you want to see come to fruition, the 5th house can be about some completion. It is about having opportunities for romance, great time for dating, going on dates, falling in love, saying I love you, launching creative projects, expressing yourself. It's great for spending time with children. It can be a time also of conception or conceiving with the full moon in the 5th house. And what I like is that, the moon's in its home sign, and it's also going to be making a sextile to Jupiter, which is your chart ruler. So it's basically saying there can be a way through this particular full moon to express what's on your heart. You might get like a kind word, a thank you note, a love letter. It might mean that you go on like a really amazing date and you feel like, something is finally starting to open up in terms of like your love life. And maybe that's part of the Mercury retrograde in the 10th house, is that your status is changing and you're realizing, I'm going from being single to being in a relationship, or maybe I'm going from being in a partnership to becoming a parent. That is possible, although Saturn is in your 1st house. So you might be like, I just want to take care of myself. Maybe, I don't know. But definitely full moons in the 5th house are great for opportunities to have more romance, have more creativity, have more fun, and either be around someone or something that you love. And to be completing some kind of personal goal or personal fulfillment. And so, yeah, that's pretty much the month at a glance. Very interested to see what happens for you now that you have, both Neptune and Jupiter going direct, although you're really going to feel the effects of Jupiter more so in January. But still, that's a really good sign for you, my Pisces. Okay. Oh, wow. So you got the same card as another person. I'm trying to remember who got this. So you have the 7 of Cups. For me, this is about not putting too many irons in the fire. This is about not getting overwhelmed with too many projects. This is not about getting lost in a daydream or thinking, wouldn't it be great if I do this thing? It's like, no, boom. All the planets in your 10th house squaring you now are saying, stop dreaming about it, get going. Like, take some action. And so when the 7 of Cups comes up, there can be a sense of being like, I want this, but I also want that, but I want this. And there's too many options. Or maybe you're too overwhelmed with making a decision, or maybe you're just overwhelmed with life and you're like, I'm checking out, I'm going back to bed. There is a risk of, I think, losing some opportunities right now. And so maybe some of the pressure that's coming through the retrogrades and also, through the squares to Neptune is like really showing you like where there is a sense of self-undoing, or where you're failing to kind of hit the mark, or where you're not showing up for yourself or doing the things that you know that you should be doing to make your dreams a reality. So much about Mars square Saturn and Mercury square Neptune is, if you want something, go after it. Don't just say you're going to do it, actually do it, and have a structured plan and a move forward. So I can see in your chart, you want to change something about either your career, your status, or your relationships. You want to, but you may not know how. And there may be a sense of not realizing that maybe you're getting overwhelmed, or there is some kind of like lack of clarity on your part. So I'm confident that these two planets, Jupiter and Neptune going direct, are going to help you. I will still tell you, be mindful, you're going to get lots of constructive criticism this month. And not all of it is fair. Some of it is going to be people picking on you. The way to move forward, I think, is to work with some of the planets moving through Scorpio trining. Having a teacher, a mentor, a practice, or a guru can help you, and having some really well-connected friends and being very clear about what your goals are. These are all going to be things that are going to help kind of structure where you're going. Get into the habit with Jupiter going direct to start sitting down and writing out your goals. Do it every day. Grab a notebook, do it every day. Pick 3 goals, write them every day. When you make one of those goals a reality, find a new goal, replace it. Keep doing that because you have to be writing about it, talking about it. And when you start doing that, you know, Saturn in a sextile to Jupiter is like, oh, okay, I have that consistency. I have that routine of focusing on my goals. I'm talking about it. I'm writing about it. I'm bringing it into existence. That's how you make the magic happen. Think twice before going back to an old job this month. Think twice before you go back to an old relationship this month. There can be a sense of like something seeming really good and you're like, yeah, I should do that. And then you realize it's like a hot ass mess and you should not be letting the past back in. So really, really think that through before you make a change. Okay. Whew. All right. So, I'm just going to say this, like, even though this month is a lot chiller than other months, the end is just like really kicking. Okay. So everybody needs to be mindful of communication, energy, really think things through before you take some kind of action. There can be some missing information or some blind spots. And we're not really starting to think clearly until we're getting, you know, Mercury back into Capricorn in the new year. So even into the beginning of January, we're still kind of thinking about where are we going and what are our goals and what are we hoping to achieve? What do we desire? I hope that you guys are tapping into that Kazemi on the 22nd and that you're able to get the insight of what you need to really be working on for another 3 months. Because when you think about it, the new year really starts in the spring. Yes, you guys can get a head start doing this in December or doing this in January for sure. But still the end of the month gets a little hectic there. As always, thank you guys so much for your likes, your comments, your shares, your subscriptions. I really appreciate it. It's so cool to look back on the channel now after really working on this pretty consistently for like the last year and a half. It's really, really cool for me. And I just want to say a big thank you to everybody who supports the channel, because if it wasn't for you guys supporting me doing what I'm doing, I would not have been consistent with this. And I'm like super proud to see some of the growth that we've had with just everything overall, really over the last 2 years. Please do consider joining me on New Year's. I'd love to see you guys. Click the links below in my description. You guys can see my website. You can go and sign up for my New Year's show and be a part of that while we talk all about the astrology of 2024. I really look forward to it. Last year, it was messy, man. Last year, I was not able to make it. I got really bad food poisoning. So touch wood, that's not going to happen again. But I will be moving. So I'm going to try to get everything together on my end. I will be very busy in December. So definitely come back to this if you guys need a little bit more of a refresher if I'm MIA at any point, because I have a very busy month. But I had to get these horoscopes out for you guys. So happy Thanksgiving. Enjoy all the time with your family. Lots of love from me over here at Beyond the Veil. And I'll catch you guys back here tomorrow. If you're watching on Thursday, we're going to be doing live readings. I'll be here 5 o'clock p.m. Pacific time, 8 p.m. Eastern. And yeah, that's pretty much it. So go eat all your turkey. Go help mom make dinner. Go to grandma's house. Do whatever it is that you guys have to do and enjoy the start of your holiday season. I'll catch you guys back here in 2024. Take care.